Good evening, everyone. How is everybody doing? Welcome to another Stage of Reason here on Bridge the Divide. I am JL, and with me, as always, is Andrew. Good to see you, bud.
You too. All's well.
Yep. I am so full right now. My wife has been on a baking spree and just trying out new bread recipes. I have eaten so much bread today that uh, I'm so full, but because I've been taste testing the bread that she makes, and not to mention she also made spaghetti and meatballs for dinner, and we had an early dinner, and like because we're old people now, and so I am so full. It is insane how full I am. So I feel very just sitting in the chair, but not tired because I got in a power nap before the stream today, and just because I was working in the garage. It's been crazy hot here, and I was like, I need a power nap before I go live because I felt like I was dozing off. And then when I woke up about an hour later, she was like ready to go, which is I had. So I was like, oh, I've eaten so much bread and spaghetti and meatballs, and whew, I am sated. I am like a snake digesting. So I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, I'm getting by over here. Kind of exhausted, beating myself up all weekend long. I'm on.
That's how you do it.
Yeah, apparently. Burn that candle to both ends.
Hmm.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Well, I hope all of you out there in the live chat are doing well. Thank you so much for being here. Let's see who we have in the live chat before we really kick things off. I see Vince Zaro's here. Good to see you, Vince. It says, Jail, longtime listener, I have a request and want to send something to you on email. I wrote a hypothesis and want you to take a look at it. It's about a 10-minute read. I have it on PDF and can send it to you on email, or I can copy and paste it to a comment thread after this live and you can read and let me know. Philosophically, the hypothesis resolves the tension between Spinoza's single infinite substance and David Lewis's modal realism. It proposes that the uncarved block of infinite potential is net zero, but local reality is experienced through epistemic filtering, where the observer's bounded interface acts as the chisel that carves a specific coherent reality out of the absolute plenitude. My apologies for this incredibly long comment thread, but it was the best way I could felt to contact you since you're going to be doing a stream, and maybe the other people can weigh in. Thanks so much. Well, I appreciate that, Vince. Thank you for letting me know. You can email me whenever you like at bridge the divide 2022 at gmail.com. So that's the email address that I created for this YouTube channel. So feel free, email me what you got, or you can hit me up on Discord. The link to the link to the Bridge the Divide Discord is in the description. You can use that, join the Discord, and you can message me whatever you got there, or you can post up in the Discord, whichever you want to do. Plenty of ways to get in touch. So you're more than welcome to do that, and I can take a look at that. I can die because that's a pretty heavy subject right there. Subject matter. If you're going from Spinoza's single infinite substance, David Lewis's modal realism, and then talking about how the uncarved block of infinite potential is net zero, you're getting into some pretty heady topics there. So definitely send me what you got and we will take a look at it. So appreciate it. Spam goes here is here as well, echoing what I just said. Thank you very much, Spam. I do appreciate that. Agnostic One with the usual wow, you people. Yep, you people. That's who we are. Good to see you, Agnostic. Billy Wood, good to see you as well. Anyone else just listen to the Skeptic Philosophy stream? I have not. Like I said, I've been eating bread. So I've been like taste testing bread and eating spaghetti and meatballs before I came on here. So I have not heard the Skeptic Philosophy stuff. If something interesting happened, please let me know. Let me see who else we got here. Ugly German Truths, good to see you. Says good grief. JL always going with these softball themes. Can't you at least once pick an actual contentious subject? Christianity is mental slavery. God is evil. I mean, I guess. I don't know how much more contentious you want to get. I could say like God is a PDF. You know, or Jesus is I could do something of that nature. That's pretty extreme. But good to see you, Ugly German Truths. Cindy Johnson, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here tonight, as well as Ralph Humphreys. Good to see you. Spam, let me see. Oh, it's Espresso Jack. Good to see you as well. And I see Weirdo Rock Hyrex Evans in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. And don't forget, that reminds me, don't forget, we still have the GoFundMe going on for I Killed Earl. So that I don't know how I haven't checked it in a couple of days because I've been busy working. But let me take a look because I want to see how she's doing on that. I hope people have been able to share that out or maybe help in any way that they can. Oh, looking strong. Looking very strong. That's good. That's really, really good. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to share that again, that link to that GoFundMe straight into the chat and make sure that that hits as many people as possible so that they can share it or potentially help themselves in any way that they're able to. So we can try and get I Killed It Earl to that goal. So, but good to see you. We're to Rock, Clive Wells with the obligatory alternative energy. Thank you so much. Darth Gently, good to see you as well. Sign of the Devil, appreciate that. Or Hook 'em Horns, whichever one you want to do. Juggernaut Jared Reed, good to see you. Juggernaut Jared Reed sent me that old joke in Discord. The man on the roof with the waters rising from the flood, and then he prays to God, and then a guy with a helicopter comes by, and then it's like 3 times he denies other people trying to help him because he says, "Don't worry about me, don't worry about me. God will save me. God will save me." And then he drowns, and then he goes to heaven and says, "Well, I don't understand what happened. I had faith that you saved me." He's like, "Dude, I sent you a rowboat. I sent you a helicopter. I say, what more did you want?" And I know I don't think a lot of it strikes me because I heard that joke when I was young, and I was like, "Oh, God works in ways that are like he sends other people to help. Like that's how God is working, And for those who are familiar with horror films, if you've ever seen the movie Pitch Black, I'm a big fan of the Pitch Black series, of the Chronicles of Riddick series. There is a moment because Riddick is very much, Riddick is a believer. Riddick believes in God, and the Imam, played by Keith David, he believes in God. But Riddick is an extraordinarily distasteful. He's like, God is a monster. God is an asshole, stuff like that. The Imam, of course, loves God and thinks that God is benevolent. God works works in mysterious ways, all this other stuff. When Riddick decides at the very end to go back and save him, the Imam says, "There is my God." It's like that Riddick changed his mind. The identity of the taking of naturalistic things that can occur, that are possible, and if they're beneficial to people, saying that is their God in action, that's the kicker. But the joke in and of itself was always like, well, hang on a sec. I mean, obviously the joke is working on the assumption that the God exists and everything like that, but the guy wouldn't know that, which is why when he died, he didn't understand. Because if the God is working in ways that are completely indistinguishable from natural things that happen, then what justification is there to believe that it is there? So the joke always, it struck me differently when I was an adult and I understood, and when I was a child and I did not understand. If you want to put a First Corinthians spin on it. I was like, oh, because it's deliberately left out, I think. So that's why it plays better for the ignorant and doesn't play so well for those who understand the ramifications of what's being presented. So I always found that really fascinating. What's the justification for believing it's there if the only way it interacts with the world is completely indistinguishable from naturalistic things that happen or natural things that happen? People doing good things, that's supposed to be God? No, I don't think so. So, but yeah, you reminded me of that, Jared Reed. You did. You popped that back in my head and thought about that in a while. Turing Test 2, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And Clive Wells says, I've been making bread in my new air fryer over the week. Nice. Very cool. Turing Test 2 has been a member of the Godless Army for 59 months. So close to that new badge. So that's awesome. Thank you so much, Turing Test 2. Probably it sounds like one of the oldest channel members out there. I think so. That's hardcore. Almost, what was that? Almost 5 years. Wow. 1 month away from 5 years. That 4 years, 11 months. That's crazy. Thank you so much, Turing Test. Wow. Very, very generous. Appreciate that. Let's see. Vegan Infidels, I could be better. We lost our dog. Oh, I could be better. We lost our dog last week. Saturday. Oh, that's rough. Been trying to find distractions. I get that. It's never easy. It never gets easy. This is the one thing they don't tell you is as many as I've had in my life, it never gets easier going through, because each one is different. Each one has their own personality. Each one you bond with, and they teach you something new about the world. They teach you something new about yourself. They make you better. Each new one makes you better for the next. You know, it's the only way I can kind of like emotionally reconcile it is I try to allow each one to teach me to be better so that I can be better for the next one that comes into my life. And it's the only way I'm able to kind of like deal with the fact that we outlast them. That they it sucks. It hurts every single time. But that I guess that's what I try to get out of it. To be the best dog dad that I can be. Keep them safe, teach them, train them, and ensure they're getting the best that they can out of life. All the experiences. The one thing I learned, big thing I learned was now I'm sitting here thinking about Jingles and Shotzi now. But one thing I learned is that dogs experience the world predominantly through smell. And I recognize times when we might be out on a walk or we might be out doing something like this and the dog stops to smell. Like they just have to smell everything because that's how dogs experience the world. And that's how they get information. That's how they're learning. And with humans, predominantly we do it visually. We do it through our eyes. Try to imagine myself in a position like if someone is taking their dog for a walk and they're like too busy or they're like distracted, and every time the dog stops to sniff, they like pull the dog away. They're like, come on, let's go. I imagine someone doing that to me when I'm trying to see something. If I was out like when I was a child, I was trying to look, and then you get jerked away. It's like let's go. That's how you're interacting with the world. That's how you're getting a sense of the sense of things. That's how you're determining if you're safe. That's how you're determining what's going on. That's how you're being aware of things. That's how you're being a part of the world. And it fundamentally changed how I interact with how I'm on my own. Now I appreciate them more because now I'm out there longer. Because I know I need to be able to give my dogs the opportunity to experience the world. So when I learned that little detail, that's how they get the vast majority of their information is through smell. And so each one teaches you something new, which is amazing. Teaches me something new about them, something new about myself, something new about the world. And, I'm grateful for every single one. I'll be grateful for every one that I have in my life. So I know it's rough. I know it's brutal. When you lose one, especially, to something it's completely out of your control, that always just strikes a dagger through the heart. But we pick up at least what worked for me, and it's different for everybody. I'm not saying this is going to work for everybody, but what worked for me is remembering what they taught me and then using that for the next one, whenever you're ready. That eventually a new dog may find their way into your life, and you can use what the previous dogs taught you and pass that forward onto them to make their lives even better. It's the best advice I can give on that. Otherwise, I commiserate with you, empathize, sympathize, been there. It blows. So it's rough, but hopefully things will get better soon. The good memories will outweigh the pain. So, but thank you for being here. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Let me see. Femto Mully, good to see you. TP Seeker as well. Good to see you as well. Sorry, I went on a little diatribe right there. Joe was ending, but I'm just getting warmed up. This is true. I'm just getting warmed up. Getting warmed up with the tears already. Sir Equinox 42, good to see you. Ooh, Pirate Flag. Love it. Thank you so much for being here, bud. Lindsay Bow, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Skeptic Philosophy says, what's up, peeps? So Skeptic Philosophy, apparently somebody said, what was it? Who was it who said something?
They asked if you caught their stream.
Yeah, but it wasn't Skeptic Philosophy. It was somebody else.
Yeah, but they were asking if you'd seen their stream.
Yeah. I was trying to give credit to the person. Oh, Bellywood. So Skeptic Philosophy, Bellywood asked if somebody had seen it, like if we'd been watching your stream. Did something happen on your stream today? I'm kind of curious. If something like if you had a wild call or if something happened. Let me know. I'm curious because now my curiosity is piqued. But good to see you, Skeptic Philosophy. Darth Gently says, "Do you think jail owes you entertainment? Are you not entertained?" No, tell a joke. Andrew, have you ever seen that robot chicken?
Which one?
It was one that had Maximus out there, and he's like, "Are you not entertained?" and then and then someone, and then like one random person out in the Coliseum. No. And then Max, then he's like,
I gotta say the memory is pretty gray for me. I stopped watching that show a while back.
He does a dance. He does a dance like a. Tuh. Now are you entertained? Tell a joke.
Yeah, I think it's ringing a bell, but yeah, none of it's that so much with me.
Gotcha. See, Truth Wanted had Beard of Empathy on. Oh, that's cool. Very cool. Thank you, Espresso Jack. Jesus was gay and Yahweh was a pederast. Yeah, we can say that. The Jesus is gay thing is gaining a lot of traction. I'll say that. Let me see who else we got here. Objective Perspective, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Church of POS, good to see you as well. Just had a long discussion with a believer who states that God doesn't give illnesses to people. Discuss that if God is all-knowing, that she would know what someone was going to die of and does nothing. Plus, the diseases exist because the God created the circumstances that allowed for their evolution into what they are. Or if they don't believe in evolution, God just created them just like the way they are now, which means that God was like, Ebola, good thing. We'll make some Ebola. So when those ignorant tribes people go into that cave, not looking for food, not realizing that Ebola is predominantly spread through bat colonies, and that they encounter it, then they'll come out and they'll bleed to death. Nobody will understand what's going on, and they'll be terrified and of curses and stuff like that. And that'll be a good way to get their attention. Smart God. Just the worst. Just the complete worst. You take it to any logical conclusion, it just falls apart. Big Nick, you are still more than welcome to come up on stage, but I'm telling you right now, if you spam your nonsense, you're gonna get timed out. Okay? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about your claims unless you come up here on stage and you back them up. Just giving you the heads up. I'm giving you the heads up now so that you won't be surprised, although you shouldn't be surprised because you get timed out every time you're here. So just giving you whatever. Let me see. Funny. Yes, you did. You did share a piece of funny Chili DeCastro news via Discord. It was the Oklahoma public documents regarding his court cases. He's apparently got outstanding warrants here in Oklahoma because he's screwing around with the police. Why would you screw around with the cops in Oklahoma of all places? They don't give two shits. They do not. They don't care about what you think your rights are. They don't care about that. They're very much the yes, like, yeah, tell it to the judge. That's what they care about. Just a heads up. Just stupid. ASIC Network, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Felix isn't dropping by, is he? Well, maybe he will. If Felix drops by, this should be entertaining. Let me see. Who else? But Gretchen, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. And let me see. TP Seeker. Let's see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Scrolling down. Oh, I let so many get ahead of me. Carbs Are Life. Pitch Black and the Chronicle series are great. Yeah, dig them very much. And I think I got everyone. If dogs had books, they would read with their noses. BV, good to see you. Howdy. Appreciate you hanging out. As well as Jinju. Good to see you, Jinju. It's $250 a short hour to talk with someone who's mental. Oh, hell's no. Tim Davidson, thank you so much for the super chat for $5. Just when a dog stops, sniffs a bush, and I call it checking his pee mail. I love that, and my wife will love that. I got to check my pee mail. Thank you so much. That rocks. My wife's going to get a kick out of that one. That's our family. Dog, cat, or other, doesn't matter. It does not matter. So, Javers, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Tim Davidson as well. That's why they're called fur babies. This is true. Heretic Annihilator, good to see you. Says we are born with the sinful nature so we can look to God. I'd really love you to back your claims up. So the link is down in the link is right there. The link is in the side chat. It's pinned. If you got claims about God, if you want to defend your God, feel free to come on up here. I'd like to know how you know it exists. So feel free. Come on up. Bring your reasoning. Okay. Just be sure to bring your best. Because if your God is sending someone, it's got to send its best. Let me see here. Make sure we got everybody. And make sure I don't miss anyone. Raven Darkstar, good to see you. This is All Lurking Panther. Good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. It's been a while. If you've been lurking, I do appreciate it, Raven. And I'm glad to see you here. Thanks so much for popping in, saying hi. Let's see. Heretic wants to come up to chat. I think they said that. Link is pinned in the side chat. Let me double check it because I pinned it there. 1 second. Yep, right there. Just double checked it. Got evidence, got an argument. The link is pinned right there in the chat. You can see it. And I think I Killed Earl's here. Good to see you, I Killed Earl. Thanks so much for hanging out. 100th Monkey, thank you so much for being here. And Yagi-chan, Scientific Origins. Good to see you. Ryan Murphy has been a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. Thank you so much, Ryan. I do appreciate that support. And if you're interested in being a member of the Godless Army, it's 99 cents per month, and you get access to all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge to let you know that kind of the channel badge for this channel is designed after the expanding mind meme. So the longer you're with me, the more your mind expands. See what I did there? Yeah, it's a bad joke. So I appreciate that support. Thank you so much. Couldn't do this the whole channel. I couldn't do this without y'all. I do appreciate it. And scrolling down to the bottom. Finally got to the bottom. Yes, Raven Dark Stars is finally caught alive. Awesome. Well, I appreciate you being here. All right. So I don't need some guy saying Zohan is going to wipe us out. I know God's judgment is forthcoming. I don't know what you're doing. Yeah, Big Nick. So, like I said, mods, feel free to handle. If all he's going to do is spam, I leave it in your hands. I leave it in your capable hands that I trust. Spam Goes Here has been a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. Thank you so much, Spam. I do appreciate that. Remember, you get one milestone chat, one free milestone message every month. So if you have one, if you're a member of the Godless Army, I'd love to see how long you've been a member. You get one free message. Don't spend anything to send that. And it lets me know how long you've been supporting the channel. So I can give you a shout out. Because big W's for everybody who's a channel member, making this thing work, making this thing happen. Big Nick, what did I spam? Okay, so I hope he's listening. I hope you're listening. Okay? Fire time. Fireside chat with JL. Listen carefully. Every time you come into my chat, twice a week, you say the same things. You have the same script, and you don't engage when anybody challenges your script. You do the same rebuttals every time. I recognize them. I almost have them memorized myself. That is called spamming because you're doing the same nonsense over and over and over again, and nobody has any interest in it whatsoever. What they have an interest in is you coming up on stage and defending your claims. That's what they're interested in seeing. That's what they want to hear. They want to hear your argumentation. If you're not interested in having that conversation, which is what this panel is for, this stream is for, then you have no place here. Okay? So you can either keep your mouth shut or you can move on to somebody else's stream and go bother them. But spamming in the chat is only going to get you timed out. Now, you can ask questions. You can ask questions of us. You don't have to, if you have questions that you want us to answer, we'll feel free. We'll be happy to do that. Okay? But you have to interact. Nobody wants to hear you preach. This channel is not for your preaching. This stream is not for your preaching. Your own channel is for you to preach on. Okay? I don't go into churches and tell them how to run their shit, how to run their grift or their con. Okay? Although I probably should. It actually might make for some pretty decent content. But I don't do that because it's private property. I don't go onto there. This, of course, is a public forum, which is why I don't make the stream subscribers only. You don't have to subscribe to my channel to come and have these conversations because knowledge needs to be free, yo. But you're going to engage because if you spam, you're just going to get timed out. That's all you're going to do. And we will forget about you the moment we don't hear you anymore. So get up on stage, defend your claims, ask questions that we'll answer them, or be quiet or GTFO. Those are your options. Otherwise, you're just going to get timed out. You are not having reasoned arguments, Nick. No one in this chat will say that you are having a reasoned argument with anyone. that you are repeating the exact same crap every single time you're here. So, put up or shut up. Otherwise, the mods will just time you out. And Dre Rapping says, hi, I will destroy you. Actually, hi, I will destroy you. I don't know what it means to be destoried. I'm guessing you meant destroy. But you can try and destroy me or destory me all you like. The link is there in the side chat. Right there at the bottom of the live chat, there's a link that's pinned. You can click that link. Okay? You can come up and destory me all you like. He's going to come destory me, Andrew. Hisatri me. Destoried. Yeah. So, Wokenstoke, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. The host acts like he owns this channel. Can you imagine setting boundaries? What a crazy world. True. I do act like I own this channel. Maybe because it's my channel. Maybe. Who would have thought? It's amazeballs. All right. Let's see what we got here. So we do have Dre in the back. Dre, I see you in the back. Can you do me a giant favor? Type in the, number one, I don't know if you can hear me. Your devices are not currently connected. But when your devices are connected, let me know in the private chat that you can hear me, that my audio is coming through. So I just type right there. Let me know if you can hear me. I need to know if you can hear me. So you can hear me. Fantastic. Well, I can't bring you up until your devices are connected. Okay, yeah, you got it. You're figuring it out. So when you're ready, I'll see you. And by the way, you don't have to be on camera to be on stage, but when your devices are connected, just let me know that you're there, and I'll be able to bring you up. Angel Rivera, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Heretic Annihilator, you've got to defend your crap, man. You really do. Scott Duke, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Freedom, good to see you as well. Appreciate you hanging out. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. I saw Wokenstoke. Good to see you, Wokenstoke. I'm seeing a bunch of people in the chat. This is fantastic. Like I said, we'll get through people as quickly as we can. So, Dre, I see you there. You're connected. Do me a favor. Can you flip your camera on real quick? Just let me know there's a person there and you can turn it back off. You don't have to be on camera to be on stage. Okay, that'll work. Cool. All right. Let's bring this in. Dre, can you hear us?
How's it going?
Going good. So what brings you on stage today?
Just because I had some reasonable conspiracy about what you were talking about, because some of it actually can show evidence, right? But there's also some things that are kind of just metrical facts, like about the Earth and how, evolution is said to be. But when it comes down to evolution, right, what you really need to think about is that what the Bible shows is that Adam and Eve came from a Homo sapien ape, right? That wasn't necessarily just of a ape monkey. It was actually an ancestorial-like concept of human. But what makes us unique is that we are separate as people, right, to any other different race of ape, right, that exists today, which therefore makes us not connected to evolution.
But we are.
As primitive.
No, we are. First, let me ask you this. You're aware that there are other members of our genus that are all extinct now, right?
Oh, I mean, yes, sure. There's a lot of people that were really smart that have died, but that's
no. There are other members of our genus, of the Homo genus. We're not the only members of the Homo genus. We're the last surviving member of the Homo genus.
Okay.
Right. So there's Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthalensis, Homo floresiensis, Naledi, Denisovan, Erectus. All of those species are members of they were our cousins. They're members. We're all members of the same genus. So, but all of them are
All right.
extinct. We're the last living remnant. We're the last living member of.
No, I don't deny what you're saying at all.
Right.
I
Okay.
actually
So
agree with you.
so Homo sapiens is the last extant member of
Yeah,
the Homo genus.
Absolutely.
The other genuses, the other primate gene, the
ones before also
the
existed
great
too. I
ape,
do not
the
deny
great
that.
apes are Pan,
Yep.
Pongo, and Gorillaini.
Now here's
And-
something cool.
Well, hang
Right.
on, I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And the Pan genus, which contains chimpanzees and bonobos, those are the extant members of the Pan genus. That genus and our genus share a common ancestor, which lived about 7.5 million years ago.
Okay. So I have a question for you, right?
Hmm.
Do you know about the flood that happened, right? That every single religion prophesizes to have happened.
Not every single religion in the world has a flood myth. Many of them do from different parts of the world, and they're not identical. That's because,
okay, my bad.
and that is
Hinduism
because,
forward.
and that is because early humans, during that period of time, experienced flooding. They
Yeah.
experienced large regional flooding, as I believe remnants from. There's a specific name for that. There's a specific name for the period. I know that PhD Tony is aware of what the specific name for that period of time is. But there were a great many areas where humans were on the planet at the time, saw great flooding events of major rivers and valleys being flooded as a result of those.
Yeah,
But
I
it
get
wasn't
that.
a worldwide flood. Not all cultures on the planet have a flood myth.
Well, if everybody died, how could it be documented? If it were
Well,
to
that's
happen?
also, I mean, it's also true. Obviously, not everybody died, and people
There's
had
only 8
different.
people alive, and they all were there to say that.
No,
in that case,
the genetics
that
doesn't
happened.
work with that. The genetics doesn't show that.
Genetics of what?
The genetic. Okay, so do you understand how we trace genetic bottlenecks?
Go on.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this first. Do you know what a genetic bottleneck is?
I do not, but please tell me.
Okay. Okay. So it actually it makes a lot of sense when you think of it like in a visual image. So think about the neck of a bottle. You got a bottle, and then the neck tapers up and then narrows off, like very much like this. So it's like the neck of the bottle is narrower than the body of the bottle.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if you imagine a bottle, and then all the humans all the people that existed at the bottom, that's all the genetic diversity that you have. Then
Yep.
there is there's a massive event that kills off a great number of the population and leaves only a small selection of breeding individuals left. That event reduces genetic diversity, and it bottlenecks the species.
Yeah, that
That's
would
a
explain
bottleneck.
why inside of the ancients that we can see different skeletons and heads that are separate from our skeletons. I agree.
Wait, what?
Yeah, look into archaeological discoveries in 2026 that show that there are now human skeletons that have been found that have been primitively estimated to be long before us that have different faces and skeletons of different geopresence. Check it out.
No, so anatomically modern Homo sapiens have been entered the anatomically modern Homo sapiens, what we recognize as our species, entered the fossil record around 300,000 years ago. The other members of our genus do look similar to us, but they may they may present in different ways, whether they be on average much shorter, they may be on average wider, they may be on average heavier, or they may have slightly longer arms, but nonetheless, they're still members of the Homo genus. So it doesn't take us out of evolution. Evolution is still an ongoing process. We do share a common ancestor with everything on the planet. Everything on the planet is genetically related. That's the truth of evolution. Because everything on the planet that exists is genetically related.
There's some truth in everything of any concept that can be shown to be either abnormal or normal, right? Normal of a substance. But I kind of want to know, is this only about evolution towards what you want to talk about, or could I tell you?
No, I have many topics on the
all
screen.
Right, I want to slightly blow your mind about a topic.
Well, you said you were
really
going to do.
cool.
You said you were going to de-story me. So what do you got?
I'm not gonna lie. I got a fucked up keyword. I apologize for that. I do. I meant to say the word this story yori, but it doesn't really work out. Anyway, I want to tell you
Wrong
something
pipe.
cool. So
Great evolution there. Oh,
yes.
wrong pipe.
Okay.
Ugh.
So you believe in the Big Bang, right?
Do I understand that the universe is expanding and is explained by Big Bang cosmology? Yes.
Do you believe it to be accurate?
Accurate to the best of our ability to, with the evidence we have access to, extremely accurate. Yes.
So before the Big Bang, what happened? What caused the Big Bang?
Okay.
That science says.
All right. Science does not have a 100% conclusive answer as to what the state of the universe was prior to the Big Bang. We have a number of working hypotheses. One of the favored ones is the Hartle-Hawking no boundary proposal, but it's not the only. But it's not the only one. Ultimately, if you were to say what is the answer, we don't actually know yet.
I do.
You have access to it.
Yep.
How did you have access to a state of the universe prior to its observability?
So no, I don't have schizophrenia. Let me clear that up real quick, okay? I actually have a visible, logical ideology about what I have seen for myself when I've
No.
research.
You have but that statement that you just made implies that you have access to the state of the universe prior to its observability for you to know what is happening. At best, right now, the top scientists in this field, the top fields, can only just develop working hypotheses based upon what we don't have direct access to. We can only try to simulate what the conditions might be in order to try and derive a strong hypothesis. So you're saying that you're saying by implication what you've said by implication is that you've gotten the answer that every single working cosmologist and astrophysicist has been working to try and get this entire time.
Yes.
Where is your Nobel Prize?
Okay, I'll tell you right now. So when they use telescopes, right, or the Nobel scopes, and they actually go up.
Why don't you answer my question? Where is your Nobel Prize for having published this ground?
I am right now.
No. Why aren't you spouting it on a YouTube channel is not going to get you anything. Why have you not published in any major periodical?
Well, because I believe that if you give the truth to every single human being, that will make human beings actually not too happy, right?
Whoop.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like Jail's connection just kind of bounced for a moment there. Back in.
That was interesting.
That was my bad.
It's okay. But
I accidentally I have a button on my mouse that accidentally backed me out. So I accidentally hit it. So okay, that's just nonsense. Because obviously you providing that answer, you like getting published and showing literally the entire physics world that you have beaten them to the answer. Not to mention, would that land you a Nobel Prize?
No, you're right.
But also that would open up doors of understanding. That would open up doors of inquiry.
A new concept. I get it. Makes sense.
Why would you ever expect me to believe why would you expect me to believe that? Okay, where did you get your PhD in physics?
Oh, I don't have one. I just I'm pretty smart. So let me just get to that.
Where did you get your master's degree in physics?
Let me just get to the argument. Okay.
I was saying, where did you get your PhD in quantum mechanics?
So you know how the two atoms collided with each other,
Dre,
right?
Where did you get your PhD in quantum mechanics?
I don't have one.
Okay. Why do you think for 2 seconds I would entertain anything from somebody who literally just told me that they have every single individual working in quantum mechanics, in quantum field theory and physics completely beat? Why would you expect me to believe that?
Because what I'm about to tell you right now. If you want to listen to me.
You aren't even representing the field accurately.
But you're dodging me.
No. I'm straight up telling you, you are not even representing the science accurately. Just by that statement that you made alone. You remember when two atoms collided? What are you trying to describe there?
I'm going to tell you right now. So when it comes to science, right, the farthest out range that they got was to a really, really bright light of the furthest that they could go. And that bright light was measured by heat volume to be 32 Kelvin. And that sustained temperature has the perfect ability to sustain life by science, by what science said. And if it's a decimal up or down, life would cease to exist from that two atom collision, right? And before those two atoms collided, and before those two atoms were there was something that made something physical, which therefore means if that is the case, then life itself is physical, which means that something had to create the physicality of life. You can't just go from nothing to something. Something is subjective to nothing. Nothing is subjective to itself, right? There's something that has to be there with that done. It's common courtesy. Nothing can just form from being unphysical to physical.
No one's claiming that, except for theists, of course.
But that is the main claim about atheism.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. I am an atheist. That is not entailed by being an atheist. And no atheist that understands cosmology ever makes that claim. Not even Big Bang cosmology makes that claim.
Well, that proves creation.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't
Why
eliminate
doesn't it?
the logical possibility of the universe having always existed.
What about the unlogical probability of the universe not existing after that argument?
Okay, dude, you just said unlogical. Are you serious?
Because it's an unlogical argument to say otherwise. Because it proves
the word
creation.
is illogical.
Same thing, okay?
No, it's not. You don't know basic grammar. You don't know basic grammar, yet you expect me to believe that you have beaten out all the world's physicists. Are you outside of your cotton-picking mind?
Cotton picking? I'm not black. I'm not a nigger.
And he's done. He fell for that one.
I couldn't do anything on that, I'll be honest.
Oh. Yep. Austin.
Yeah, I was worried that might be a troll.
Well, yeah, because I mean, obviously is nonsense, but didn't want to assume, but of course.
Yeah. No, I wanted to come up and just like ask him to justify his God, because that was the core of the whole conversation that he was ignoring by questioning evolution. And what was he pivoted to after you cooked him on evolution? I fucking forget. He was so forgettable.
It was some weird statement about the edge of the universe being 32 Kelvin, and then there's two atoms colliding.
Which he claimed was the perfect
Right.
temperature for life. Which is what, 240 degrees below freezing.
Right.
It's like, sure, if we're living in liquid nitrogen.
Like, it's just the sheer quantity of scientific illiteracy. In one statement, it was like a competition. Like, how much can you get wrong in one breath?
Yeah.
How much of science can you misrepresent and distort in one breath? You must have been trying for a Guinness World Record.
Tony, I'm glad that you popped in, because he actually did bring up one thing that reminded me of something else. The period of time during when humans were migrating out through the world, and it was not towards the end of. It wasn't towards the end of the last ice age, but when the cultures that were northernmost of the planet encountered the great deal of flooding as a result. That flooding a result of the tail end of the previous ice age, or was that another?
So
occurrence?
more technically, it's a glacial cycle. So
that's it.
Technically, we're still in an ice age, in the sense that we still have a permanent ice cap in Antarctica and another one in Greenland. Ice sheets, permanent ice sheets. But there are glacial cycles, and coming out of the last glacial cycle, between 20,000 and say 8,000 years ago, sea level rose by about 135 meters.
Gotcha.
And not just for northern hemisphere. Actually, the northern hemispheres, if you were really, really north, you might see sea level fall because the ice sheets deformed the weight of the ice sheets pushed material down, and that material is uplifting, and so the land is uplifting, which makes sea level and in that area drop. So this is actually Celsius. Since that guy seemed confused between Kelvin and Celsius, but Celsius had a theory that water was leaking out of the Baltic and into the rest of the world because sea level was dropping in the Baltic, and he could track it. He could prove that sea level was dropping in the Baltic, and sea level was rising everywhere else. So he had a theory that there was a hole that water was running through. And I mean, it fits with the data. It fits with what's with but in fact, it's what's happening is that his land was rising. The reason he noticed is actually
to a certain degree you got to kind of admire human speculation back in those days, like back in those times, what is the solution for this problem? Obviously, there's a giant hole, and that is where the water is going. I see it in my bathtub. It obviously is happening here. So
I mean, why couldn't it happen? I mean, what's your difficulty with this? So, and it was happening slowly. Like the big evidence was seal rocks. So there are these rocks that seals would come up and they'd sun themselves on, and hunters owned these seal rocks. They could shoot any seal that came up onto their rock, and so these things were valuable pieces of real estate. But over generations, they became worthless because they were uplifting and sea level, so the seals couldn't get up onto the rocks anymore. So people had invested a lot of money in buying these seal rocks, and they turned out to be losing money on the deal because the seals could no longer get up on the rocks. And so they asked Celsius, "What the hell is going on here? Why is this happening?" And,
obviously, there's a great hole in the bottom.
Or maybe it's just crumbling and there are little gaps and it's leaking out, and that's why it's so slow. Like, you don't know. You don't know that isn't true. Like.
And I killed Earl. Not Holocene. It's not the word I was looking for. But the glacial cycle. Is there a specific name for each glacial cycle?
I mean, so you can refer to them as the last glacial maximum, or MIS2. The Holocene started about 12,000 years ago. So the Holocene is the post-glacial. So that's the modern setting. But generally, you'd say last glacial cycle, or it would cover since the last interglacial. So the last interglacial was about 120 to 140,000 years ago. Then there was a glacial cycle that built up to a maximum, the last glacial maximum, which was about 22,000 years ago. And then we had the late glacial, and now we're in what's called an interglacial.
We're in between glacial periods.
Yeah. Okay. And this period, and our period is called. I killed all is right. Our period is called the Holocene.
The Holocene, yeah. So so I would say that kind of lines up with history as far as when these stories were told.
Yeah.
And when people conjured them up was with the end of the last glacial maximum.
Yeah. So the late glacial period, yeah. So the end of the sea levels rose dramatically everywhere, and it's no wonder. This was sort of when I debated Kent Hovind. He kept on crapping on about how many societies had flood myths. Yeah, well, sea levels rose globally by 120 to 130, well, maybe more than 130 meters, and we can see the evidence for that. It's no wonder that these societies remembered, and particularly in the Middle East. There is a hypothesis about inundation of the Black Sea, that the Black Sea was dammed, it was separated from the Mediterranean, and sea level rose in the Mediterranean and then flooded the Black Sea. That turns out to not be true. It was come up with by some American geologists who didn't know the local geological data. But a similar thing did happen with the Persian Gulf. So sea level outside the Persian Gulf rose, and then it got over the lip, and then just water started filling in very, very rapidly, which gets into a runaway process because it starts eroding the lip away, and then you get a huge inundation. So the Persian Gulf could have been inundated very, very quickly, and the people in that area would have had and that would have happened reasonably late, so 9,000, 8,000 years ago. There's also a hypothesis that the Atlantis myth may have some basis in reality, in that there was a powerful merchant group based around the Cyclades Islands, and they're now islands, but they would have been one island about 9,000 years ago. So they would have been one big island and a powerful, and we can tell that they were a reasonably powerful trading entity because their obsidian ends up everywhere. Obsidian from the Cyclades Islands ends up everywhere. Anyway, that's a really loose hypothesis, but you're getting into wild speculation. But again, I thought
it was just an allegory by Plato. So
I've told you this before, but there's a period of history where our proto-cities are missing, probably because at the time they were being built, which was 10 to 12,000 years ago, so the time of Göbekli Tepe or Çatalhöyük or these other really early settlements, there were probably very large coastal settlements where they were still learning how to build cities. And these got inundated as sea level rose, and we don't know where they are now.
But Jericho was along the coast, but it was never inundated like that. It was earthquakes that took out Jericho.
Yeah, that's right. So sea level is a more complicated issue than I'm making it sound, because it can be offset by tectonic effects, it can be offset by sedimentation effects. It can be
the Jordan Rift Valley. The Jordan Rift Valley is extremely unstable. So which tracks. And if you're on the coast of the Dead Sea, that's an isolated, or the Caspian Sea. These are essentially lakes. They're very isolated. They're not linked to global sea level. So when I talk about sea level, I'm simplifying a little bit. Looking at stuff. Sir Equinox here says, I don't think the flood stories are from prehistory. I think they're just from people living near bodies of water. I tend to agree with you on that. That kind of tracks. Spam goes here and says, so a glacial period is defined as anywhere in which glaciers can exist anywhere on Earth, or any time when glaciers can exist anywhere on Earth for more than a year, I presume.
No, so glacial. So in our parlance, we've got ice sheets that we regard as permanent, Antarctica and Greenland. Glacial periods are when you get other ice sheets coming. So you generally get one in Europe and one in North America, and they tend to feed off one another. So if you've got a big European ice sheet, you have a small American ice sheet, and vice versa. And so because they interrupt the flow of precipitation. So if you've got a really cold ice sheet, air carrying moisture can't travel across it. It gets really cold and it drops its precipitation. So only one of them can feed. They can't both get big. In our period, a glacial period is when you're in a Milankovitch cycle and you've got increasing glacial coverage, increasing ice sheet growth. Ice sheet growth.
Does anybody else think that Tony could do like a kid science show?
Yeah, for sure. He can't go crack a Tony on any of the kids.
Can't go crack a Tony, but
other than that,
it could be like Science-A-Roni with PhD Tony.
Right.
Something like that, just something silly that the kids will like. I mean, because you think like Bill Nye the Science Guy, who's the other guy? Beekman's World. On the show Bones, they had Professor Jude the Science Dude. So there's all kinds of ways. There's all kinds of ways you could play that. Science-A-Roni with PhD Tony. It's kind of like Forrest Valkai's. It's kind of like Forrest Valkai's Reacteria.
Yeah.
And so just a play on that, and then you could present these things to kids. You could do that. There's
was
a million.
I
There's a,
was
there's
tempted.
a million.
I was tempted to make just a science education video the other day. I was watching a live science YouTube video about the Chicxulub asteroid.
Chicxulub, yeah.
And I was surprised. Like this is a personal revelation for me. Like fairly recently, it was only a little more than a decade ago. I spent like 3 months in Paris, and I was wandering into there's a garden with a gigantic statue of Lamarck, and they've got a little museum in there, and they had a little exhibit about what drove the dinosaurs extinct, and they had it in English and in French, and I thought I'm a professional earth scientist, I'm not going to be surprised here. And it turns out, like the English language perception is Chicxulub asteroid killed the dinosaurs. Bang, that's it. No more questions. We're out of here.
That's not right.
See you down the pub. And there's a surprising amount of evidence that actually it was volcanism. It was the Deccan traps that in India. The carbon dioxide that was being released led to, and the ash being released led to climate change that the dinosaurs weren't prepared for. And there's another hypothesis that actually that was happening, and then the Chicxulub earthquake accelerated it. Like it hit at exactly the right point.
Yeah. Regardless of the truth of these other models, the Chicxulub impact was definitely a devastating event for anything that lived in the region, beyond a doubt.
Yeah.
And it did impact global networks of gas distribution, which we know for sure because of the iridium layer at the KT distinction.
Right.
This has sort of been taken as correlation. Like you see this iridium layer, it's got global coverage, and it's about the right time. Therefore, this must have been what caused the. We know that it played a role. We know that it did occur. The evidence, but whether or not it played a crucial role or would have led to extinction without the Deccan trap, that's the question. And like I say, in the English language, it's presented as Chicxulub is the answer, and sort of there's a lot of literature that's still going on today. People are still writing papers about just last year there was one about a Bayesian analysis that said based on our statistical considerations, we think that it was the Deccan traps, not the Chicxulub that was the
if I remember from my reading from when I was taking the courses on it, and when my wife was taking courses on this, it was the Chicxulub event was obviously astronomical. It was enormous in its effect. That the physical evidence of the impact event can be found as far north as what is now known, like the area that we now call Massachusetts, is when that entire radius, as far as the impact event of that, whereas the actual crater is furthest out towards the equator, but the actual like fallout of that, kind of like if you have like a nuclear bomb, the outside radius of that goes as far north as like the northern United States, and which is just wild. And then of course the combination of actual climactic events that were currently going on with the actual impact, the blast of the impact that circumnavigated the globe, who knows how many times, and then of course the resulting volcanic activity that would have come about as a result of that, and then clouds of CO2 which would have descended upon areas of the planet and just killed everything instantly by suffocating it. So it was just a perfect storm of events that didn't take place all at once, that took a long time to eventually wipe all this shit out. So
there's a similar hypothesis. Sorry, there's a similar hypothesis for the Permian Triassic extinction, the Great Dying, which is associated with the Siberian traps, lava intrusions into Carboniferous sediments, releasing a lot of carbon dioxide. There's a hypothesis that actually that was associated with a large asteroid impact in Antarctica. That's a hypothesis that's out there somewhere. So these
rock
things
smash crust, release CO2, shit die.
That's kind of the cycle. Sorry, I cut you off there.
No, I was just going to say part of the reason the actual perimeter of the Chicxulub impact is so difficult to discern is because it's so immense. It's so huge. You can't see it from just about any point of view. And then what was it? Oh gosh, I forget. I had something else, but no, go ahead, you guys.
Well, I just want to say,
the point of this PBS thing. Sorry, I'll just talk over you. You're only the host. Everybody's talking to me. We all know. The point of the PBS video was actually that the angle at which the Chicxulub struck was pretty much optimal for throwing up the sediment, and that the sediment contained a lot of sulfides that were pretty much optimal for having a climatic impact.
That would have been judging by that, it would have come in at an angle and kicked that shit out.
It was fairly steep, so about 60 degrees. So it comes in, throws stuff up high, and then it drifts out rather than down. So,
right, because it would have gone up like a mushroom cloud and would have gone up into the atmosphere and outward and been dispersed out. Instead of it coming at an angle and hit at an angle, it would have shot it outward across the land like someone coming in for a landing and smashing and hitting all the debris would have gone forward. It wouldn't have been as intense on the atmosphere. So almost perfect. So
it turns out that there are some fossil finds in America where some dinosaurs seem to have been killed by what looks a lot like a tsunami with the right. So it's possible that we have fossils from the day. But from the day that it happened, which would be wild, because the chances of that happening are pretty fucking remote. Anyway,
I remember what I was going to say. Was that I think that Chicxulub is a great hypothesis. Volcanology is a really great hypothesis too, though, for sure, because we know that volcanoes routinely detonate. It takes a long time between these mega detonations, but they can be extinction level events, like mass extinction level events. And so Chicxulub is a great hypothesis. Volcanology is a great hypothesis. And I think a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B is also a really, really great hypothesis.
Yeah, but the common perception that you just need to say Chicxulub and you've said all you need to say, that's a misconception that is widespread in the English language literature. And that I think,
I can imagine the dinosaurs were anything like us, because you made a comment earlier the dinosaurs were not prepared for. And because there were other dinosaurs out there that were convinced that nothing was happening. They wanted the other dinosaurs to keep working and keep doing their jobs. And so
it was the dinosaur version of Look Up.
So it was like, no, don't worry about it. It's like, there's nothing to worry about. Everything's fine. But don't you see the climate change that is taking place? No, it's all bullshit. The the Miocene is never going to fucking end.
The Miocene, it's the Cretaceous. The Miocene's later than that. Miocene's like 5 million years ago to 30 million.
Sorry, I got it mixed up. Sorry, it was the Triassic, the Jurassic, and the Cretaceous, which make up those three are part of the.
No, you're looking at me like I'm a geologist now. Okay.
Well,
I'm a geophysicist.
Okay, hang on a sec.
Mesozoic.
The Mesozoic, not the Miocene. The Mesozoic. The Mesozoic's never going to end. That's the whole point. Right. Don't worry about it. The asteroid that struck Earth 66 million years ago is estimated to have an explosive force equivalent to 10 billion World War II atomic bombs, approximately 100 teratons of TNT. Nice.
Yeah, that's part of what contributes to the heat problem with young Earth bullcrap. Is all the friction and heat generated from those cosmic impacts, not just that one, but all the other ones that happen too.
Really quick, I want to say hi to Joker's Wild is here. Good to see you. Butterstuff as well. Good to see you. Oh, that bread is coming back at me. Mr. Andrad, good to see you as well. Thanks so much for being here. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. I had to scroll down. And I had two people. I see Ryan Murphy, who's been a member of the Godless Army for 3 months. Thank you so much, Ryan. And Spam Goes Here has been a member for 3 months as well. Thank you so much for the support, y'all. Appreciate those milestone chats. Love seeing those milestone chats.
We've got a technical question from AJ whatever.
I
The
got
Cambrian explosion, the sudden appearance of complex animal groups in the fossil record over a relatively short period. How did that happen?
I'm sorry. Hang on, Tony. Okay, when you say relatively short period, you realize
Yes.
that you're talking about a period of time in between 20 and 40 million years, right?
Yeah, that's right. So it's tens of millions of years. I would also
I'm sorry. They always say it happened all at once. No, it didn't.
I would also suggest that the Cambrian explosion is what everybody hears about, but actually there was quite complex life before the Cambrian explosion in the Ediacaran period. And the Ediacaran life, I think, doesn't get enough recognition. It's really weird. It's really exotic, and it deserves to be recognized as being there. So it's not that complex life is coming out of nowhere. It's building on beginnings, and then all of a sudden, if you're the first life form to become sophisticated enough to do something, you're going to propagate. And there are a lot of ecological niches where once you get over that threshold, the world is literally your oyster. Like you can propagate, over vast distances with no competition.
That was it.
Early on in the evolutionary tree is exactly when you should expect these massive propagation, these massive and reasonably rapid propagations. But to put it in perspective, the Cambrian explosion, the timescale that took is between 13 and 25,000 years, something like that. That's a third of the distance between us and the dinosaurs. And you look at how life is different now and 13 million years ago. There were no humans 13 million years ago. If you want to go back to 32 million years ago, primates were looking very different than they do now. It's this misconception about what an explosion is in this in this particular context, and the starting point and the environment in which it goes. Yeah. So I just don't I also like there's an implicit assumption in this question that the scientists who study the Cambrian explosion, the scientists who look at evolutionary biology and evolutionary processes, are too mind-numbingly stupid to think through the logical consequences of this and how it might have happened. That they just sit there all day, look at a fossil, and go, we don't need to put any more thought into that.
Oceanus Helios, good to see you. Says we can call it the Cambrian shit got specialized time. I agree with that. Yeah. When there's no competition, life proliferates quite expediently when there's nothing to compete with and there's nothing but resources to take advantage of. So, which is essentially what kind of happened. That's what life does when it doesn't have to fight anything to survive. It's just consumption and reproduction, at their pace, which I kind of imagined is like when abiogenesis occurred and the very first like replicating cells developed, is that there was no competition for anything. There was no food chain. When life began on this planet, there was no pre-existing food chain that they were developing into. So they developed rapidly en masse with no like nothing to curb them. So genetic diversity was rapidly explored in a variety of different ways because there was nothing to. It was pretty. When life is that simple, the small tiny changes are going to proliferate into like lots of different ways because there's nothing really to impact them in a way that the environment impacts life now. So you would get a wide variety of genetic presentations or phylogenetic presentations throughout that were able to sustain themselves once natural selection began to affect them. Once they began developing into like multicellular organisms, and natural selection could really begin to have an effect on which versions of those were able to make it through and continue to reproduce. So it's kind of like an explosion then as well, but that would likely take millions upon millions of years, just like the Cambrian explosion took, tens of, we say in between 20 to 40 million years is when that took place, which is a ridiculous amount of time. Okay, but cosmologically speaking, is the blink of an eye. Okay,
You
It's
guys
pretty
want
fast,
you want some real world data that I think is really relevant and helps shed some light on the subject? There's a mollusk evolution that occurred off the coast of Norway. I talked about it in a recent video on my channel, Scientific Origins. Go subscribe. And what happened was, at the beginning of the story, we have two species of mollusks, right? An above tide and a below tide species. Pollution occurs affecting nutrient levels in the lake, which causes the above tide species to go extinct. The pollution gets outlawed, and because scientists know and understand evolution and aren't just sitting on their ass all day like Tony was talking about, they predict what's going to happen is that as the nutrient levels in the lake return to normal, selection pressures are going to once again start selecting for an above tide species. And then they watched over 30 years as their prediction came true. After 60 generations, there is now once again two mollusk species, an above tide species and a below tide species, which is an example of niche partitioning and how niche construction works, which is exactly what fueled the Cambrian explosion. And it's an example of how it can happen so quickly, is the construction of a niche. And not only can you have wide construction of niches, you can have niches that are extremely similar to one another, but slightly different, that allows two species to thrive, just like in that example. And it's an example of observable evolution. Like what the creationist is claiming with this is God bippity boppity booed everything in the Cambrian explosion into existence. No, it all evolved into existence from pre-existing flora and fauna.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned, I think it might have been TP Seeker or somebody. Forgive me if I've missed it, because I let a lot of chat go by. What do they call it? The
Ediacaran.
The Ediacaran is a really fascinating time period when the organisms that lived then were really fascinating stuff. So, like there's all kinds of, biologically speaking, there's all kinds of fascinating shit that was going on at that time in the development of life during that time period. I suggest you crack a book, and the stuff that you will learn, like the types of organisms that lived then, will blow your mind in the way that they looked then, and the things that they don't exist anymore. Okay, just by virtue of natural selection. So, but yeah, it's really, really interesting stuff. You just gotta crack a book, or maybe audit a class, or maybe take a class. Really, really fun stuff. Let me see here real quick. I've got Metalcore Kick. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Butter Stuff, if I didn't say hi before, good to see you. TP Seeker as well. And make sure I didn't miss anybody. I see Heretic Annihilator is still spamming in the chat, or still being obnoxious in the chat. Heretic, come up on stage and defend your claims, dude.
Heretic is emphatically refusing all invitations to come up on stage. So he's, and I was tempting whether or not he should be timed out. If he's not going to engage, and if he's just going to sort of waste everybody's time in the chat, then I think timeout is fair enough.
Take it easy, Weirdo. Sorry if I missed you there. It was a few minutes ago. Weirdo had to take off as well. But Heretic, I'm a troll because I make you make sock accounts. Okay, so the argument seems to be that he's making it this particular account of his is where he makes religious comments, and he has another account where he doesn't. So. And it was Sir Equinox 42 who mentioned Ediacaran. Ediacaran life is cool, super cool. But yeah, thank you, Sir Equinox.
The pronunciation I've always heard is Ediacaran.
Ediacaran.
Yeah, but
I'm going to go with yours.
It could be that was just from the guy who was giving a seminar on Ediacaran life. I thought he knew what he was talking about, so I've
Ediacaran.
I'll weigh in here. Ediacaran is the one I've heard too.
Ediacaran, I'll go with that. I'll say Edie City in Ohio. I'll go with that one.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Written by somebody you can't spell. That's all right.
Skater, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out with us today. And I think I didn't see. I think I got everybody who was here.
Well, Misinterpretations just chimed in to say that she's listening and driving.
Oh, fantastic! Good to see you, Misinterpretations. Looking forward to our show on Tuesday. It should be a lot of fun. But I guess the only person we have right now is who's still. Oh, did Heretic leave?
He might still be in timeout. I don't know how long the timeout was for.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But yeah, he's probably still in timeout.
Still on the stream.
All right. Well,
but I need to go and do something. So I'll talk to you later.
I have to go and wash my hair.
Exactly. I got a good excuse. Thanks, JL.
Thanks, Tony.
I have to say, in the I was watching the debate that you did on that channel, and one of the earliest things was don't write in saying "at the bald guy" because that isn't very helpful. Which I thought was very insulting to you. You've still got quite a decent amount of hair covering, certainly in comparison to the other two.
I got a bit. I got a little bit, except when I take it down. But you're talking about when Mark Reed saying just like because of all three of us. Yeah, I got it. But did you watch the entirety of the thing? Did you?
I haven't watched the entirety of the thing because I find your opponent very difficult to listen to.
Andrew said the same thing.
Tony, how far in did you make it?
Well, I've made it halfway through his opening presentation, so not far.
Halfway through his opening. Oh wow! I made it an hour. And that was probably 3-minute increments between pausing and then also getting distracted with other things.
But he's just hopeless. Like he's just making just making atheists should shut up and why are you here? Go away. If this is what you believe, you're pointless. Just leave everybody alone. Like and the points that Andrew was making the other week about we intuitively know that stuff is that doesn't make it not subjective, mate. Like
what's intuitive? And then he later says intuition is subjective. It's like, wait a minute, like, if we subjectively know that, what are you talking about? And
like you're just emphasizing the point, and you seem to be he does the thing a lot of debaters do of getting so angry or trying to get themselves and their audience so angry that they just skip over the rational part. And either you're inclined to fall for that and just go, wow, these atheists are immoral scumbags. They're trying to attack my religion and they're trying to do this, that, and the other, and I'm not going to listen. Or you're going to think about what's being said, in which case your opponent was just a complete waste of time. He was literally self-defeating every time, and it was just assertions. Like you went through a very what I consider to be an extremely well-crafted logical exposition that I thought was very accessible, but perhaps that's just because I've watched you a lot. But I found it real. I would have found that very persuasive, I think, before I knew you. It doesn't become less persuasive, but sort of.
Now that I know you.
But I thought you did. I thought you did a bang up job in your stuff. This guy is just so annoying and so stupid. Like it really seems like a waste of your resources. Like so, yeah.
People, I've read some comments. People were like, okay, it's like jail needs to find better opponents because what is this guy? It's like I was sitting here thinking because I was half ignoring his intro. The first personal attack that came out, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna take notes. I don't really need to. So I was taking notes during just in case I need to reference back to something. And I was like, but halfway through, I was like, does this guy, is he literally expecting like him to come at me so strong as intro that I'm just gonna like leave? Like, why are you even talking, JL? You have nothing like this. Wait, You think that's the end? You think I'm just gonna? Oh shit, man! His intro got me. I guess I'm just gonna go home. I'm just gonna. What? It's like, is that what he anticipated? He can't have seriously anticipated, I guess. But either way, it was.
He can't seriously have anticipated. I think anticipating the future is beyond his intellectual capacity. Yeah, it was. But I'll work through it. The Younger Dryas. I killed Earl. The Younger Dryas. I was going to go on about the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis and how stupid it is, but JL wants to talk about this stupid theology stuff, and won't let me. He won't let me steal his stream. Yes, the Younger Dryas was an abrupt cooling period at about 12,000 and a bit years ago. That a lot of people have.
Well, there's some good moments if you can make it through. I mean, I went first, so I know you got through mine, and then you got about halfway through his. But when we get to my Q&A, because my Q&A is first, I think I have some good moments in there, and I think my questions were pretty solid. The ones.
Well, I'll try and persist with it, but honestly, I've got a fairly low tolerance for idiots I can't yell at. So, it's hard work for me. Okay, all right. Anyway, I'll keep on working on it. But yeah, talk to you later.
Yeah,
appreciate it, Chief. Take care.
Look for my comment on the video, and let me know if you beat my time index. I doubt it highly.
Will do. Okay, take care, everyone.
Have a good one.
You too.
Juggernaut Jared Reed says, I kept wondering how it to Jail's opponent did 3 weeks to research. It's like, I don't know what he spent those 3 weeks doing. Like, I honestly don't.
I guess it's track.
It sure as shit wasn't watching my content, because there was nothing in my nothing that I did in that debate that I have not at some point expressed in some video somewhere at some time. If he had in 3 weeks, he could have watched all my content easily, probably twice, and he didn't he wasn't prepared for anything. In fact, like some of the questions I asked, I think you pointed out, he didn't even understand what words I was using. Like I don't know, it was what? So yeah, and now I find out, and this is just going to be hilarious as shit, because I told you, Andrew, but I found out that he's going to do that. Robert, the guy that I debated, is going to be debating Matt Slick over on Standing for Truth. So he's going to be debating Matt Slick on Trinitarianism versus Unitarianism, because Matt Slick is a Unitarian and he's a Trinitarian. So I don't know how that's going to be a complete shit show.
Wait, Matt Slick is Unitarian?
Or is he a Unitarian? Because maybe I got the split.
No,
Matt's a Trinitarian. Robert's a Unitarian.
Yeah, and the Annihilationist.
And an Annihilationist, yeah. Because he goes really, really hard into eschatology. So, but nonetheless, yeah, they're going to be debating over on Standing for Truth, which is going to be a complete and total shit show. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just slaughtered Donnie. Sorry.
Dungeons and Dragons, debating which one's right.
Yeah, pretty much. And what happened?
I just slaughtered Donnie and Sam from Standing for Truth on Thursday on the Raging Tomato debate channel. I don't know if you saw that.
I haven't, because it was pretty much advised to me that I shouldn't really pay attention to anything on the Raging Tomato, because the host is alt-right and they tend to favor alt-right nonsense.
She tried to, but it didn't help.
Dodgy
still
Donnie.
Slaughtered them.
Well, I mean, if they're completely inept at the various fields that they're going to be talking about, it's pretty easy. It's kind of like apparently, according to Gary San, Dr. Blitz went on there the other day. Good to see you, Gary San. Appreciate you being here. Cord Lizard Mage as well. Second edition is the correct answer regarding D&D. Second edition advanced is my favorite. That's my favorite version. A lot of people like third. So I know some friends who like fifth. I myself am a second edition advanced guy. It's because what I came up with. So
3.5 and 5e are my two favorites by far.
Espresso Jackson's 3.5 Pathfinder, my favorite. Nice. I've never so I Killed Earl says I like Sarah. I've never engaged or encountered anybody from over there, so I don't know. Tony reported that when he was over there, when they opened up the panel after the debate, it was a lot of like alt-right, like cringe-tastic
Yeah.
douchebags that
No,
came
that's
on.
for sure.
So
It turned
so-
into an asylum fast.
right. So I don't know. I don't know if I'd be out. They've never asked me to come over there. I don't know if I would say yes. Probably like MDD has never asked me to come over. Probably because James doesn't like me, which is fine. But
It
yeah,
turned into an asylum fast, but I still cooked in the asylum too. So yeah.
Wrote in Noah's name, nerds. And good to see you, Rodent. Appreciate you being here. Says, yeah. Earl says, yeah, it goes bloodbath after dark. I can imagine. Oh, let's see. Well, nobody in the back. We do have one person in the Discord, but now they're gone as well. Had a bunch of keyboard warriors at the start, but only one of them came up, and it was a racist troll, or it's just a troll who wanted to be racist to see how fast he could get kicked off the stream. Which is a shame. I don't want that to be the only conversation we have. I'm hoping that Bob is able to come back by. That'd be good to continue that conversation. Oceanus Hilo says, I'm a first edition OG player and forever DM. Nice. And while I love D&D, I love second edition advanced. My favorite is still Palladium. I'm a big Rifts fan, so Palladium Rifts was my jam. It was the longest campaign I ever ran, and it was a lot of fun. I hope one day I could have friends in the same place that would want to run another campaign, because I just love that system. I know it like the back of my hand, and I can convert anything into a Rifts, and like using the Palladium conversion book. I can take anything and make it into something worthy of the game, and just a lot of fun. And I was really good. I love my character. Love the Mercenaries campaign that I ran. It was a lot of fun. So
I only played in one Rifts campaign, and I played a Doser, a speedster.
Nice.
It was a ton of fun. I've always wanted to be a speedster in real life, so it was fun to roleplay one.
You mean a juicer?
Juicer, yeah.
Yeah. Juicers are fun, except for when they burn out. Glitter Boy's pretty awesome. What I always really, really dug was the JL is talking gobbledygook now. I think I have idea about D&D. Well, it's still tabletop. It's still TTRPG. It's still a tabletop role playing game, but this one is a different system called Palladium, and Palladium's been around for quite some time. The game was started by Kevin Ciambieta up in I believe it's in Minnesota is where Palladium is based, and he's been doing it a long time. They were the ones. Michigan. Sorry, I knew it was an M. So I knew it was up in Michigan, and they did Robotech. At first, they did TMNT and TMNT and other strangeness. A bunch of different properties, but their big flagship property was Rifts when they came out with that. So the Rifts series is their biggest one, but they did all kinds of stuff. So, but they're like a lot. So I mean, I love their the world that they built is really, really cool. I mean, I think they've done a really good job with that stuff, and there's a lot of fun lore that you can play around with. I always love the idea of having of the RCC OCC distinction and not being relegated to one simple plan. You could take an RCC and take the racial bonuses that come along with that, and then tag an OCC on top of that, which gave starting characters a real boost when they had a job. So I always thought that was kind of cool. Juggernaut, I don't know much about MTG. So the new MTG decks are going to be the Hobbit. No, I didn't know. I'm not a huge fan of what WotC has done to Magic the Gathering or to D&D, but I'm a different generation is all I can say on that one. Let's see. I had no idea what words you're saying. Well, we don't have anybody in the back, and only one person in the Discord at the moment. Hopefully, we can get somebody up on stream. Until then, I do have something we can take a look at. Let me see. Oh, I still have that video from Dr. Derek up. I don't know if I'm going to respond to it, but it's like I keep it on my desktop just so I can hate look at it. You know, aggravating as piss. Oh, Earl says I miss WoW though. MTG Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, I still play. My character's pretty badass. It'd be difficult for me to describe my main right now. Without, I think it depends on how long you've been out of the game, Earl. If you've been out of WoW for too long, it'd be, I mean, me trying to describe it would be pretty tough as far as like my like what my eye level is, my DPS output, and of course like where I am as far as the game goes, as far as like content, as far as end game content, as far as like cutting edge and ahead of the curve, stuff like that. So, and Heretic Annihilator is back. So Heretic Annihilator, I haven't played since 2020. A lot of stuff has gone down since then. So definitely. So Heretic Annihilator is back. So I will do this. I'm going to pop over to the stream over on YouTube. And scroll through here. Okay. So Heretic Annihilator. You got timed out because you refused to engage. Because you're in my live chat and you are, oh, what's up, Oat Milk? Good to see you. You're in my live chat and you're making claims. And obviously you're a believer, but you're not defending those claims. You're not coming up on stage to back up what you got, and you're not contributing to the conversation. So you weren't banned. You were just timed out for a minute because at this point, the mods can only assume that you're trolling because you're not engaging. Let me see. It's still there. Got evidence, got an argument. It's still pinned at the bottom. If you refresh the stream, you might be able to see it, Expresso. So you're more than welcome to come up. You are. Come on up on the stage. Defend what you've got. If you believe in a God, we want to hear your evidence. We want to hear your argumentation.
I don't think Heretic Annihilator's got anything. He's a dime a dozen young Earth creationist, evolution denier, probably a flat earther, probably a pee drinker. Honestly,
it's like
nothing worthwhile there.
Who's that? Who is that guy? Who is that one flat earther who's drinking his own pee?
A couple of them do. Kiko Pip is the one you're probably talking about, I think.
What was it? No, it wasn't Marble. Wasn't Flat Earth Dave. Simon Dan covered him a few times. Oh, I can't remember. His name will come to me eventually. Sin Game Force, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate you hanging out. Steve6464, allegedly Dave. Thank you. And that's why I say Flat Earth Dave, but yeah, allegedly Dave. Austin, it was allegedly Dave who was doing that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think generally when things that are supposed to end up in the toilet start ending up in your mouth, you're making some bad choices.
Making bad choices. Time to reevaluate your life. And hey, Probing Time 666 is in the chat. You remember that time when Probing Time showed up and went in the chat and yelled, "It's probing time," and everybody probed? It was fucking amazing. Good to see you.
You know what? I saw some people not probing, and none of those people had made it. They didn't last. And so that just shows you the dangers of not probing when Probing Time says it's probing time.
Probing Time says it's probing time. You best probe. Allegedly Dave is also a flat earther. Yep. Wicked Pissa, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. It says maybe Heretic is a fan of the one that screws his own mother. Argumentum motherfuckerum. One of my favorites.
Well, to be technically correct, that would make P. Mars made in God's image because God fucked his own mom too.
This is true.
Just saying.
I think, yeah, Dave Murphy was on a morning show. I think, yeah. So, but, allegedly Dave, flatter than drinking his own pee. I'll drink my wee. It's a bit tangy.
You know what? It reminds me of when I discovered that this was a thing. And I found a video of a guy who's doing it. And he opens one of his jars and he goes, "Oh, that's gnarly." And I'm like, "No shit, moron. Of course it's fucking gnarly, you idiot. Duh. Are you surprised by that?"
It's stale urine, you genius.
Right? Oh my God. And you know what the most disappointing part of the video was? He's filming it in this nice backyard pool, in-ground pool. Like, the dude looks like he's doing better than me financially, and I'm just, like, infuriated at capitalism, because what the fuck? This guy's allowed to flourish? Fuck me.
Oh, Jinju points out, allegedly Dave also put his urine in a nebulizer. And it was breathing.
Oh my fucking God. That's a great way to get a lung infection, my guy.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just thinking we're a hop, skip, and a jump away from, well, literally sniffing our own farts. So, I mean,
We're well past that, Andrew.
Everyone loves the taste of their own brand.
Oh, God. Do I have to drink my own urine? No, but I do because it's sterile and I like the taste.
Necessary? Is it necessary that I drink my own urine? No, probably not. Yeah, but I do it anyway because it's sterile and I like the taste.
Wasn't that Rip Torn that said that?
It was Rip Torn.
Yes. Yes.
It was, we're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here. We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here. Zed. Oh, Rip Torn. He was awesome.
Nothing puts a smile on my face quite like watching Justin Long get a wrench in the face. Apparently, in the battle of PC versus Mac, we know how this plays out.
We do.
That was not PC, and Mac bought it.
Oh, God. He's laying on the ground. Oh, he did Pain so well. Throwing out some links, throwing out some feelers. Oh, Learn About God still has me banned. They got tired of me inviting people over to the stream. And think, oh yeah, Protestant Lounge. That'll be good. And let's see here. That's a damn good question, Ralph. That is a damn good question. I guess I could drop down and let people see the topics on the screen. Let's see. Hate-filled goblin with a Santa beard. Not worth the time of day. Santos Bonacci? I don't know who Santos Bonacci is. Or Bonacci. Oh. So gross. Why don't you try Politics Stage? I haven't had an opportunity to I guess set it up. I'm not an admin, and I don't know. And because I'm not an admin on the Politics server, I would need an admin to set that up for me, and I don't really trust anybody else to handle it other than myself. So I think that might be the thing. Is I can't do an established one. So, but we do have someone in the back. And let's see what we got here. Will Jesus find faith? Welcome to the stage.
Sir.
Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can. I'm sorry, my son came.
Oh, not a problem. I am hearing myself though.
Yes, sir. How you doing tonight?
Doing good.
Good.
But I am hearing myself. See, test. Not now.
Do I have an echo now?
No, you're good.
You're good.
I'm just
Okay.
hearing me. I'm
Yes.
hearing me.
me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. My guess is he's sorting that out real quick. That's wild, Wicked. That is wild. But yeah, agnostic. I think that might be the issue, is because I'm not an admin over there, so I don't know how to get that sorted out without actually having that kind of control to create a regular stage that I could do this. Just like I was doing it before, but when I was doing it before, Taco was in charge. So, hey, Otto, good to see you. Test.
Yeah, I'm still getting an echo.
It sounds like it's playing. It's like the live stream is playing in.
There you go. You just got it.
I think we're good.
Yep, we're good now.
We just need to see if we can hear you, Will.
I'm here. Can you hear me? I have my stuff muted while y'all were figuring it out.
Well,
I didn't want to mess anything up.
When I'm talking, I hear myself coming back through yours.
Yeah.
Now you're muted.
Yeah.
So whenever you're muted, I can't hear myself. But if you're not muted and I'm talking, I can hear myself coming back through your system.
Let me work on it, please.
Take your time.
Let me check the settings. I'm sorry, sir.
No rush.
If you're coming out speakers, maybe you can turn them down where you're at. That's probably going straight back into the mic.
Vincaro, yes, I did get a chance to see the beginning of the live stream comment section. I did see that you had come up with a hypothesis, or like a PDF for that. You can join the Discord, the Bridge the Divide Discord. The link for that is down in the description. You can message me there, and you can send it to me there, or you can email me at bridgethedivide2022@gmail.com. That's where I get all the channel relevant emails. So you can either email me, the email address is attached to the channel, or you can just message me on Discord, and I'll get you there. So either way, there's plenty of ways to get in touch with me. I'm pretty active on my Discord channel, so feel free. You can message me there, or you can put it up in like the channel chat, and we can see it there, whichever way you want to do it. So, but yeah, I'm available.
What is the hypothesis? Is it any good?
It's interesting. See if I can get all the way back up to the top. Give me 1 second. There's a lot of chat to get through. Oh dang, I can't get all the way up to the top. It's not there. It was Bridge the Divide 2022 at gmail.com. It was a way to try and, I guess, bridge the ideas of Spinoza's in like infinite substance and modal realism.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so I'm totally butchering it there because I barely remember what he was putting in the chat. But whatever he sends me, I'm going to take a look at it because I'm kind of curious myself.
My theory is Spinoza was an atheist. He was an atheist who just had to pretend to be a believer because people were already stabbing him for professing the belief that God might not be real, just being an agnostic, right?
He might have found a middle ground to keep himself at least not completely ostracized from society.
Right.
And
I think a lot of people who profess to be believers in the past were actually atheists, especially scientists, because they saw what happened to people like Giordano Bruno and Galileo and Nicholas Copernicus and Darwin.
Yep.
And now freaking Einstein with the flat earthers and
Let's see.
I want to know
Will-
if Jesus will find faith. The question's burning.
Will, do you have the stream open in another
Yes.
place?
Can you hear me now? No, I don't.
We can hear you. Oh, I think we're good. Now
Are
I'm
we
still
good
kind
now?
of
No.
I'm still kind of hearing myself. We're hearing ourselves come through. 1 second. Test.
Tasting 1, 2.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep,
we got you.
We can hear you. Every time we hear you, we hear us echoing back.
It should be filtering it out. I'm sorry, guys. Anyway, maybe some other night.
Sure. Anytime.
Am I overriding him, or is he echoing back?
No, it's all of us are hearing ourselves come through your system.
Yeah, and there's
And
nothing
so-
worse. There's nothing worse than that, brother. Hey, I'll let you go, and I apologize.
Yeah, get it sorted and come on back.
Yeah. Anyway, you have a great night.
Cool.
Peace out.
All right. Thank you.
I'm counting that as a good conversation.
Well, I hope he can get it sorted out. I was kind of just curious to hear what he had. I
thought he had headphones woke in stock. That's what I was going to suggest that, but he was wearing headphones when he came in.
That may be extra on top of what he's actually using.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Steve64. Thanks so much for being here.
I'm counting it as a good conversation because I got to mention what the church did to my boy Giordano Bruno and how horrific that was, and no rebuttals. I hope you hear the air quotes in my voice were presented to it, because theists will try and justify that crap, and I hate it.
Let's see.
Yeah, theists tell a lot of lies about early scientists, actually. They like to say all the early scientists were theists, which is definitely not true.
Thank you, Ralph. Appreciate you hanging out. Have a great rest of your night.
I've seen many a Facebook meme about how science is the way to discover God's world, and they all make me want to puke.
Well, that was the general position of the church way back in the day when they were patronizing they were the greatest patrons of the scientific basically any scientist that was out there. Take it easy, Async. Joel reads the Bible is live. Cool. Appreciate you hanging out. Is that the understanding was that that a better scientific understanding of the world would bring people closer to God and closer to understanding God's vision for humans. But when the methodology proved that it would prove the opposite and was giving people reason to not have to rely on God to explain anything, slowly but surely is like the understanding that they had was wrong. And here's the actual understanding. Here's the evidence to back it up. That's when the church turned on science, because it just wasn't doing what they wanted it to do.
Yeah, the reality is there was something called the scientific revolution, in which we replaced spectral and spiritual thinking with scientific thinking, when we stopped trying to cure people by drilling holes in their heads to let the demons out, right? We started doing evidence-based things. Stopped burning witches and started no longer dumping our waste in our own wells and water sources.
To be fair, we do still drill people's heads medically.
Yeah, no, that's
and
fair.
it's not.
But we don't do it to let demons out, because we believe that things like demons and curses are responsible for things like mental distress and disease.
But encephalitis will kill you.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
That's true. I can't remember exactly how it was articulated, but yeah, how Tesla articulated that was when one person calls God, another calls the laws of physics. That that just goes to show, from my understanding, as I think like Andrew or someone like Agnostic One would point out, the linguistic vacuousness of the term God is essentially what I think is what that basically demonstrates. It's just my kind of idea. And from what I understood, it was just because of the atmosphere, just by virtue of like electromagnetic physics, is that Tesla's wireless towers, the Wardenclyffe Tower, of which I've seen one of those. I've passing through Texas, saw this massive freaking tower that was out in the middle of nowhere, but obviously wouldn't work because of basically the dissipation into the atmosphere could not be overcome. So now, like the really cool stuff, like the wireless charge pads, that's based on his invention. So that's why like Tesla's stuff is why this thing works. But the I think the improvement upon is using directional microwaves to send things wirelessly long distance like that, is beaming microwaves and lasers to send energy point to point, which may work. But his broadcast idea, I think, was a flawed understanding, but led to some excellent ideas once we got the technology down. Yeah, the horizon wouldn't help either. So Wardenclyffe wasn't fully understood, though, but it's thought that it wouldn't work today anyway. Yeah, exactly. I've seen one of them. They're freaky looking. You know, when you're driving along and all of a sudden out in the middle of nowhere, there's this huge freaking thing. Yeah, it was the Wardenclyffe Tower in Texas, built by Visiv Technologies, located in a rural field outside Milford, Texas, along I-35. We saw it when we were driving down. It was me, Angela, and our friends when we were driving down south to see one of the eclipses, and you just see it like in the middle of nowhere. It's so wild. Let's see here real quick. So you see this bad boy just outside Milford, Texas. And there it is. Just standing out there in the middle of nowhere, which is wild. Yep. I thought that was kind of funky. Let's see. Like How I Met Your Mother. That's a penis. Is that a female sexual hygiene museum? Yeah. It looks like an 1890s medical instrument to cure hysteria. Yeah, it's really interesting. Just a fascinating little structure out there.
Jail. Come on now.
I'm bad. I know. I'm bad. Well, nobody in the back yet. Stop that. You'll go blind. Well, nobody in the back. And I see that and I guess Heretic left. So I don't think we have to worry about that. TP Seeger. Oh, it took a second to catch it. Yes, I've reached the Austin Powers age of sexual innuendo.
That I don't care what you think. That was one of the funniest gags in the movies. It is a long, smooth shaft, complete with 2 balls. That was so clever. The way it shifted from different scenes of people reacting to this giant rocket in the sky that looks exactly like a human male member in full erect mode. Like, come on. That is hilarious.
That's going. That goes all the way back to that goes like to Spaceballs. It's Mega Maid. She's gone from suck to blow. Oh, behave.
Do you know how many times I got called Austin Powers in middle school as a kid named Austin growing up in the 90s?
People walking in the hallways. Do I make you Randy, baby?
No.
Do I make you horny, baby? Do I make you Randy? Judo chop.
His teeth were something else.
They were. Let me guess. The floss is actually a garrote, and the toothpaste is actually C4, and the toothbrush is actually a detonator. No, that's floss, toothpaste, and a toothbrush.
I think he still ends up using them as a weapon instead of brushing his teeth with them.
Oh, that's right. He just sprays it straight into the guy's face. A shoe. Who throws a shoe? Ugly German truths. You got a point there. Although I'm so happy to see Rick Moranis back. I really am. I've such respect for him. Just as a person and as an actor, but as a person as well. Obviously, there's a lot of love going into Spaceballs too. It's been such a long time, and Mel Brooks's comedy it played for a specific generation. I do not know if this comedy will play today like it used to, other than those of us who remember, who came up with Blazing Saddles, we grew up with Blazing Saddles, History of the World Part 1. Things started changing kind of around the time of Robin Hood Men in Tights, when things kind of like started moving in a different direction. And I think that he was kind of getting left behind by the new generation. The new History of the World Part 2 didn't play as well. I still thought some moments were hilarious, but I don't know how well Spaceballs 2 is going to do. I don't. And yeah, like John Candy's son is coming to play Barf's son, which is awesome. And they're doing some really, really good stuff. I mean, I love it. I love it. Yeah, I love that, he's 100 years old and he's still kicking ass and taking names, and he's still funny as hell. I just don't know if his brand of comedy is going to play with the new generation. Because it's pure nostalgia. Bringing back Rick Moranis as Dark Helmet, bringing back Bill Pullman as Lone Star. All the people that are still alive, coming in to kick ass. And I don't know. I hope it will be good. I really do. I don't think it will sully, I don't think it will sully the original Spaceballs in any way. Because that movie is just an absolute delight. I don't think it'll sully it, but I don't know how it's going to do. They didn't go with Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money. Yeah, it's true. They didn't. Spaceballs is the next one. But I hope it'll be good. I really do. Oh, yeah, John Candy. That was a true legend right there. I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. Because what you see is what you get. Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. Favorite annual watching over Thanksgiving here at my house. There's like that one movie you watch every holiday. And for Halloween, it's Trick or Treat. For Thanksgiving, it's Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. For Christmas, it's Die Hard. You know. See, that's awesome to hear, Rodent. Younger reactor channels loving Mel's older films. That's amazing. That's really, really good. Nathau the One. Good to see you. As long as it's real humor and not just grievance politics and lol woke bad like so many of the movies lately. I get you on that one. Like the latest Scary Movie, not great. Number one, first and foremost, I don't know how well Anna Faris is doing these days. Like I'm concerned. I'm concerned about how Anna Faris is doing. That's just, I don't know. Anna Faris is capable of amazing humor. She's hilarious. Go back to some of the early stuff that she was doing. That girl is funny as shit. I don't know what's happening with her, personally speaking. And okay, so Anna Faris, when she did a series called Mom with Allison Janney. And Allison Janney is an amazing actress. Obviously, multi-award winning actress. She's from The West Wing. But Allison Janney is incredible, and the two of them had great chemistry as two in recovery mother, in recovery daughter, trying to kind of like rebuild their lives and shit. And it was a very very good show called Mom, and I enjoyed it. My wife and I watched it. It was on for like 6 seasons. Or 7 seasons. 7th season wasn't that great because Anna Faris left. So the 7th season was just Allison Janney carrying the show. But nonetheless, I thought it was pretty decent. I don't know what's going on in her personal life, but I am concerned. So that's just me, because and that Scary Movie, the new Scary Movie just did not land. It's just. Maybe it's just that the Wayans brother form of comedy just doesn't play these days, or maybe they just could come up with any better material. I have no idea. So, hope for the best, expect the worst. Hopefully, we'll be hopefully we'll be surprised, but we won't be disappointed. Oh yeah, Catherine O'Hara, legend.
David. Oh. David, what did you do? She was great on that show.
I loved her so much. And we do have Bob Joe back. How's it going, Bob?
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. I've got to leave in 45 minutes, but I'm really looking. I always look forward to having conversations with you all.
Awesome. Very cool. Very cool. And so about 8:45, we'll expect that, or just before 9. Cool. Obviously, the last 2 times you've been on, we've covered a lot of ground and talked about a bunch of stuff. There was I only had a couple of questions. Did you have something specific that you wanted to touch on?
I mean, there's a lot of topics I would like to talk about, but none that are, something super specific that I wanted to talk about. I think yesterday we sort of beat the topic that I was immediately interested in to death. So, or at least some we talked about it to the point where if we wanted to talk about it further, we would have to start writing stuff down and going through individual axioms, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
But I don't think I had anything super in particular pressing question that I wanted to ask you. I think you were still interested in the notion of faith, I think.
Yeah. I find it's one of the big things that kind of like that I wind up discoursing with various, if the apologists that I speak with, there's this kind of there are times of disagreement as to what is meant by faith and whether we go etymologically or whether we go with this kind of like contemporary understanding of the term. I myself find there's a big epistemic flaw with faith. And so so that's why I don't use it. It's not in my worldview. I don't rely upon it for anything. so I trying to understand, like, despite the epistemic flaw, why there's so much like value seen in faith.
Yeah, because there has been, of course, disagreements about what faith is, and that, of course, is bound up in the history of Christianity itself. And so, of course, during the Reformation, we have quite a lot of disagreement about what faith is and what it does and what the purpose of it is. So it's going to be a little bit thorny, because what exactly do we mean by faith? Because we mentioned Plantinga last time we were on here, who thinks that faith is super important to epistemology itself, and that it's bound up in epistemology itself. I'm not. I think maybe in some kind of really basic sense that might be half true, because I mean it's sort of like trivially true that if God is the source of all things, then God is, in a sense, the source of logic and knowledge and epistemology itself too. But I don't. I'm not sure why faith has to be bound up with our notions of what knowledge is exactly.
So, well, obviously, I definitely would disagree with you on the idea of God being the source of logic, because logic has to apply to God for God to be a coherent entity. It has to. I mean, we're kind of like when we say God exists, we invoke it automatically. So it's not like God can be outside of logic or have logic not apply to it directly, like ontologically speaking, because that if it didn't, then the God could both exist and not exist simultaneously. And if the concept is incoherent, then we can just throw it away. So I don't think it'd be saying it's the source of logic is kind of silly. Like logic is from it, or it's just that I think this is where pantheists kind of get into it. That if God can't be the source of logic, that God is in and of itself logic, which of course is tautologically vacuous. But going beyond that, that's just kind of like the thing I had there with the way logic presents. My issue with faith is that there is no position that a person can't hold on faith.
So yes, I think if we take like once again, it's going to have to come up to disagreements about the notion of what faith is exactly. Because if we take a sort of a Lutheran position, then faith is basically it is a kind of entrustment, and that's basically all it is. I don't want to make a mistake. I have to go dig up my Yaroslav Pelikan's History of Christian Doctrine and look at how they understood faith specifically. But that is, as far as I could tell, in the Protestant tradition, faith is really similar to the notion of entrustment. But in the Catholic tradition, it's like faith is a infused theological virtue. That it's not like I use faith in order to believe certain kinds of things, or it's something that I can have and then use to have other things. Like faith, properly speaking, is a direct, like, free gift from God. And so if faith makes it possible to be in communion with God, because it is supernatural. So faith in the Christian tradition is a effect of supernatural grace. Like faith is infused into us from outside of us. That's
just sort of a Texas sharpshooter fallacy.
I don't know. What is a Texas sharpshooter fallacy? I've never heard of that before.
Okay, so picture somebody with a 6-shooter, and they have a bunch of targets lined up, and they hit a bullseye on every single target. Now picture somebody who has a 6-shooter and the broadside of a barn in front of him, and he empties his clip and sprays a random spattering of shots and goes up and draws a target around everyone and says, "Ha 20 bullseyes," right?
What is that? I mean, yeah, that'd be like in statistics you would call that overfitting. But like, what does that have to? I don't understand what does that have to do with
the
faith as an infused theological virtue?
Well, as an epistemic, as far as epistemology goes, it's problematic because when you make the statement that it's number one, theologically virtuous is kind of like epistemically it's nonsense, because that something is virtuous in the scope of the theology is kind of irrelevant, because the theology is the scope in which they're talking, and if it works in favor of the theology, which is literally the scope in which you're trying to operate, it's kind of like self-affirming in that respect. So, but there's also the issue that it's also a matter of confirmation bias, because it allows you to make excuses for when you don't get I would say when things work out in a way you don't expect, then there's an excuse for that. And when things do work out, it's confirming your position, which you can set that in faith. But like you said, it's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. It allows you to count all the hits in the way to count all the various like attempts as hits, because you've structured the way the target is or around all the attempts. There's no way to verify anything off of that or confirm anything. Like I can't eliminate confirmation bias from that methodology. You get what I'm saying?
I'm actually a little bit confused. So there's, because I was saying earlier that there was some, you're expressing some kind of skepticism as faith as a theological virtue, because you're saying it seems to be vacuous because it's virtuous, like virtue in your view is like something.
I'm saying you say virtuous. You say faith proves this God because faith is a gift from this God that lets you communicate with this God, which you wouldn't be able to communicate without faith. Never mind that the God's all powerful, but are you seeing the Texas sharpshooter fallacy?
It's kind of like the theology.
I'm not using faith to confirm some proposition.
Right? No. It's like the theology teaches you that the faith is necessary to confirm the theology.
I don't understand why that's the case.
Because you said it's theologically virtuous. It's virtuous in the
no. That's where there's a confusion here. So like when we mean virtue, we mean like the way Aristotle means virtue. So like temperance is a virtue, humility is a virtue, courage is a virtue, right? These are in a sense causal powers that humans have, and these are goods that should be actualized. And so to be in communion with God is a good, but the only way that can be actualized in a human person is through the infusion of faith into their souls. That's what is meant by faith as a theological virtue, because it is a virtue analogous to how temperance and honesty and various other virtues are virtues of human behavior. But it's a theological virtue. It's supernatural, because these are not virtues that we can produce on our own, and so it must be infused into us by God.
But can I convince myself that I have success? Can I convince myself that that's what's happening when it's actually not what's happening?
I don't know what would convince you. I mean, that's
no. I mean, can someone you said that if you're saying that faith is a gift from God, then the fact that I have none by your own lights is because God has never given me faith. I have no use for it. I can't confirm anything with it. As far as like my epistemology goes, faith only works to validate one's own emotions, to like literally confirm one's own like what one finds your personal utility with. It doesn't tell you anything.
Someone might be confused and is like, I'm going to use faith to confirm some other non-theological precept, like if I'm, I don't know, like a weird version of Plantinga, where I'm going to use faith to confirm some other position that I have, and I'm using it in all these strange philosophical ways. I mean, maybe someone can do that, but that's external to what faith is in my view. So I can't use faith to confirm other things epistemologically. That's not what I'm using it for.
Yeah, I want to test your theological virtue rationally for a second, since you're mentioning this, because I have an example. Is it theologically virtuous for a ship captain who's had a dream where God visited him and said, you don't need to worry about all that costly, expensive, time-consuming maintenance. I've blessed your ship. Your ship's made the trip many times, and it'll make the trip this time again. No need to do any maintenance on it. And he sends his ship out, and it fails, and everyone drowns. Is he responsible? Yes. And is that theologically virtuous? I wouldn't say so.
Once again, we're being confused about. So in the specific thing of the ship captain, that would be you're going against the virtue of prudence. So it's not being virtuous.
We got our guy arguing against his own position here. I rest my case. Thanks.
I mean,
well, hang on.
If I was like. So, like, I mean, that's a kind of Greek thing where the gods visit us in our dreams, and give us
no, it's not
lots
Greek.
Of
it's Cliffordian. It's the standard benchmark that we all kind of explicitly understand that it's wrong for anybody, anywhere, at any time to believe something for which they don't have sufficient corroborative evidence to justify that belief. Like this ship captain sending out his ship and fails and everybody drowns. Or you go to a doctor and the doctor says, nope, no need to examine you. You need major surgery. God told me in a dream last night, as opposed to the doctor who actually examines you and says you should seek a second opinion. Come on, like man. This is basic.
Well, I mean, I guess there's going to be like some disagreement, and I think there's some confusion about what's going on here.
Yeah, there is definitely disagreement because you're using prescriptive definitions for faith, and I'm using descriptive ones.
I think I am using a descriptive definition of faith. Question mark.
I personally disagree, but I guess you know what. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
To lend it to though. And this was brought up by somebody in the side chat as well. I kind of the way I view it is that the term faith is not going to the etymology of it, because I think that there's a lot to be gleaned from the etymology, going back to like the original ideas. You could go back to Proto-Indo-European the ideas of this, but you can also go back to you can go a little bit closer, like you can go to the Greek pistis and gnosis, the ideas of that, but. The way I look at it is that faith is the term that's often invoked to justify a belief when there is no rational justification for the belief.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's wrong. Like, if someone's going to do that, I would say that doesn't make any sense.
To build on JL's, what he's saying here is we know that people do this, and most of the time they're doing it. It's things like, I can still hear my grandma. She's still with me. And we don't want to push back against things like that. But then you have people who are like, my God has told me you're a heretic and you need to acknowledge him or I'm going to execute you. And that becomes a problem.
I mean, maybe some of the confusion, in my view, can be resolved through the notion of like, so the Catholic Church makes distinctions between private and like public revelation, right? And so if, God comes to me in a dream and tells me something, or at least I think God comes to me in a dream and tells me something. That's what in the Catholic Church would be called private revelation. No one, I mean, I don't know if it's written down in canon law, but it's certainly in the teaching of the magisterium, absolutely no one is required to believe private revelation. This has been explicitly said many, many times. Because public revelation is sacred scripture, and public revelation is revealed through sacred scripture, but also the declarations of the ecumenical councils and the writings of the magisterium. So that would be the writings of the magisterium and the declarations of the ecumenical councils are explications and clarifications on public revelation in the deposit of faith, which is sacred scripture. So any people like feeling that God comes to them in their dreams and people have visions of God, I think that happens all the time, but that's what's called private revelation. And so you would test.
I mean, we've got since we want to use his own position again. Like, I'm explicating what the Catholic Church teaches. I mean, I don't.
Yeah. Okay. So I have looked this up along the way as to what the Catholic position is with regards to theological virtues. So it lists 3, which are faith, hope, and charity. Now, the faith part here saying believing in God and all that He has said. Now, when we take a look at the idea of that being a virtue, which is to say, take the book for what it says as the message from the source. So this is part of that confirmation bias. So let's say you're coming in with some level of belief, right? So we got ourselves in this hypothetical of believer, and they're reading, and they're having trouble processing, right? They're seeing some stuff, and things are not adding up for them in the world. It's like the world doesn't look like it's telling me that it's supposed to be. But the book is telling me, that this is the way it's supposed to be. And then they're fed, of course, this is coming in through dogma, which is through the Catholic view of theological virtue. They're told to eschew their own sensibilities and defer to the book. So basically, this is telling you to go against any instinct that tells you something doesn't add up with this, and just go with what the book says functionally.
I mean, so
that is.
I would say that's half right, because I do think I'm not making a kind of what would be like a fideist position where the only reason why it's justified, why the book is justified, and why the church is justified, and the only way I could show that these things to be true is because that's what the book says or something. That'd be like a fideist. That'd be like a fideist position.
I need a clarification because my line of questioning wasn't coming across as far as actual justification is concerned. I'm looking at this as to what the reader, for instance, who may feel conflicted with what the Bible is presenting, how they will look at the contents. Not a question of what they can justify as being the truth. The question is what will they stop questioning because of that being called a virtue? It's like saying it's a good thing for you to stop thinking if you run into any kind of conflict.
I don't think that's the case.
Well, saying that it is a virtue to
no, but it's not. You don't. It's not a. This is not. We're not Pelagians, right? That we are not affecting the theological virtue of faith in us. I am not. Working towards building up faith in myself. Like it is a metaphysical event when someone is infused with the theological virtue of faith, and it is a metaphysical event with God when God increases faith in someone's soul. Now, it's true that you can reject theologically. You can reject faith. You can become an apostate, right? But that's a little bit different, right? It's not.
Well, I'm curious. I'm curious about
something. And once again, I'm not using. You would never use faith as some kind of tool to justify some specific thing. It's like saying that I'm going to use, in my view, that'd be like saying I'm going to use like breathing to justify some respiration or something.
I want to validate here because see, when faith is described as believing in God and all that He has said, that is what's being validated. Is the belief that God said those things and that they are as they say, which is to say the book is true, is what that mathematically calculates out to. Believe in the book just because.
No.
So
someone.
Well, hang on a second. Someone can hang on one sec, Bob. We have I say, Andrew, are you quoting directly from somewhere? A specific source?
I'm reading an AI overview with regards to Catholic views for.
Maybe let me go grab my catechism, then maybe we can.
That's what it's linking off was there. You can read more about catechism. The fact of it being a virtue now, thinking that it's imposed from God, is also a question about whether or not that kind of feeling. You see, that's also attributing what that feeling is. Like, say, for instance, I feel a draw towards that truth. I'm also attributing that feeling called faith
Right. That's why the usage of it. I mean, and MC Time brought it up. Matt Dillahunty has brought it up numerous times. I tend to agree with it because, again, just from seeing it in action, it seems to be that faith is the term that is invoked for the justification is the term to evoke when trying to justify a belief when there is no rational justification for it. Because if there was rational justification for the belief, we would just call that knowledge. But because they can't say it's knowledge, it can't categorize as knowledge because we can't test it and it can't be confirmed to anybody else. And there can be and it's wildly dependent upon subjective interpretation. Then they can't say it's rational justification. Then what they can say is that they hold it to be that case because of prior positions that they hold prior, and that they interpret it as they interpreted whatever they're interpreting as being a certain way. And the reason they're doing that is faith, when they don't actually have a rational reason to get to whatever conclusion they're getting to. So it's kind of like faith is a way of confirming what you want to be the case. So you would, if I were to say, like, I'm an atheist, if I had a dream where suddenly God was talking to me, okay, does that tell me a God exists? Or does that tell me that I had a dream that a godlike entity was speaking to me and I was having, or some dream version of me and I was having a conversation back, or maybe I didn't, or I don't know, or some like godlike entity. It could be Zeus, it could be whatever, it could be my mind's interpretation of Yahweh. Say I have a dream. Okay, I have a dream where God talks to me. I've never had one that I remember. I've never had one in my adult years, I can tell you that. But if I did, would that be evidence that a God exists? Of course not. That's just a person having a dream. And dreams are composed of things that you already are, you have conscious awareness of, usually amalgamations of that stuff. So given that I have conversations like this all the time, I've had dreams where I've had conversations with people that I've talked to on stages, but I've never had one where I've talked to a God. But if that were to happen, who knows? I'm still waiting. But it wouldn't be evidence that a God exists. But a person utilizing faith would be able to justify that, sure, that's evidence enough that a God exists because it came to me in a dream and talked to me. No, there's no rational justification to jump that gap. Faith would be a tool that a believer or even somebody on the fence could utilize to bridge that gap, but it wouldn't be rational to do so.
JL, I would argue that the function of this is not for the non-believer. This function is for the believer.
Right? Yeah. It's self-validating. That's right. That's what I've always viewed it as. I've seen it in practice. It appears to be a tool of self-validation.
It's not justification. It's merely a statement that it is good.
Yeah. Like if I were to present to a believer, man, I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for over 20 years, like that. There's no rational justification to believe that a God exists. I told the believer, I had a dream where God talked to me. You know what they're going to say? Well, that was God talking to you. Well, how the hell do you know that? Because they have faith. That's a part of their worldview. They're going to interpret it in that way. Though that was God talking to you, you better listen. How do I know that was God talking to me, not just me having a dream about what I think a God would say to me?
They might not say it was God talking to you. It depends on what you tell them God said. Because if you tell them God told you to collect your pee and to, never use the bathroom anywhere except for a sanctified toilet or something like that, they might be like, oh, that might have not been God, buddy. You might need a doctor or a therapist or something.
Gotcha. What are you going to say, Bob? Sorry.
Well, I just, once again, I would say if somebody is using faith to validate some particular position they have on some kind of thing,
like a
I would say
notion.
Yeah, like that doesn't make any sense to me, and it doesn't make any sense in the theology of the church. Like I don't like when Thomas Aquinas is like arguing about the existence of God, or he's arguing about Aristotelian metaphysics. He's not invoking faith to justify any particular proposition there. He's using reason to justify those things, right?
I get that, and I get that that's not the way. No, I get that that's not the way the church may articulate it, but from my experience in dealing with believers and being a part of the church, for as long as I was before I deconstructed, and the conversations that I've had for many years now in all my studies, that's how it comes out in the wash. Is that ultimately it comes out as utilize that you have a method that you can use to make these logical jumps when you have no rational reason to do so.
Okay. I'm sure a lot of people do that, but I don't. I'm not holding to the opinion that most random people on the street or people on the internet hold to. I'm trying to when I'm my job as a Catholic, one of the things I agreed to when I became a Catholic is that I hold and profess that everything the Catholic Church teaches is true. And so, I am interested in submitting my intellect and will to the teachings of the magisterium, not what people on the street say.
Hold on.
Okay,
hold on. That is exactly what I was covering. You've just committed that all that it says is true,
even when it's like demonstrably inaccurate to reality.
Can you give an example of something that is demonstrably inaccurate to? Because I don't think that happens. So
the flood, the Noachian flood, that did not happen.
So we talked about this the first time I was on stream here.
Well, the Noachian flood, as it's presented, did not occur. If it's presented as a global flood, and there's one boat and one family, that didn't happen. That's not reality by any stretch.
We talked about this when I was arguing with Tony a little bit here, right? These things are not physically possible. But why is that important if it's not physically possible, right? I don't understand what. So if you're asking what my particular view on what the Noah's flood is, like the church gives us the church gives us leeway in certain regards to how to interpret those texts, because the church can say, for example, that the flood, what's being talked about in the flood isn't by dogma. We're not required to believe that it is literally this specific event happened on top of this mountain somewhere in the Persian Gulf 6,000 years ago, right? But I do think it's possible that can happen simply because of the fact that God is not bound by the laws of physics. So I don't see what the big problem is.
Well, because okay, so when we say that demonstrates that none of it happened, if the church was teaching the flood event as the story in the Bible, the story that occurs in the Bible is a reinterpretation of a Mesopotamian myth that was inspired by events that likely took place towards the end of the last glacial maximum, that the localized flooding that the people observed at that time and the massive rise in sea levels that was occurring in various parts of the world that informed flood myths from around the world, that those inspired the story that appeared in the Epic of Gilgamesh. And that as that story was passed down over time, it was adopted by Zoroastrians, who then passed it on to Judaism, which then passed it into Christianity. And it's been changed multiple times since then, or things have been added and things have been taken away. But the general course of it has kind of remained the same. But if they were teaching it as a reinterpretation of a Mesopotamian myth, that it didn't happen in reality, and there is no evidence that such an event actually took place, but instead they're saying, no, there's no evidence, but God works via magic. And so any evidence whatsoever that the event actually took place doesn't actually exist because God just magicked it. Well, that's in like that position is indistinguishable from natural reality. And the explanation I gave, it completely tracks with the evidence. But the explanation that you're giving is that you can impose a story upon reality because you have an excuse for exactly why it doesn't comport with the evidence. and you can only justify that via faith.
It's like, so, like, if I guess I'm not exactly sure what to respond to, other than the fact that like because you were saying earlier that we could demonstrate we can demonstrate that it didn't happen,
right?
And my point is that, like, I don't think you can demonstrate that it didn't happen. I mean, what you can demonstrate really trivially is that it's not
at the same time. Let Bob finish. Not at the same time. Sorry, Bob. The last bit of what you were saying. Say it again.
Like, what you can demonstrate really easily, you don't need anything to do with anything particularly difficult, is that it's not physically possible. Well, of course. I mean, that's really easy to demonstrate. Conservation of mass energy. It's really we never observe.
No. Where we're going with it is that if you look at the different events, if you look at the water that came in, where did the water go? Like the amount of water. Okay, the locations that are mentioned in the Bible. If you look,
you're talking across purposes. You're talking across purposes.
No, I'm
saying
getting there.
That where the water came from and where the water went is irrelevant because that can be miraculous. So that's not the objection. The objection is that you can't change sea level without leaving indicators.
That's where I was going with that. Thank you. So give me 1 second. You can, yes, you can magic away those particular things, but there is additional evidence on top of that. There is extenuating stuff that you can't simply, unless you're saying that the god magicked all of it away. So all of the effects on the geography of the planet, every single
what's the problem with that?
Okay, so but here's the problem. I can say that all of the evidence indicates that this is what likely happened. And then you can say, sure, but then I have this additional story that I'm going to impose upon that, and I don't have to provide evidence that any of it happened because I have an excuse that the god just magicked it in and magicked it out. And so my story can be true, but so can yours, even though I have evidence to back mine up and you have no evidence to back it up, but you can accept it, and the way you accept it is on faith. That's what's problematic. That is the epistemic failure I see in utilizing faith, which is why I've always said faith is not a tool for epistemology. It's a tool for self-validation.
Joe, let me ask you.
Wait, are we talking? Okay.
With faith, what can't I believe?
I don't think you can use faith to justify any belief.
Why not?
Because I don't think faith is a tool for epistemology either.
Well, but I don't think you're answering my question.
There's a mistake. There's a mistake here. It's not about knowledge. Epistemology being the study of how we know what we know. Faith is used to justify beliefs, which are propositions that you're convinced of, not knowledge.
People can try. People can try. First, I should. This is really interesting, but so I'll say I can stay for another 15 minutes.
I've been watching the clock. You're good.
I'll stay for another 15 minutes because this is interesting. But so yes, people can be confused and try to use, the reason why Noah's flood happened in this particular kind of way is because I have faith. Yeah, I mean that doesn't make any sense. I'm not doing that. Right? I think there's a confusion here earlier, because if you're asking what my personal opinion of what I think Noah's flood, the Noah's flood narrative is, that is different from what I am saying, which is that I'm making a specific.
But I asked you a different question.
Just let me finish real quick. I'm sorry.
But I'm asking you a different question, and you're ignoring it, and it's frustrating to me.
I don't know what you said. I have no idea what you said. Can I finish my thought, and then I'll ask for what you said.
You only have limited time. I need to get my question.
Okay, fine, sure.
So what can't I believe based on faith? For instance, could I believe that Jewish are subhumans and that God wants us to destroy them? Could I believe that on faith?
You can't believe anything on faith. It's not a tool for believing things.
No, the JL has just explained to you the difference between belief and knowledge. Did you not internalize the difference between belief and knowledge?
Faith is not a tool for epistemology. You can't use it to get to a knowledge claim, because if it was a knowledge claim, it wouldn't require faith. You would just be able to demonstrate how you know it to be the case. But beliefs are propositions that you're convinced of. And people will justify their belief positions utilizing faith because it confirms to them. It is a way of self-confirmation, of self-validating or validating their emotions. I feel a certain way about a thing, and I have faith that that is the way it is supposed to be, because that's the way I'm interpreting the. So that's faith. Faith.
I mean, that's great that people do that, but I don't understand how that has anything to do with what I understand faith to be.
But you're saying that faith, you can have faith that Noah's flood occurred, might have occurred.
No, that's not what faith is, in my opinion.
Okay, but that goes to Tony's question. It's kind of like the same question that I asked at the very beginning. Is there any position that I can't hold using faith alone?
Yes, every single position. You can't justify any position ever with faith. It doesn't make any sense. It's like using. It's in my view, that would be like, I'm going to use the reason why I believe this is because I have a soul, right? That doesn't make any sense.
So that actually comports with what I view faith to be. That faith is not a tool. Faith is effectively the term that is used when a person doesn't have a rational justification for a position, for like their belief position. Like when they don't have rational justification for it, they will invoke that term in order to kind of like give a reason as to why they believe. I didn't say it gave any kind of rational justification. It's the term they use when they don't have rational justification.
Right, that's great. People can do that, but that's not what I believe, and that's definitely not what the church teaches that faith is. So I don't know exactly what the argument is exactly.
Well, but is it not your faith position to take what the magisterium says at face value?
That's not a faith position. That's I think the church is true. Therefore, I believe that the writings and the teachings of the magisterium are true.
But
like I believe the church. I believe that the church is the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We can show that what they're teaching is false. It doesn't comport with reality.
I mean, so you have claimed that, but I'm saying that you haven't. I do not believe you have demonstrated that.
Well, like Tony did before. When he pointed out the evidence, you can magic it all away. What justification do you have to magic it all away?
Because I believe that God exists and that we can believe the writings of the magisterium to be true.
Yeah, but you're just saying, I believe this, I believe that. So these are things that you hold that you haven't reached on the basis of evidence.
Well, sure. I'm saying I believe because I've only been here like 10 minutes, so it's very difficult to offer a universal justification for why the magisterium is the deposit of like true doctrine in the world. Right? I mean, that's difficult.
All right, but since just to like this, but if the magisterium says one thing and you're taught to accept what the magisterium says without question, but then the evidence comes out and shows that the magisterium is wrong, like flatly wrong, that the way that they're interpreting that the story that they give you one story about what happened, and then the actual evidence comes out and shows that what the magisterium told you could not have happened. But then the magisterium comes back and says, oh, but God can just magic it all away. So it all just happened by magic. Where is the rational justification for believing their rebuttal in the face of the evidence that we have access to? Because I have the evidence, and that informs my rational position because it comports with reality. We can understand, but you're saying magic. What justification?
No, wait. No, hang on a minute. I was trying to say this earlier, and then Tony wanted to get his point across. Like, when I'm making the claim, when I'm saying that, God miraculously creates all this water, etc. What I'm doing is simply offering a possibility, right? I think it is possible for God to do these particular things. However,
logically
that is not my particular view that God, created trillions of gallons of water in this specific place at this specific time 6,000 years ago.
But
I don't think that's what it is.
That's where I'm getting at. Is like it may be logically possible, but it is not nomologically possible. Without that kind of justification, without that evidence, with no evidence whatsoever, what justification do I have to believe what the magisterium is saying?
Well, we would have to do like a research project of what grounds that I can what grounds do I have to believe that the magisterium is the bride of Christ and is the the church established by Jesus Christ and is capable, has the charism of infallibility upon its pronouncements, etc. So we'd have to talk about what the magisterium is, what it teaches, how
claims to be, right?
Yeah, we would be demonstrating through it's what Aquinas would call the motives of credibility, right? How can we establish the credibility of Scripture, the Church, etc.
Have you done much reading about the early history of Christianity?
I've done a fairly decent reading into that. I have a good friend who goes to our parish as an historian in early Christianity,
you would know about the Donatist controversy and the Marcionites and those sorts of things.
Oh, the Donatists. Oh, yeah. The Marcionites and the Donatists. Yeah, I mean Marcion was the first. Is actually the first person to offer a canon of Scripture. So he's actually pretty important, even though he has heretical views on Christianity.
Well, but so do Catholics, right?
That's right. I mean, I don't think that's the case. I don't.
According to the Orthodox Church, which was there first, Catholicism changed a particular phrase inside the Nicene Creed, right?
So first of all, not even the Orthodox believe that they were there first. I mean, the Catholic Church because what we're talking about Catholic is what we mean specifically Roman Catholic, like in communion with the See of Peter. Like that's what we're talking about. Like the Orthodox,
so the entire notion of existed before primacy was established.
I'm sorry, what?
You're claiming that the Catholic Church should still be treated as the Catholic Church before the fraud that established Roman primacy was introduced.
What is the fraud that established Roman primacy?
Well, the letter that the
donation to Constantine.
No, not the donation. Let me look it up. I'm dimly remembering this.
Because that's what I come to mind if an Orthodox apologist is making arguments that the Roman Catholic faith is made up, they usually bring up the donation of Constantine.
The donation of Constantine, right?
Well, I mean,
and a bunch of other false documents, right?
So for one problem, the donation of Constantine was actually believed to be legitimate by the Orthodox at the time. So the idea what?
But it isn't, is it?
No, of course not. It's a forgery, right. Established by a Catholic cardinal, by the way.
So yes. So the documents on which the claim of Roman primacy are based.
That is definitely not. That is definitely not the case. That Roman primacy is established by the donation of Constantine. There are
a bunch of other forgeries as well.
So, like, what specific forgeries do you want to talk about specifically? Because Roman primacy goes back to at least probably Ignatius. We'd have to break out my history book here, but the idea of Roman primacy has roots right in the early church. Especially the first big piece of evidence would be letter to Saint Clement. First letter of Clement to the Corinthians would be a good demonstration of early Roman primacy.
The Alexandrians certainly didn't consider themselves subordinate to Rome in any sense.
So when we mean the Alexandrians, who we're talking about specifically?
Well, the Patriarchy of Alexandria.
So there is going to be disagreement at the time among certain groups of people, like the authority of Peter, but like how Roman primacy is established is not is definitely not the donation to Constantine. It's very early church documents, including I would say the actual writings of the ecumenical councils, the Council of Constantinople II, I believe, or
you can't have it both ways. You can't say the Orthodox considered Rome to be Roman primacy to be established orthodoxy, and then
no. Hang on a minute.
Decided to split away. It's clearly the case that there were historically. You look at the historical sequence of events. There were a bunch of patriarchates that were that had nominal levels of seniority, and then the Roman Patriarchate goes, we're special, and they split away. And there's theological furor over their changing of the Nicene Creed. You can try to establish that doesn't. You can try to.
Well, I mean, so obviously, we're going to have a disagreement on the historiography here. We're having an argument about 1,000 years of church history in the course of 5 minutes. So if we want to have an argument about how is Roman primacy established? What is the justification for Roman primacy? How did the patriarchs view Roman primacy, etc.? Like that's going to be that's a long research process.
Do you concede that the Catholics changed the Nicene Creed? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in particular, they added the Holy Spirit proceeds from the Father and the Son. They added "and the Son." That wasn't in there in the original formulation. So the Roman Catholic Church is using a changed version of the Nicene Creed. If we're looking from the perspective of the people who were at the Nicene Council, that makes the Catholic Church heretics.
No. So
yes,
like,
it does.
Well, hang on a second. Just 1 second. I have a point that I want to like this. So we have a point of divergence here. So here's my curiosity. We have the Orthodox saying one thing. We have the Catholics saying another. The disagreement goes back to like we don't even have to address the entire historicity, because if you look at the people in authority on either side who are the ones doing the study of all this, this is obviously coming down to a difference in interpretation. Would you agree, Bob?
Half of it, I would say, is a disagreement interpretation. I should say, as a matter of rhetoric, one of the biggest reason why. One of the biggest theological reason why 1054 happened, one, it has a heck of a lot to do with politics and not theology, but also it was over a theological disagreement that's been largely obviated in the last few centuries, which is azymes. The view of leavened bread as the material host for the Eucharist was a far more contentious disagreement than the filioque. And also the filioque, for example. So during the Council of Florence, when the Orthodox patriarchs came, what they were arguing is that the reason why the filioque is wrong is not that Roman Catholics decided to start using the filioque. In their view, the problem is that they thought it was not established in the Latin Fathers at all. That the filioque was basically an invasion into church history, and that it's an innovation by the Latins, and therefore it's heresy. But the problem is that
which is what I just said, and you said that I was wrong.
I mean, Saint Augustine teaches the filioque. Saint Ambrose teaches the filioque. Right? That's the 4th century.
Yeah, and the people at the Council of Nicaea didn't. Right? The Nicene Creed was agreed to on the agreed to be the standard that defined what it means to be a Christian.
We're talking about specific interpretations of historiography, right? This is very because in the point being is that Rome has if we're talking about Roman Catholicism, that Rome has universal jurisdiction over all the churches, and so under specific disciplines and under specific traditions in the West, it's perfectly fine to use the filioque, because filioque and not the filioque are compatible with each other theologically. So there are churches currently in communion with Rome who do not have the filioque in their creed.
Okay, but going back to where I was kind of going with that is like, we obviously have a fundamental disagreement on interpretation, which is where the vast majority of this stems, which is fine. I mean, we see this throughout history. There's going to be disagreements at points, and the groups are going to split up. It's how we get offshoots, stuff like that. But it's how we got Christianity, breaking off the Second Temple Judaism. So my curiosity is this. When you talk to these individuals and they go back and they have their specific interpretation, they're interpreting the evidence that whatever they have one way. The other side is interpreting it another way. I'm going to go largely and assume that the authorities involved in this shit don't have access to anything that the other group doesn't have access to, because that would be really, really important to try and understand who is on the right side of history on this. Because if one group is operating with evidence that would be pertinent to the thing and they're withholding it from the other side, that would be really, really bad. So we're just going to assume that everyone's got the same amount of info, and this is coming down to a difference of interpretation. Now, given that everyone's got the same details, the same access, but they're coming away with two different interpretations, two wildly different interpretations, what does that tell us about what they are interpreting? And what does that tell us about how they're justifying their interpretation? What are they relying upon to validate their interpretation, their specific interpretation?
They're using, they have all sorts of different justifications for what they're using to validate their authorities or their specific interpretations.
And one of the interesting elements of this discussion is that both sides can equally lay claim to the argument, God said I was right. And God doesn't choose to come down and tell the people who are wrong that yes, the people whose side he's actually on are correct in all of this. God doesn't do that, right?
I mean, even the Orthodox believe that actually that is what an ecumenical council does. They
have faith that it does. They have faith that what they're deriving from, and that what they're giving forward. So they're interpreting.
I'm already over the time that I thought I was going to be over time. I'll give 5 more minutes and then I'll go.
My issue being is that if you go to the tippy top, if you go to the primary authorities, like you said, the ecumenical council, how do I know that these guys are in communication with a God and they are not simply committing the exact same mistake of believing that they are in communication with a God, and that through their faith is how they are interpreting what the God says to them? How can I differentiate between that? There's no mechanism. I'll just cut to the chase. There's no mechanism by which I could differentiate between them committing confirmation bias and them actually communicating with a God. So I'd have to take that they are their claim that they are interpreting God's words on faith, which would not be a rational justification, right?
Yeah. To summarize this, only one of these two groups can be right, but they can both be wrong.
Yeah, I mean it's trivially the case. Yeah.
Well, I mean it's not so much trivially; it's important, because in order to determine who is right, we need a mechanism by which we can differentiate. And the only mechanism
we're gonna. The problem is that we're having a disagreement of what is the mechanism for determining what is right.
I'm saying that the mechanism is faith. That is literally the word they'll use.
I'll say this as a matter of clarification. I don't know of a single Orthodox theologian at the time, or any writings of the church fathers, or any of the fathers of the councils who have ever said the reason why so and so position is true is because I have faith or we have faith. Like, it's almost always we're disagreeing about an interpretation of Scripture. Now, in the not Renaissance era, in the Reformation era, there were like groups of people who were saying we're going to radically reinterpret, how the Bible is read, and the reason why we're right is because the Holy Spirit is illuminating my specific worldview, and that's where you get this whole notion of using faith to justify particular like worldviews that we have. But that is not
in contradiction in your position. You just said not a few minutes ago that what the Catholic Church and the Orthodox churches believe is that ecumenical councils are where God comes down and tells everybody who's right.
Yeah, but they're not using.
You have faith that that's what happened.
No, we just had before you came. I was trying to clarify. Like, faith is not what like most people use the word as. Like, faith is a supernatural event. It's a metaphysical event. It's not I have faith that this and this and this is true, or I have faith that this and this and this is true. Like, or I have faith that the council is correct. Like, that's not what faith is.
But that's where I went with it. That's what the claim is, but I can't confirm that for any individual, and I can't even confirm it for myself because I can't differentiate between simply convincing myself that it has happened and then actually confirming that a God has given that to me, because I could convince myself that it has happened. But here's the kicker: you could have someone down at the bottom, like a parishioner, who is literally saying, like, who's literally convinced, or like somehow they are convinced that they have faith because God has given it to them. And then you could have someone at the top who is merely convinced but has not been. But they so desperately want to believe that they have convinced themselves that that God has given them faith. And you can't differentiate between the two. And the biggest issue is that the person at the bottom is going to give the guy at the top more credibility because of his position. Because there's no mechanism or methodology by which we could confirm that God hasn't actually given that guy faith. And we're just going off his words because we've afforded him more authority than he is warranted. And the reason we would do that is because of faith. We have faith that that's the way they have faith that that's the way it's going to work, that's the way it works. That's the system that's laid down. And we have no reason to distrust it or question it.
Well, I mean, if you're asking, I'll say this, and then I need to go.
Not a problem. Yeah.
Like, faith. How does an individual believer know that they have faith, etc.? Let's say, for this course of the hypothetical, that what the magisterium teaches is true. Because it has been established by some particular methodology or something. Like, the way we can know that we have faith is that, like, because of we are in a state of grace, right? That's a way that we can know that we have faith, that we are baptized and that we have received the sacraments and that we are in communion with the church. Even if you're Orthodox, like the Catholic Church still believes that. The Catholic Church believes that we're part of the same church, just not in communion with Rome specifically. So, I mean, how do you know that a person has faith? Well, because that would be, are they in a state of grace or not? So that would be how do we know that someone has faith is because they're in a state of grace?
Can that be confirmed?
I do think it can be confirmed. Yes.
How?
Well, I can't do that in 1 minute. I'm saying
it's weird because if the parameters of a state of grace look one way, and if I believe that they are that way, and I interpret them as, I mean, it seems to be that there's a mechanism issue there again, but I don't want to drag it out. I know you got to go, so we may be able to pick this up next time.
Yeah. It's I do enjoy these conversations, even if they are contentious. It's a lot of fun.
Try not to let him get that way, but I mean, I know it can get heated sometimes. It's pretty touchy. It can be a really sensitive subject. I get that.
Yeah. It's always when you're talking about fundamental ways we view the world, it can very easily, if you knock over a tripwire, it can be very easy to get heated in a specific thing. Right. So yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate the conversations that we have. If actually, I've because of our conversations, I think I might actually start a YouTube channel. So that would be fun.
There you go. Then I can respond to your stuff.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah. So you that might be something that's in the future. So yeah, thank you all for the conversations we have. It's a lot of fun. I will probably see you in the near future.
All right, Bob. You have a great one. Okay, have a great rest of the night.
You too. Bye.
Awesome, and thank you, Tony. I do appreciate that. You popping in. I'm going to hand the reins over to Andrew real quick. We got Nath in the back, but I have to run to the little atheist room, and I've got to get a fresh drink. I got to freshen my drink up. So I'm going to hand it over to Andrew. Andrew's going to bring Nath up. We'll be right back. And thank you so much for your patience, Nath.
Just trying to see here. This would be so much easier if I knew exactly where I was going to do this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if I got assistance there.
Hi.
Yep.
You did.
You with us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. So just a quick audio check. You can hear me on your side, right?
Absolutely.
Tony.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Sometimes when people join in, certain individuals don't map across. So what have you got for us today?
Not much, actually. I was kind of hoping to slip into the discussion that was happening to kind of present things like last 30ism or even just like simulation theory and other bullshit like that.
Well, I am glad that you properly categorized it. So that's always important, to try to square away at the start. So this is...
Simulation theory to me suffers from the same problems that theism does, in that it's an unwarranted. Yeah,
Right.
there's no warrant for this hypothesis.
Yeah,
you haven't demonstrated that such a thing is possible, so why should we consider the possibility?
Yeah, well, even if it were possible, I kind of just see it as unfalsifiable.
Yeah.
So why even entertain it outside of just like a thought experiment or something?
Yes.
Which is kind of useful sometimes, I guess. But yeah, that's really all I wanted to bring.
I'm not sure in the actual value as far as thought experiments go, because it runs into a lot of the common problems. Like, imagine, for instance, what it takes for us to model even an atom.
Right.
Like, we're going down to like, what kind of resolution do you think you can have for an equipment to actually process a simulation in real time? So let's say that we're the bottom line ontology, right? Now, as we're trying to create this simulation, at least as far as the model that we have for how we exist, every quark is spinning in its way. Atoms are going everywhere all at once. So are we going for like the world's lowest polygon count, worth of simulation? Is this like a garbage level of like resolution loss? Are we dealing with like, circa 1995 Lara Croft's left tit?
I mean,
largely comical and with no actual atoms being modeled behind it, just a raw ray trace for like 4 sides.
I mean, I guess presumably it would be like pretty high definition, or like it would be based on the same fundamentals that we can, within this so-called simulation, explore and observe, right? So the quarks
that's
and stuff.
The level I can't accept, is the idea that, for instance, try to model what we've got takes more power than it takes. Like, think about the computational power it takes to simulate, like in a computer, what's happening in that instant of a quark spinning.
Right.
There's too much stuff going on to run a simulation. Computers don't work in like the whole process of computation.
There's definitely
the spin of an atom. So basically, it's like saying, picture where you've got a frame rate so low, you would never know if you had a working simulation or not. It would never get off the ground.
Oh, but within the simulation, they wouldn't know the difference,
Oh
right?
no! No, there wouldn't have enough time. You wouldn't even have a second pass in that simulation. Like you let it run for years, you wouldn't even hit a second of actual time.
May I ask what makes you think the hardware couldn't run it?
Now think about how much hardware it takes to run to do anything, and now you have to simulate every interaction of every atom in a mug. How many atoms do you think, based on how we model atoms, do you think there are in my coffee mug?
Right, like a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, now you're having to calculate each of those. How big a computer are you dealing with just to deal with that mug? Do you think you're actually dealing with frames per second or infinities per frame? My money's
I
on
do
the
see it.
latter.
There's like an absurdist thing about it.
Oh, you had me at absurd. Yes.
Yeah.
It is absurd. This is the point where you wouldn't even know if you had a functioning system because there wouldn't be enough time in human history. The human race will have to have left Earth and evolved and kept this whole process going intact long enough to find out if it even worked. And that's like saying, 500 trillion years have gone by, and I think we've actually modeled the whole second.
Right.
Realize this is the most worthless venture any species could possibly do.
I mean, true, especially like whether we're in a simulation or not, assuming that we could create one, there's always like going to be an obstacle like the incompleteness theorem where anything we simulate is always going to be like lower resolution or lower speed or have some kind of loss over.
It gets infinitely worse, yes. If you're talking about like reality inside of reality, the recursive cost. The recursive cost is unimaginable.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it becomes fractally more absurd. So yeah, simulation theory for me bottoms all that out. And just that, I think the only interesting idea is that if you're somewhere in the middle, it's like, could we be somewhere in the middle? But at the same time, the problem that poses is that there would still be an underlying actual ontology. In order to call things a simulation, some things got to bottom out, which means you still have a bottom line ontology that you wouldn't be making a reference to, which is to say, I don't think we're making anything ultimately meaningful because if this is a simulation, we have no idea what any kind of ontology is.
Right.
What is it a simulation? Also, simulation implies that there's an original, for instance. I'm making a simulation of X, implies there's an X to be made. Now, to say that you're basically creating a model for no good reason.
I'm not sure there has to be an original.
You also wouldn't call it a simulation unless you're actually emulating an actual. But being in a simulation, first, you're even presuming that it's modeled after something else and is not a creation unto itself. Like picture like we're creating a kind of reality that doesn't even resemble ours. See, we're calling a simulation implies that we even resemble something upstream, and it's not just its own entity. So, it's as any kind of experiment, it fails in assuming that we'd be modeled after something that doesn't exist upstream. And then the cost factors.
Right. Maybe the word simulation is like adding that to the mix, but there could be like in the way that we humans already create like systems that are essentially experiments for things that don't yet exist but could kind of exist. Like I don't see, like in my mind, the simulation theory kind of model doesn't typically require humanity to be an emulation of a previous thing. It could be like an accidental something else or like the result of that specific experiment.
Yeah, so the physics, if we're in the simulation, the physics we experience has nothing to do with whatever created this thing in any sense. Not in the modeling, not in the interaction.
Right. Only in the limitations of the simulation, maybe.
Now imagine at that point, of course, since you're not even comparing it to anything, right? Now, if it doesn't have to map, we're running into even bigger problems. Because at that point, they're going like, hey, I wonder if this whole system's going to hit a cascade failure or not. Right?
Right.
See, if you're not even modeling it against something actual, you're like, well, I'm not basing it on anything I can compare, so I don't know how it's going to turn out. So now we have that sunk cost fallacy of going like, when do I find out if I have enough frames to show? Is this system sustain anything?
Right. Not only the machine has to be absurdly large and complex, but you don't even know where it's going. That's even more absurd.
Oh yes, you're wondering if it's a sunk cost. Going, hey, how long will it take us to find out that this doesn't even work at all? And the answer is forever.
This is fun, by the way.
I've had this conversation with another person from channel JL and I used to frequent. So there's an individual over there who I had a lot of fun conversations with on this particular topic, and it's like, and Lara Croft's low-res left tit did come into the conversation by necessity. The idea of sunk cost, the whole prospect is absurd. Like, last Thursdayism is looking a whole lot saner, but frankly, since I've apparently last Wednesdayism, I might have an issue with you.
We're gonna have to fight it out and ask some kind of church party to fix it.
Sure, I'll see you. I'll see you last Monday.
Yeah.
I actually believe in 5 minute ago-ism, and I just think everything was created with the appearance of age, but it didn't actually come into existence until 5 minutes ago. And everything we remember before 5 minutes ago, the space walrus Maguthu just implanted in our minds. So the universe was created with the appearance of age. So yeah, prove me wrong.
Oh, I do have a question based on your points on simulation theory. Don't they kind of apply to a god as well? Like, why the fuck is it running all of this for some vague goal?
You don't have to, though. See, the moment you talk about God, typically, you're talking about things like, for instance, the Abrahamic one, right?
Yeah.
See, the idea is that you don't have to explain anything with that one. See, it has magic. See, that's why you don't have to worry about absurd, because it is itself absurd. Because there is no answer for how it does anything. So all those things you call problems, don't worry. It just does it. And you don't need an answer. That's the best part about magic, is that magic isn't an answer to anything. It's the statement that somebody gives when they're about to stop asking questions and they don't actually have an answer.
But couldn't the simulation be magic?
Once you invoke magic, the answer is, can't it just be X? And the word "just" does all the heavy lifting. It's like, hey, can you lift that car out there with your pinky? No, but can't you just do it? Can't you just lift it with your pinky? See, just is doing all the heavy lifting, where my pinky sure can't.
It can't? Oh, boo, that's a bad pinky.
It's fun, yeah. If I'm going to go according to induction, it ain't. I'm sorry, it ain't worth much.
If you have to jump into magic in order to give an alternative,
I mean, it's definitely failing on Occam's razor and stuff.
It's kind of like it's like here's all the way it's nomologically impossible. But what if magic? And I'm like, okay, no. It's like come on. It's like that's why that's why bringing this episode. This kind of harkens back a little bit to the conversation we were having previously with the previous guy with Bob. Is like, if you have to descend into that territory as an alternative, the only alternative you can come up with is, but magic make possible. It's like, I understand logical possibility, but nomological possibility is like, no, it's like, but if you have to go into there, then what's the justification for believing that local? Yeah, it was like, I mean, if you take it to its epistemic conclusion, that the laws of reality, that what we describe, that the things that we describe that we call the laws of reality, the way the reality operates, if those can be upended at any time for any arbitrary reason, then they're being done by something that operates outside of those laws, then those laws aren't really laws. They're conditionals based upon the non-interaction of whatever this thing is. But that essentially means that they can be whatever it wants at any time. They don't have to be this way. So, like if you take it to, instead of using it, because when people will invoke magic like that, it's kind of like an ad hoc rationalization.
Yeah.
And so that defeats it right there. It's like, that's just ad hoc. But if I take it to my epistemic, like if you take it like all the way out to an epistemic position, then everything falls apart. Like you literally can't say that anything is consistent in any way with any kind of predictability, because there is this agent that you believe in that could change shit on the fly at any moment. And even worse, it could do it and we'd never be aware of it. Like it could do it without us knowing it, right?
Absolutely.
There's a linguistic issue with the idea of saying, but what if? See, the what if part is irrelevant, because anything that you think would be following, right, doesn't have to matter, because the if out of there, the whole consequence, magic.
I mean, it could matter so long as it's testable.
No, well, first of all, when anything is possible, test has no criteria. See, there's nothing that constrains a test when everything is on the table.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that is the definition of unfalsifiability. It's like, well, what am I going to test when I can suddenly violate the law of identity? Like,
yeah. Well, what was mentioned earlier, like God can exist and not exist at the same time and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, or this is and isn't an apple simultaneously, or it is now and then it isn't. It's like the idea of consequence, causality goes out the door.
Yep. I mean, just when people invoke like God being timeless and stuff, I'm like, well, how does causality work anymore?
Yeah, well, remember, when you're invoking magic, you're violating causality, because apparently magic just does stuff, not is an interaction. You are bypassing causality and somehow jumping from intentionality to actuality.
Is a change, yeah.
Yeah. And there's no mechanism, and there is no expectation. There's no test. Falsification is useless. Basically, we are in the most absurd modality I can think of. Literally, nothing matters. There is no such thing as reality, except for that which I suppose would be imagined, if that's even a thing, for that which controls that kind of magic.
Right, but even imagination has like a causal thing going on.
Well, I mean, it's only causal as far as we're aware, as long as it feels like making something aware to us, and then doesn't change the rules behind our backs.
Yeah.
So basically, we have zero expectation of anything. It undermines any sense of reality. We have no justification to expect anything. That's one of the biggest problems epistemically with magic overall is that, especially for instance, those who try to argue God as a grounding for logic.
Yeah.
Logic and reason. Meanwhile, that's the thing that can violate everything that we trust on demand, and has a history of doing it in their book. Now, see, the history part is what really undermines it, because it's got a track record of showing that, hey, you really shouldn't be trusting yourself, because God fucks with people regularly.
Yeah.
According to the book. So yeah, epistemically, these are the things. So the second you invoke magic, everything goes out the door. Everything. Oh, it's all gone.
I mean, I even think of how it fails when people kind of just equate God and like goodness and morality and things like that, and it's just like, well, what's the meaning of anything anymore? Like the words, do they mean anything?
Nah, it's a platitude that they tell themselves, just to try to. I haven't taken shrooms. Have you, by any chance, or similar psychedelics?
If I have in my life, yeah.
Yeah. I've been given an impression of a certain thing, which I kind of equate to somewhere between Keanu and Owen Wilson. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa. Yeah. You know the state you get into when you're just like, but God, but wow.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like when you say God is love, it's just down to take all the good happy feels and just slap the label God on it. It doesn't have to make sense. It's just like it transcends everything. It's like take all that mystery, all that wow, and slap a label on it.
Right. Just get a big feeling and go with it.
Yeah, this is basically labeling, like packaging and labeling the ineffable.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So anyhow, that's how I see that bottoming out. So I think we kind of covered.
Yeah.
Well, we covered at least 2 days. We covered 2 days of the week, and
and 5 minutes ago.
I don't know about that. We'll find out about. Actually, I'm not sure. Jail. When will that be now?
Soon.
There you go.
I did have a last little question. Did Bob arrive to like provide an actual definition, like a formal definition for faith?
I did address this. The funny thing is that we left the topic when we started coming down to where authority was being sourced from. I was trying to steer the conversation towards the Catholic position with regards to virtues, because I wanted to nail down the consequence of virtue. The mere fact of formalizing it communicates to the believer that they should defer to the source of what they're told is the message of God itself,
right?
Which is the word. I wanted to go down to what it primes the person who already believes to do. But the conversation took a turn in a different direction.
Well, in any case, have an amazing night. This was fun. Thanks.
You too, Nav. Thank you very much. You're always welcome up if you have questions or something you want to pose to us, or if you want to address any of the topics that were on the screen. But appreciate you coming up.
See ya.
Awesome. Take care.
Excellent.
All right. And I want to say hi to Professor Hizzle in the chat. Good to see you, bud. As well as D to the Dubs. Good to see you. Jefferson Spatchcock popped in. Always good to see you, Jeff. Thanks so much for being here, bud. And there was an interesting conversation that was going on in the side chat there for a moment. Judia is here. Good to see you, Judia. Thanks so much for being here. And where was it? And Big Nick is hanging out again. And I restrained myself. So I'm going to ask this one really simple question for Big Nick in the channel. So Big Nick, if you're listening, are you going to come up here on stage? Yes or no? Just need a yes or no from you. Big Nick, are you going to come up on stage? That's what I'm going to ask. Oh, I have no doubt that he can. That's not what I asked you. I don't care. Are you going to come up on stage to defend your stuff? Obviously, that's what you would be doing if you came up on stage. Are you going to come up on stage, yes or no? That's what I'm asking. Before I move on to the next person in the back, which is Clayton, who is up on deck. Give us just 1 second. Clayton, let me know in the private chat if my audio is coming through, if you can hear us okay. We'll make sure there's no bugs in StreamYard. But just let us know in the private chat.
And shout out to Jefferson Spatchcock in the live chat.
Yep.
Glad having you with us.
He says, I'll defend his stuff for him. Should be easy.
Now playing the role of Big Nick is Jefferson Spatchcock.
Nick, you say if nobody else is forced to come up on stage, then I don't see why I should be. Not forcing you to come up on stage. I'm asking you if you will. Are you going to come up on stage? Yes or no? Notice how this is a very, very simple question, and you can't answer it. I don't care. I mean, whichever way your answer is your answer, and I'll accept it as your answer. Okay.
You know, he's fitting into the Robert box right about now.
He is. This is a really easy question. Are you going to come up? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for answering the very simple question.
English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Good. Thank you for answering the question, Nick. Goodbye. All right. And just to make sure, yes, Clayton. Clayton, just confirm really quick. Is our audio coming through? Can you hear us? Just let me know in the private chat that you can hear us okay. That also would be a yes or a no. Pretty simple question.
Ground control to Major Tom.
Ground control to Major Tom.
You got to know.
Okay. So Clayton can't hear us. May have to disconnect and reconnect, Clayton. So, Moomin is in the back. Moomin, can you let us know in the private chat that you can hear us, that the audio is coming through okay? Just let us know in the private chat on the side that the audio is coming through and that you can hear us. Take your protein pills and this is ground control to Major Tom. Now I can hear. Okay, gotcha. All right, shout out. Shout out, can you hear us?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So seeing your things on the screen about Christianity being a cult, I can agree to a certain extent. About the I can't see right now because I got the screens on there.
There you go.
Okay. Evolution, I'll be honest, there's other people who are more educated in evolution, so I'm not going to go with that topic because I'm not that educated in it. Earth is not flat. I agree with that. Christian nationalism is a threat. What do you necessarily mean by that, I guess?
Fundamentally, Christian nationalism is a direct threat to representative democracy.
Okay.
Because the tenets of representative democracy is that any member of the group is allowed a voice. That's just a tenet of representative democracy, that everyone has a voice and everybody contributes. Whereas Christian nationalism denotes that only those members of a particular group have a voice or a valid voice, and all the other ones do not. So it creates an in-group, out-group distinction by virtue of the group being Christian. So the believers have their own group, and that's the one that will run things, and laws will be passed that are reinforced by their beliefs, but they don't represent anybody else. And those individuals don't have as much or any voice as the Christian national. So it is a direct threat to the society that we have.
I also think it's a threat to the people who believe in it themselves. It's a threat to their mental health because it perpetuates conspiracy theory style thinking, which is this really dysregulated form of thinking that messes with people's lives big time.
So I feel like a lot of the things that we portray is conspiracy theory thinking, you know what I mean? But are you saying the Christian nationalism as in looking into the Bible and then how like Gentiles and non-Gentiles are treated, or people not necessarily who strictly really follow the Bible, but the Christian nationalists that, you know, kind of more like the right-leaning people today?
I'm examining it from a definition of what Christian nationalism is. Nationalism as opposed to patriotism, where nationalism is the government above all, regardless of what the government does. Patriotism is about the government in alignment with a particular goal. Like if the system that's going to put forward a goal. Whereas nationalism is, it doesn't matter what the goal is, the government is always right. So that's what nationalism is. And then you have Christian nationalism, which is the idea that the government is intertwined with the Christian faith, and that whatever particular interpretation of Christianity is pushing forward, and that the government will work in lockstep with that particular faith, to the exclusion of all those who are not a part of that faith. That definitionally creates an in-group, out-group distinction, and the out-group, which would be non-believers, agnostics, atheists, nuns, maybe even LGBTQ, certain minorities, maybe even people who are not natural-born citizens, whatever. All these individuals can be excluded from the primary group, which means that they either have a limited voice or they have no voice. in how their government is operating, which would be fundamentally antithetical to the tenets of representative democracy.
So I guess I would kind of disagree on it really being a threat, because I don't know if we actually see any real, I mean, at least from the United States, we don't really see a real Christian nation. I mean, it was founded to separate the church and the state. So
you're right. No, you're 100% right. You are absolutely correct. Thank you for like one of the few people we bring up here who, like the guests we bring up here, who understands who understands their history. Christian nationalists, they don't
say it's a Christian. Yeah, I know that's a claim that they say all the time, and especially me. I'm Arabic. I'm Muslim, right? That's where I agree with a lot of things on the whole Christianity side. But a lot of people say Judeo-Christian values, which are I mean, first of all, that makes no sense, right? Judeo-Christian values, as in the Jews believe in the Old Testament, the Christians believe everything's been abolished, even though Jesus never claimed such a thing at all. He says, "Not one jot nor tittle shall be removed until heavens and earth pass away." So very clearly, Jesus is against that, and somehow we get this so-called Judeo-Christian values.
Real quick, you're in the States. You're here in the States, right?
Yeah.
Under some versions, actually the majority versions of Christian nationalism, you would not have a vote.
Correct.
Yeah.
Wait, so are there any real countries that actually have Christian nationalism, like a theocracy with Christianity?
As of current, no. There are no currently like Christian theocratic or theocratic autocracies under the Christian banner. There aren't currently. There are only, as I understand it, there are only countries that are under the banner of Islam, that are Islamic republics. That are Islamic theocratic Islamic theocracies. Yes. Christianity has it because if you actually go to understand what Jesus was talking about, a lot of the things that Jesus was talking about is that there should be a separation between the two. Things that are rendered under the government, things that are rendered under to God, and that these things should not be intertwined, and one should not be dictating what the other one does, that the church should not be dictating what the government does, and the government should certainly not be dictating what the church does, and that these are two separate fields. And so the separation of church and state, while never expressly stated that way in the Bible, it was understood that these were two completely separate bodies. And while people did believe that that the government was instituted by God, the rules that the government laid down were meant to be followed, regardless of whatever the government was saying. And so render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's, render unto God that which is God's,
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Maybe that might be a good verse for that argument, because I do know he speaks about the Pharisees, and he says, "For the Pharisees sit at the seat of Moses. So be sure to do everything that they tell you, but do not do as they do, for they're hypocrites." And then he talks about a lot about not breaking any of the laws, especially like with the verse that I'd previously mentioned. So your understanding is how would you reconcile those things, that the laws are only speaking religiously and not for the state to get involved?
I apologize. I was looking something up, and yes, technically, I was wrong on something, and it was Tony Regime that points it out. Technically, Vatican City is a theocratic, absolute elective monarchy. Because the Pope rules as the head of state and the leader of the Catholic Church. He holds total power over the law, the government, and the courts in Vatican City. And Vatican City is considered a country in Europe. So, my bad on that. Vatican City, you are correct, Tony Regime. Thank you for correcting me on that. I did not even think of that. So, because I didn't think of Vatican City as was thinking of those terms. So, thank you. So now we have knowledge. I apologize. What was the what were you asking there?
Honestly, so that question, it kind of gets more into the Bible, and then whether Jesus was actually promoting. Everything went silent. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. So whether he was actually promoting the church and the state being separate, what it sounds like just from reading the Bible is just that he's keeps on repeating for people to follow the laws. But maybe that's an individual people and God thing, and not for the state to carry out. So That could make sense. To get into where we may disagree, because it seems like on a lot of things we will agree on. Christianity, the United States, kind of how it operates. Have you heard of the Kalam cosmological argument?
I have heard of the Kalam. I've heard of the Kalam and its various and various iterations. Yes.
Okay. And then I'm sure you've heard of like William Lane Craig and what he's kind of done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know I understand them, but I understand the fundamental error in what they're saying. Yes, the fundamental error in the argument. I do.
Okay. So what is the fundamental error in the argument?
So in the original Kalam, the fundamental error in the original Kalam. Now I'm going to give you this just to make sure you understand the difference between a logically valid argument and a sound argument, correct?
So one of them logically follows, and then a sound argument is, I think it's like not necessitated, but I might be wrong.
A sound argument is the case. It's when, a logically valid argument is where if the premises are true and the conclusion follows from those premises, then the syllogism is logically valid.
Oh.
But a sound argument is where the premises are in fact true. And so the conclusion that is derived from these demonstrated to be true premises, the conclusion is necessarily true. So that would be a sound argument. What the Kalam cosmological argument and what William Lane Craig put forward are logically valid arguments. The problem is that their premises are not true. And so if we go to the Kalam, just to make sure, in the original Kalam cosmological argument, which I believe is Al-Ghazali, right? Al-Ghazali in the 12th century, right?
Yes.
Premise 1 was whatever begins to exist has a cause. Premise 2, the universe began to exist. Conclusion, therefore, the universe has a cause. That is logically valid. The problem is
problems already.
Yeah, the promise is premise 2. Oh, the problem is premise 2. The universe began to exist. That was a statement that he made based upon observations that you could infer the possibility of that. You could say, well, like I see that things begin to exist in the system. So like he's making an inference. He's making an inference from that well, then the system itself began. The problem is that it's actually twofold. One, it's a composition fallacy or fallacy of composition, because just because there are things within the system that begin to exist doesn't mean the system itself began to exist.
Yeah,
and two,
I agree.
Yeah. And two, the evidence now shows that it is most likely like if you take like the Hartle-Hawking no boundary proposal, that the universe didn't begin to exist. So there's no like beginning of the universe. So the evidence kind of goes. So, but he didn't have access to that evidence. So is the issue. Yeah.
So it's that and I think there's a terminology for it, is that if a wall is made up of like a bunch of small pieces, it doesn't necessitate it's going to be like a small wall, right? Something like that. There's a term for it. But I guess a more modern version of the argument is that basically because the universe is made up of parts, I think maybe that's kind of what he was going off as well. Is that what he stated in there? Because the universe, or no, anything that's made up of parts is contingent. I think that might have been a more modern addition to the argument.
Right. Yeah. That if you're looking at the argument from the argument from contingency, is that things can be broken down into smaller things. And so the structures that we see are just forms of more simple like material. But ultimately, all of the material we see is energy, is just work being done. And so the universe is not so much the universe is a physical thing, but the universe is the sum total of all the things that exist. So as far as like a box that exists that has boundaries like that, we don't understand the universe to exist like that. So it's not so much. So like the foundational aspect of the universe would be space-time. And so, because that's like the underlying kind of like fabric of
the universe,
of what that is. And so But even that, there are ideas as to whether or not it can be quantized or whether or not it is an effect of like a quantum effect. So, but ultimately these all kind of boil down to like universal quantum fields, that it's all quantum fields, all of it, everything is fields. And so you could fall down on that. These are all working hypotheses. Ultimately, we don't know. The kicker, the thing about what William Lane Craig, with WLC, and what Al-Ghazali, I give more leeway to, because that was 12th century. Like, what the hell did they know in the 12th century?
No, the guy was a genius. The guy was
very good. Yeah, it's like Newton. You know, Newton came up with Newton's observations, and the dude came up with calculus. But the guy also drank mercury and believed in alchemy. So it was a mystic. So I'm like, okay, yeah, we take the good with the bad. And sure, you can have magnificent ideas, but you can also be convinced of other like nonsensical stuff. I give him more leeway because what he made was a decent inference. The issue I give with William Lane Craig is working with the evidence that we have today. And so he's being intellectually dishonest is my problem there, because he can't use the premise the universe began to exist, because
it's presupposing.
Yeah. So that's why the Kalam doesn't really work. The cosmological argument is pretty much false. They all do: the cosmological, the ontological, the teleological, the transcendental. The moral argument for God is even worse. So, they all kind of fall apart on their own merits. Yeah.
So if I were to propose to you that everything in the observable universe is contingent and it's made up of parts, right? Would you agree with that premise? Everything that's made up of parts is contingent from everything in our observable universe.
Contingent meaning, wait. Contingent meaning, do you mean it as in dependent, or do you mean it as in it could have been otherwise?
No, I mean it as dependent.
Okay, because in philosophy, contingent just simply means it could have been another way.
Yeah,
so it could have been some other logically possible or some other like nomologically possible way.
Yeah, into like modal logic.
I hold that just to kind of like take the position further. I hold that my personal position is that the universe itself is brutally contingent. The universe is always. I have no reason to suspect that the universe never existed. As far as like time can be quantified, I have no issue with the universe having always existed. And where I get there, I think you'll follow this with philosophy. I think you'll agree that something cannot come from nothing.
Of course.
Right? Okay. And I think you'll agree that something exists, right?
Yeah.
There's something we're calling the universe, right? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So then the question becomes, if something can't come from nothing, and the thing that exists, something exists, is what we call the universe, and something exists, then either the something has always existed, or there's something that exists before that. The problem with that is that you're going to wind it in order to try and avoid the infinite regress, you're going to have to terminate it somewhere. And that's where a lot of theists will do. They'll terminate it, the God. They'll say, well, it was the God that preceded it, but the God is always existing. Well, I say, okay, but since we can't demonstrate that the God exists, is it nomologically possible? It's logically possible, certain, but is it nomologically possible that the universe itself could have always existed? That's the thing that terminates. That it's the universe. And that's where it is. It's nomologically possible. It's logically possible. That's where I terminate until I have evidence to go beyond that fact.
So would you disagree with the premise? Everything is basically dependent and created in our observable universe that we could see so far.
I wouldn't say created. I would say things are the result of, because creation implies intention. Implies created. Yeah. So I would say the things that we see are the result of the forces that facilitate their existence.
Okay, but none of these things are I guess infinite or however you say it, uncreated or unmade. I would say the universe itself. I would say the universe itself is eternal, but the amount of energy within it is finite, and that matter, like physical things, matter is a result of work being done within a system in which appreciable work can occur. And I hold that, mathematically speaking, eventually there will be a point in this universe, in the expanding universe, where work will no longer be done because it won't be possible anymore.
and then for no more matter will form. So matter is just a result of work being done, but the energy itself has always existed. So that's where, but the energy is finite. So I would say, my point is there's no telos. There's no reason to think there's any intentionality behind anything or any goal or any aim. That's where my point is. Yeah.
I feel like intentionality has to be like established in another way. I guess just in establishing a necessary existence. So I believe it would logically follow if everything in our observable universe is dependent, as in there's nothing we can observe that is not dependent on something else yet, and it has also been, made or just not independent, right? So just we'll keep it at dependency. Then and everything made up of parts has also been dependent upon its parts. Then the universe in itself, being a sum of all those parts, would be dependent due to the fact that it is made of parts, just like how everything else we observe is also made of parts and dependent upon its parts.
Yeah, I would say if you take it into like a material thing, I think it all comes down to quantum fields, to like universal quantum fields. Is that's where it arises from, and that's where it's gonna, for me, that's where it's gonna bottom out at, because we don't have anything more foundational or more fundamental than quantum fields. So for me, that's where the evidence bottoms out at currently.
Yeah. And I know the atheist doesn't like to personify things, right? But the quantum fields, let's say, we got something. Would you say they're independent?
I say that they're. I don't know. No, I don't know what you mean by independent.
They're self-sustaining.
They're effectively eternal, and they're fundamental. They're like they're like where everything arises from. Everything that we have access to arises from those. So I would say that they're eternal and they are fundamental.
Are they dependent upon their parts to exist?
No, because they technically they don't really have parts in that respect. So like like quantum fields in and of themselves are just how to describe it. There's no they're not divisible, to say that.
Okay. So something something indivisible, and then it's eternal, and it's self-sufficient or independent. This already in Islam is a lot of the attributes of God: the independent, the self-sufficient, the eternal. Of course,
the only thing you're missing are
I know it doesn't grant the rest of God. I know.
Yeah, there's no agency. There's no telos. There's none of that. Yeah,
I agree with that. I don't think this takes you there, right? But I do believe that it takes you to a necessary existence that the believer will call God, and then the atheist will say a quantum field. Right, unless we have some material of quantum field. Right now, as a brute fact, it's something we can't really describe, but we know that it is there. We know that it is something that is independent, something that is eternal, something that's uncreated. These are things where, the believer can start to have some ideas of God, not all of them from this. And the atheist...
I've got a lot of problems on here so far.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're and big ones.
I'm all here for it, man.
Yeah. When you said that they could just call that God, I may as well just call my coffee mug God at that point. So you're saying you can slap a label on it. So if we're taking just the idea of, there's something that has existence, I'll just slap the label God on it.
No, I didn't say has existence. I said something self-sufficient, independent, eternal, that has existence. And I'm not saying this is all the attributes of God, obviously.
No, I know, but you're just trying to describe the guy that can slap the label on it.
What do you mean? I'm trying to describe the guy that could slap the label on it.
Call that God. That's what you said.
No, I'm saying we're already describing the same thing. Now the believer is going to have added attributes to it, right? The believer's not going to believe that by itself as God. Right,
well,
but I'm saying we both reach a point beyond our explanation, but we do reach a point where there has to be a necessary existence.
But here's the issue. There is like it's like to our best laws of physics, everything everything in the universe is technically made of quantum fields. Everything is quantum fields. They are what are fundamental, and so by that extension, you can technically, if you're just labeling those as God, That's a way to get. I could see that as a way as like I think Andrew may agree with me on this or may not. That's a way to get to pantheism, where you're just labeling a natural function or like something that occurs naturally. You're labeling that as God. And
I want to simplify your argument a lot. I want to basically break down our fractions. Because existence, therefore what?
Because existence, therefore what?
Well, you're talking about necessary existence.
Yeah, necessary
existence. Let's boil this down to existence. Now what?
Yeah. So I'm saying that we establish a necessary existence. We establish through different reasoning, like the problem of an infinite regression, problem of many different things, right?
Not really a problem. Yeah.
Of infinite regression.
I was bringing up that theists will often try to avoid the infinite regress by terminating it in a god. And I'm saying that you can accomplish that same thing just by stopping at the universe and not like begging the question of the existence of a god in order to justify anything beyond that. Infinite regress isn't really the problem that a lot of people think it is, but I was just kind of like, we don't need to dive into it because we don't need to. We can simply say that it terminates at the universe. And if we're talking about necessary existence, sure, everything can, like from what we understand, everything can come down to fields, to quantum fields. But I mean, we can bring that up as far as like the universe in and of itself. I would say that the only thing that is necessary is that something exists. Existence being existence not being a predicate, but that something is there, because something is always there, because something can't come from nothing. So the thing that is necessary is that something exists, and that's what is necessary, because it can't be otherwise. Is my whole point.
Yeah,
and that's just by virtue of the logic. Just by looking at the logic, something exists. Something cannot come from nothing. Something must have always existed, because there can never have been nothing. So something must have always existed. So therefore, that's something. What is that something? And I say, by the evidence, it's the universe itself. There's no reason to go to any kind of a God entity or to go in there unless you're trying to justify something personally, like you find it more appealing to believe that humans exist for a reason.
So I'm not necessarily
as opposed to me, where I say humans exist because we're products of the system. We're not meant to exist. We happen to exist.
So I believe it's a powerful question. Why is there any existence at all? But I'm not getting into there right now. What I'm just kind of demonstrating is that if we grant all these reasonings, like these are reasonings that we have came to, that there has to be some certain, I'll just call it attributes, even though I know you guys are not granting that it's a God, but there is some things, as in, let's say we grant quantum fields. Wouldn't we depend on these quantum fields, or they would have to be there for us? No.
They're just, it's kind of like that. That's like saying that you're dependent upon the sidewalk to be able to walk, and
you would be quantum fields. You are the stuff.
You are
separate yourself from the stuff. You are an arrangement of stuff. You see the picture I've got up now?
So then, if you were to define, not to,
see the picture I've got up now,
that it's kind of So if we were to describe it that way, what would you say exactly is a quantum field, if you could give like a definition for it? Is it immaterial, material?
Stuff. The answer is
you see, this is the I'm saying this
term.
This is
a technical term. Do you know how we came up with this?
How?
You know, we started long before we even had the atomic model, the standard model. We had like higher level models that we worked on. Those didn't work out so well, and then we dug a little deeper. First, don't assume you've hit rock bottom. Quantum fields is kind of where we're at now. Who's to say
it's a theory?
Who's to say it's not turtles all the way down? So let's skip the useless step about asking what bottom line peace even means, where we understand that, for instance, matter is an expression of energy. Now, exactly how does that work out? We don't know all the finest points, but we know it's an emergent state of whatever stuff is. So with that, we don't even have to bother breaking down. Let's just look at the nature of that aspect of going, stuff is constantly moving, we give identity and names to arrangements of stuff, there are levels that we can model interactions at. Is it predict outcomes and whatnot? That's what tells us about. That's what gives us a reason to grant identity to interaction. Is that predictability? And maybe that's a level deeper, but you know what? We don't know where bottom is. So what does this get us? That's the question.
Okay, so we're not okay. So if everything, if quantum fields are granted, then everything is basically the quantum field. So we can't. It doesn't seem like we can necessarily completely describe it, which is kind of my point.
Well, we kind of can. The best way is the quantum fields extend across the entire universe. Is the way I understand it. Existing even in like the quantum vacuum. Particles are excitations within those fields. So what we observe as a distinct particle is really just a concentrated packet of energy or vibration within that specific field, and that forces like the forces that we experience, like electromagnetism, stuff like that, and changes happen when different quantum fields overlap and couple with one another, which allows particles to be created or to be destroyed. And so the effects of everything we're seeing, all like matter and shit like that, the result of work being done is these particles interacting with one another. And so that's the work that's being done. So
were these particles always there?
So these particles arise out of these as a result of fluctuations in the field.
Okay, so and then the
fields themselves are fundamental, but they don't have agency. They're not trying to do anything.
No, I know we're not granting any kind of agency yet, but we get to a certain point where we have to describe something that is independent, self-sufficient, and eternal. As far
as when you say self-sufficient, or like if you say like self-explanatory or something of that nature, we're just saying if the bottom is quantum field, and that's as far as you can go.
Yeah.
Is everything is fields, everything is quantum fields, a result of and everything that exists materially is a result of quantum fields interacting with one another. That's as low as the evidence warrants you to go currently is quantum fields. So they're effectively, the fields themselves are eternal. They are fundamental. There's nothing that, as far as we can tell, there's nothing below them. There's nothing undergirding quantum fields. And so that is where it's going to stop. That's where the evidence currently is. And we don't have any justification to go. We have seen no evidence to indicate going beyond that. We can speculate, certainly, but we haven't found anything that grounds anything beyond that, any kind of substrate underneath quantum fields. So we can base our position on that with what corresponds with the evidence. And so if you want to call that independent, everything technically is them. Everything that is a result of their interactions. So they are fundamental. Technically, everything is everything that exists materially is an expression of those fields interacting with one another, which is fine. So, and they interact with one another. So different fields are independent of each other, but they interact with one another.
So, because everything in the observable universe is sustained, I guess, or dependent upon something else.
No.
But
No, they're not dependent upon it. They technically are it.
I'm not saying the fields. I'm saying everything else.
Your dependency? No. Hard? No.
Okay.
That which is everything interacts.
Right. So technically,
nobody cares. See the glob? Look at the globs. See that? Nobody cares what shape any glob is in.
Yeah.
If those particles, if the temperature was very, very hot, then what would happen to those particles?
Another shape. Everything is moving, and everything's moving. And what does this get us?
Yeah, I'm saying all those pieces inside of there, if it got really hot, what would happen to those particles?
Well, stuff interacts. Just pick a model.
I'm saying they're going to expand, and the thing is going to melt. Or if it's hot enough, the thing could disintegrate.
You're assuming a border can be exceeded, as if reality has a fixed size in that sense.
No, I'm not saying necessarily, but I'm
It's a
saying
bad
it
analogy.
is
A very,
it is
very
dependent.
bad analogy.
So I'm saying this lamp is dependent upon its parts.
No,
even
this
for
lamp
its existence.
This lamp is the stuff.
Yeah. So shout out what we're talking about. Everything is fields. Like things like that. When we're measuring temperature of things, okay, that's a result of work being done within the system. But everything that exists in the system and how those things interact is a result of fields. Okay, so like all of the particles, because I am particles. This desk that I'm sitting at is particles. This iPhone is particles. This Diet Coke can is particles. Everything is particles. Those particles are a result of quantum fields. The work that is done to allow us to make stuff, like when atoms form, like when hydrogen and helium formed during the what's the name, Andrew? You just said it in Discord. The point where the universe was cooling and allowed atoms to form.
Oh, that was that's where CMB formed.
Yeah, so when these things began to form, those are the result of work being done from quantum fields interacting with one another. Everything is technically field. They're not dependent on the fields. They are expressions of the fields. They're literally just expressions of the fields. The fields are not intending to express anything specific.
But
there are many things that they can express in the way the work is done, depending upon a number depending upon the myriad variables of the universe.
Possibilities, yeah.
But this is the expression of those fields right now.
Yeah.
We're not there's no reason to think it was intended.
I'm not saying that yet.
Right.
I'm not. Nothing about intention right now.
But
nothing
it's not that they're dependent on fields. They technically are fields.
When I'm saying caused, I don't mean intentionally caused, right? But I'm saying that lava lamp. Do you agree that it's caused?
There's no depend. The problem is the dependency thing. That's what I'm talking about. I like the physical form of my body is not dependent upon interactions of fields. So my body is a result of fields naturally interacting.
The mistake you're making.
Yeah, but isn't your body dependent upon if the sun was really, really hot outside?
Okay,
your body's gonna go apart.
We're wasting time on this.
I
have 5 marbles, right?
Yeah.
I put them in a box. I roll them to a corner and I call it JL. I tilt the box. There's still 5 marbles in the box, but they're not in the same order, and I don't call it JL anymore. You're giving labels to the arrangement. The point of this lava lamp isn't for the idea that there's a container. It's that all of the stuff in there is all of the stuff. It's all moving. And stop giving labels to stuff. You're getting addicted to the label. But what about before? But what about before? It's always in flux. Nobody cares.
Yeah, I'm not even saying I guess before right now. But I'm saying that lava lamp is caused. Would you agree that it is caused?
What caused?
The lava lamp.
No.
It's not caused, so it's uncaused.
Remember that necessary reality? This is a representation of the necessary reality. All of it.
Okay, so you believe in determinism.
I believe that stuff seems to interact. Did you know that like hydrogen and oxygen tend to make water in a given set of parameters? It just seems to do stuff.
And I'm not arguing that.
There you go.
That water is caused.
So yes, this is what I have to work on. I have to work on is that stuff does stuff things. You know the things that stuff does? Stuff does it.
Yeah.
So we have stuff. So we agree on stuff. Stuff's here to be necessary, and stuff does stuff things, and it moves around in globs, and then we label them, Chair, Fred. And whatever, and that's nice, but stuff is still doing stuff things. So on this idea here, what do we do with this now? There's necessary stuff and we have stuff. Now what?
Okay,
Andrew, stop being so stuffy.
Stuffy. What I'm saying is that everything, including the lava lamp, at least has a cause. It's not uncaused.
No. This is an analogy.
This is where I don't. Yeah.
Failing. It's an analogy of the everything.
It's an analogy of the. Okay, then bring the analogy again of the everything that makes your lava lamp uncaused.
What do you mean it makes it?
Well, okay, I'm going to hang on a sec, guys. I'm going to try and lend a machete to this. I'm going to try and lend a machete to this intellectual thicket. Okay, so you brought up a lava lamp. I'm just going to bring up this iPhone. Okay, this iPhone. Okay, there's many different components. All right, but we can break this all down to basic elements, right?
Yes.
Okay, so human beings took the elements from the earth. We mined them. Some of them we fabricated. Some of them we combined to fabricate other materials in a lab, and we used all those components to make this iPhone: the glass, the plastic, the metal, the solder, everything that goes into it. And the battery connection, all that other shit. But it all breaks down to basic elements, right?
Yes.
Basic elements we find all over the earth. Great. We didn't create those elements. Those elements, like the physical ones that we see, are a result of natural processes, whether it be stellar nucleosynthesis or any other chemical process that occurs in the earth that results in certain things. But all those elements result from natural processes, from predominantly stellar nucleosynthesis is where the heavier ones come from. And of course, but these all occur naturally. Stars are a result of hydrogen and fusing. Remind me, hydrogen fuses into helium. It's a fusion reactor, and that's what gives. So it's a hydrogen helium fusion reactor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
So
awesome.
I don't know, but yeah.
Okay, so but those atoms formed, like that hydrogen and helium formed during the I guess the period of particle coalescence. So when the universe was cooling off after the initial expansion. All of this work that's being done to create those elements that we didn't create is a result of particles interacting. Is a result of all that work being done is a result of fields interacting with one another. So the fields interact with stuff, and work is done, and natural things are made. Natural elements are made. Okay. Human beings simply take those elements and work them into and construct them into other things.
Yeah,
because the things that don't occur, like you don't see iPhones growing on trees and shit, but that we were doing that ever. Hammers don't form off trees but we can make a hammer by putting different materials together. By putting different materials together to create a tool, and we've been doing that since the Neolithic. So that's where it comes from. Is just us using pre-existing stuff to make new stuff. And the reason the original stuff exists is because of particle interactions in quantum fields,
which were always there. I'm not disagreeing. Okay, I think I see the confusion that we're at. When I say caused, I don't mean I guess caused from nothing. I'm granting that there was particles that did exist, right? So that's not it's not necessarily what I mean by caused. That is in caused from absolute nothingness. You know what I mean? Into something. Right, but that they do have a cause, like when you say results from, right? Results from, as in
it's not results from. It is.
I'm just using his terminology.
No. They remember quantum like ripples, like particles are. We understand them to be ripples in quantum fields. Okay, they're excitations in quantum fields.
But the particles. Okay.
So that's technically what the particles are.
But the particles are not like energy. They can be destroyed and created.
The work that the energy is the transfer in between one particle to another. So that's the work that's being done. The work being done, that's what we get is the interaction of the two particles results in work being done. That is the measure of energy. The energy is the transfer between one particle to another particle.
Okay, so it's all being transferred, right? Everything.
It's effectively energy. Yeah.
Okay, and it's continuously just being transferred.
Persistently, yes. This is what work is being done. As long as those particles are close enough to interact with one another, then appreciable work can be done. But as the universe expands, eventually those particles become too far away from one another, and no appreciable work can be done, and no more matter will form.
Well, that's
Okay, so
on one idea.
That's one idea, but that's like septillions and septillions of years out. So
death versus Bang Crunch. Out of here, all we have is down to the word stuff.
Yeah,
we got stuff. We have little blobs. Little blobs become bigger blobs, and nobody seems to care so far. So where are we going with that?
Yeah, and I'm imagining like what you're saying, that it's let's say like, you know, a cause, just because that's the best term I really know for it. A cause causing another cause, causing another cause. Particles.
Causality is the encompassing word. This is saying that reality interacts and causes changes in the state of affairs. There is a state of affairs now, and then there will be another state of affairs, and it will not be the same.
Yeah. So it's a continuous shift of energy or movement of energy, basically.
Yeah.
Right.
And remember, there was at one point, the way I hold it. Oh yeah, and Leo Phillies brings up the universe will expand and cool literally forever. They hold to that. So like, I'm kind of like I kind of understand like the thermal equilibrium idea. Not everybody agrees with it, but nonetheless. And then at a point, there was no matter because matter wasn't able to be formed because the state of the universe was so hot and so dense that matter, like as we understand it, like physical material, like matter could not, because atoms couldn't form. But that doesn't mean that the universe didn't exist. That was just the state of the universe. And so, and then going on forward. Okay. So the universe itself presents differently depending upon its conditions. But I'm saying that if the quark gluon plasma is the only thing that exists, then that's what the universe is literally the quark gluon. I hate trying to say this, the quark gluon plasma, or so on and then so on and so forth. So that's where I'm talking about is that, and you're right, it is just consistent excitations going on, you know,
in a repeated cycle. So I guess an analogy, and this is where I was going all the way at the beginning, is that a bunch of like, I guess, uncaused causes or uncaused sources, or whatever to
stuff,
right?
We have stuff
to cause other things to happen, and it's like a retro causality.
Okay, here's the thing: when you say a thing, you're granting identity. If stuff's always moving around, when you say things happening, it's because you gave things a label. You see that blob? We got a little blob going down. Why do I care about the size of that blob? See, you have to give it a name and have to care about it. This is the problem: is that you're granting identity to all those things, making it well. Things had to cause X. Well, what is X? Why are you saying X is not Y? Why are you drawing a limit between this chunk of reality from that chunk of reality? Like when you're climbing a mountain, you stub your toe on what you think is a big rock. Why did you call it a rock when it's all part of the same mountain, right? See, you're granting identity all the way down. Existence does not seem to be necessarily predicated on the idea of those individuals that you want. You want to grant an identity. Things begin, things. See, the moment you say thing, you're the one drawing the boundary. Reality doesn't care about your boundary.
So, but you're saying that it's identity to label a thing a thing.
That's what you're doing. Existence is a pile of lava lamp going around doing whatever.
Okay.
And it doesn't need names. It doesn't need cause. It doesn't need...
Okay, I see you. You're saying that it's not like a perfect circle. It's just random. There's no cause and effect.
Oh, no. It interacts in the way it interacts. When you take one of those blobs and you say the word blob, that's you. Reality is just going, stuff's moving.
Yeah.
But you're the one giving the label.
I agree with that, but when we come to understand reality and the universe that we live in,
that's us. You're imposing your view on the universe, and
that's human beings. That's human beings looking out and making observations of the universe, and then imposing labels upon that universe so that we can articulate our concepts to other people. So I can say when I'm talking about this, the other person doesn't have to be standing right beside me, looking in the same direction as me to understand what I'm talking about. But this is all stuff that we've imposed on the universe.
I agree with that. It's simply a language, but it's a language that is explaining phenomenons that we do come across, right? So forget the labels, right? But we do come across real things. As in,
No.
one plus one is 2.
Hold on.
Math is a language to
screwing up
express
bad.
expressions.
We are screwing up bad between like when something go to math, anything like mathematics or whatever. No, we're mixing up between like synthetic truths and analytic truths. Okay. To things that are descriptive, and no, we assign identity. We already grant this, but you know what? To an underlying ontology, what we're doing is unimportant. It's useful for us, but it means nothing ultimately. And you're trying to reflect it onto a level it does not deserve to get reflected on. And that's where we were going horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay, so what I'm saying here is that energy, right? What we're describing as energy, right?
The thing that we're able to, the thing that we're granting is the stuff,
Okay, so the energy, constantly, it has to have some, and I know you're not going to like this label, but it has to have some kind of stuff or power to be able to create other things. There has to.
It is what it is. Its interaction is its interaction. Stuff is stuff. Stuff exists. Remember necessary?
Yeah.
We're back to necessary, and we're done again. As soon as we say necessary, that's the end of that conversation.
Okay. Do you believe that anything is sustaining anything?
No. When you say necessary, there is nothing to sustain. Stuff is. Because
stuff is. Okay.
Stuff is. Remember, necessary? As I said, this is a conversation ender. When stuff is because stuff has to be because stuff, that's it. You're at the end. Stop looking for excuses. This is back down to the why anything. And you know what the answer for why anything is? Because.
I know. I'm not saying why yet.
So stop looking for the why.
I'm not yet. Right.
There's nothing external. It is.
Why is it? Why is a different story? Right. But what I'm saying is, if you had a bunch of iPhones, each one of the iPhones is charging the other iPhone, then all these iPhones are going to die and they have no source. Or maybe a better analogy.
There is no die. There is no die.
There is no die.
Nope, not with existence. This is what crappy examples get you. It's a very bad analogy.
So I'm saying, if me and my friends were sitting down in a circle and we're passing around this money, but none of us intrinsically within ourselves had the money.
We are the money. The money is all stuff. This analogy is never going to work.
Okay, so we are the money. So we all intrinsically have it.
We're stuff. My chair is stuff. Everything is stuff.
Okay, so we're all completely independent. You're saying we're all completely independent, self-sufficient, uncreated.
Oh, what do you mean we?
So I'm saying everything
in the shape of the stuff. Remember how I said the shape of that little glob doesn't matter? You just put identity again onto the we. So the we is a series of interactions. Now, how long will it maintain a shape where we continue to grant it that identity, right? So like, let's say we got you, right? If I start chopping off little pieces of you, one piece at a time, at what point do I stop saying that you're you anymore?
I don't know.
Oh, I know. See, that's the whole thing is we're back down to the granting identity game. And that's why it fails. See, you're addicted to that identity. Here, picture like a car being assembled. You ever seen like an auto assembly line before?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, exactly which atom was added that grants the identity of car?
It's a language.
Yes. See, every time you're talking about giving, there is no such thing as giving when all thing is stuff. Everything is stuff. And the identity, the shape doesn't matter. The fact if you want to give a label, what does me be me, doesn't matter.
Do we observe, though, causing other things?
That's us. That's us.
Because you're saying causing is a label.
That's us in our label and our model. Yep. We are inventing all of that.
The language is a language of what, though? Isn't it an expression of a reality, or is it?
It's an expression of how we contextualize. This is how Monkey thinks. Monkey thinks in terms of going, well, when I kick a rock on a mountain, do I call it a rock, or do I just call it I stubbed my toe on the mountain?
Yeah. So, but we're expressing a reality. We're expressing something. There's something real there.
We're expressing a contextualization of some subset of reality. The same way that I grant the difference between the chair and the table, or the chair and the floor. That's me. But when everything is just stuff, existence doesn't care. Stuff is still doing stuff things in whatever way it's doing, and if it stays in a certain shape that we can observe for any amount of time, neato.
But don't you, but do you not believe in cause and effect?
I just covered that. See, causality and states of affairs, we covered this earlier. Stuff apparently has in the nature of its existence is change. Stuff change. Intrinsic.
Yeah, and it changes in this cause and effect.
Cause, by the way, cause and effect is a label, once again, we attribute.
Of course it's a label, but the label is a language.
Yeah, I know, and it's only useful for us, which means it has no imposition on ultimate reality. Here's a thought for you. I throw a ball at your head. What's the cause?
You.
Why didn't you blame my parents?
Could be.
I know. Well, see.
Okay, so you're definitely a determinist. That's okay. Because that makes from everything you're describing, it sounds like determinism.
You wanted to bottom out at me. That's the problem. See, you're granting all these identities, and you want to hit bottom somewhere. You want to be able to compartmentalize a number of things and say that as if it says something ultimate about existence itself. Because you ignored everything else. Like, well, what was the airflow doing as the ball was approaching your head? What about everybody else around you? Wait, what room are you in? Why are you in a building? What's a building?
Yeah, not to cut you off, I believe that you're bringing up actually a beautiful point, because when we do continue to go back and go back and go back and go back, then all we find is a bunch of different causes that go further and further back.
Hold on. Remember, the second you say causes, you've done two big mistakes. You've quantized it. See, you've granted identity and you've quantized. This is the problem. That's why when you're looking for cause and effect, and I use the word causality.
Yeah. Now, what else? What? Something that makes something else happen, or contributes in something else happening. What else would you call it?
Label. No, everyone you did there was a contextualization. You're trying to take a subset of the observed and granting it identity, and trying to separate it from everything else as if you can truly ultimately separate it, which you cannot. This is not an ultimate. You can model for certain practical purposes, but you're trying to extend this to try to describe the requirement upon reality itself, and that cannot be allowed.
So what do you call it? What I'm saying is that if we continue to go back in this ball example, we continue to go back, we notice some things that somehow contribute to what happened.
Nope. See, every time you said thing, you're invoking identity again, and you'll fail.
How's that invoking identity, though?
Once again, everything is interacting with everything everywhere. You know, the whole idea of like butterfly flapping its wings. So in the end, you're trying to take a little subset and give credit. And every time you're going to do that, I'm going to reject it.
So you believe that you believe it's all random?
Random? Who said anything about random? I said everything interacts. See, the idea of you're trying to separate.
But okay.
Well, hang on, guys. Well, hang on a second. Hang on a sec. When we say random, best if we understand the context in that there's no like end goal intended. It's not going for like a specific or a specified reason. It's like we're saying that these things occur and they occur naturally. Okay, they just occur. They just occur naturally. The things that currently exist are a result of those interactions. They could have been otherwise. They could have been, but they are this way. Now, I'm saying that within the realm of logical possibility, they could have been otherwise. There is a nomological position that you could take where they could not have been otherwise, where this is the only way the universe could possibly look, which is possible. That like of all the varying possibilities of a way a universe could form, that this is the only way it could stably exist. So maybe we don't. Ultimately, we don't know. But what we can say is that the reactions don't have any intention. There's no goal trying to be met. So therefore, if we're talking random, as in we're not trying to achieve any specific outcome, then yes. But there is a deterministic aspect to this, because as in like the chain of like effects that come out from those initial interactions, because those particles constantly are interacting with one another, the outcomes of those interactions result in, because now you have a stabilized thing. So like, for example, when hydrogen and helium formed, the way that those two particular elements interact with one another is determined by what we would call the laws of physics. Okay, so there's a reason. So because of their atomic weights. Now, so the more things that result, the more things kind of refine down as to what can be, materially speaking, depending upon a number, depending upon a wide variety of variables. But the more things that get established, that limits the possibility, the physical possibility of what can arise from those things.
I wanted to keep this on the simple example.
So it's, but I'm eliminating this. There's no goal, so it's random in the sense that there's no goal, but it's directional in this. But I would say it's directional in the sense that, or I would say it's determined in a sense by the prior things. It's not like you can establish like A, and then all of a sudden, you know, X pops up out of nowhere. It's like, no. Because you established this part here, the possibilities of what can arise from that prior state are limited to this field. And then once that establishes, and the range of nomological possibility begins to decrease because of how things are already partitioned out. So, so there's a level of determinism to it.
Yeah.
But not to the degree that there's a goal in mind. Right.
Okay. So you did say a chain of effects. My whole kind of point, I guess, from the beginning, I know the lava lamp might get frustrated, but
disagree.
So a chain. I'm just using right now. All I've said is what he said.
I know, which is why I was hoping.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, if you're talking about this, if you're talking about this, there is no like beginning of the chain. What I meant by that, I should have been more clear. Is when work became possible.
When work became possible.
Because there was a point when expressions of work like material were not possible. Okay.
What made them possible?
Effectively, the inflation event.
Okay, but before that, there was no material. So we go from no material to material.
No, not the shape we call matter.
Yeah, not matter.
Matter. Yeah. Stable baryonic matter only took form at around 380,000 years from what we consider Planck time. Now, that was 380,000 years of expansion in what one might call a violent kind of state compared to what we look like now.
Andrew, that's where the quagma is, right? The quark gluon plasma.
Oh, well, that's where the cosmic background radiation was first viewed from. It's like that's where like those first particles and all that light escaping.
Right. Okay.
All CMR period of time.
Okay. So can energy create matter without any matter being present?
Energy is matter.
Energy is matter.
So matter was always there because you just said
no. The work being done is what. Okay. So when energy is trying to describe this.
The answer on that.
Energy is the measurement of work being done.
Okay.
Matter is the result of work being done. Matter is technically energy in a particular state. Okay.
Is there a point where matter was not there?
Where stable, like what Andrew just said, stable baryonic matter at a point that stable baryonic matter was not possible because it couldn't form. Because the state of the universe was too hot and too dense for it to stabilize. Because you need matter is a form of energy, not all. Okay, matter is a form of energy. Exactly. Thank you, Tony. But at that state, matter can't form because atoms can't form.
Okay, but by the energy changing, then matter could form.
Matter is the shape the energy takes, just like a Lego brick.
Yes, matter is the shape of that energy. Yes, matter is a form of energy.
It's like saying stuff. It's like whatever is foundational, by the time we're done with it, the Lego castle you see, think of a Lego castle being just one atom. Well, it's made up of a bunch of whatever. Who knows what that is? How deep does it go? Is it turtles all the way down? We don't know. But in the end, you keep thinking I care so much about a hydrogen atom. Nobody cares. That's a higher level construct, and we don't know where the bottom is. So,
like Tim Davidson points out, just for $5. Thank you, Tim Davidson, for the super chat. Energy becomes matter, matter becomes energy. Neither can be created nor destroyed. So a universe without matter is 100% energy, and vice versa. So matter is a state of energy. That's what you need to understand there. Now,
matter is a state of energy.
Yeah, okay. Matter is a state of energy, as PhD Tony pointed out, as he clarified from what I said. So going back to this, we have let me just I want to kind of, I know we're on this track, but I want to make sure we don't get off in the weeds. Let me establish this. Shout out. Do you believe in the existence of a God entity?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. My question would be, typically, given the evidence that we have and that we can confirm and the models that we can develop, what rational justification do you have to believe that the proposition that a God exists is true?
That we require a necessary existence.
Wait, okay, so let's break that down. That humans require, or the universe?
Everything. Okay. I mean, everything, and then some people may label this as the universe. So.
Okay, so we acknowledge by the evidence that there is no real delineation between everything that exists and the fields that result, that the field interactions that result in their stable forms. So, because technically by that stretch, everything is fields, and fields are fundamental. That is it. That's where it bottoms out. Evidence-wise, that's where we're at. Everything is fields. No problem. So that would be the most fundamental thing, is fields. Okay? It's not technically necessary in kind of like the philosophical scope of that, because technically everything is fields, because it's technically the only thing that really the only thing that exists. Everything is just resulting from interactions of fields. So technically everything is fields. It's just fields in different forms. Okay? So boiling it down, why do I need a God anywhere to explain what we are observing?
Because what you're doing with the fields right now is using the fields as something that is, to explain all the other processes that we're understanding. And these fields, as you said earlier, would have to be something that is, by independent, I mean, it's not going further down the infinite regress, right?
Right, yeah,
so
that's where
just
we're
the
at
field
so far.
of
Yeah,
uncaused causes. I understand that, right? So
no.
I'm kind of done with the word cause here.
Yeah, it's not about that. It's not what it is. Okay. We describe we describe the, like, we look out in the universe and we see things, we see effects of causes. We see things happen and they have effects. Okay. All right. But that doesn't apply down at the bottom, as far as like not in the same scope.
Here's a thought for it. The simple analogy: you have a Lego castle, and now you have a Lego car, and the pieces go flying around. Now I've got a Lego skyscraper. Now I've got a Lego bed frame. In the end, all you have is Lego.
Yeah, a bunch of different pieces, but the pieces seem to act together in a certain manner.
Stuff acts, and
so if you're talking about, see, here's the kicker. If you want to look at the universe and you want to say, well, what we describe as the laws of physics, or I heard you bring up mathematics earlier, okay? There are two ways you can look at this. You can look at the laws of physics, the laws of logic, mathematics. You can look at these as formal schemas that human beings have invented to make descriptions of and to quantify the objective reality that we perceive.
I agree with that.
They're completely human dependent. Okay, they don't pre-exist. They're not prescriptive. There's no agent out there saying this is what the laws shall be, or this is what the laws must necessarily be. No,
it's just observations.
We're effectively, we are apes on a rock describing the universe.
Yeah,
that's it. Okay, but we don't need it. But we don't need a God for that. There's no necessity unless we're trying to make an assumption about things, and we need to justify that assumption. Like
what I'm saying is,
go ahead.
It leads us by what we're describing, and just let me finish here, by what we are describing as these apes on a planet, we are describing a system that seems that everything, and I know he won't like these terms, but everything is not self-sufficient completely or uncreated. Everything is created going in this certain pattern to where we reach something that we have to describe it as something that is uncreated, infinite, and either self-sufficient or the whole line goes down.
We already made a mistake. The system in and of itself, we don't have any evidence to say that it is created. You're making the same composition fallacy that Al-Ghazali made back in the 12th century.
So I'm saying every part, the system in itself, we were just talking about this.
The parts of the system. No, the parts of the system, but not the system itself.
Yeah. So I'm saying the system in itself, right, is made up of parts.
There are things within it. No. There are things that occur within the system, but they're not technically making up the system. The system itself is not made up of parts. The system itself is fields. Things happen when those fields, when excitations in those fields interact with one another. The system is not made up of those things. Those things are a result of the system.
Okay. So now if we're describing a system that is just operating, right?
Yes.
It's just operating somehow, that all these things are bringing
What do you mean
energy.
by operating? What do you mean by operating somehow?
It's continuing to act in the manner that we have always observed it to act.
Stuff is doing stuff things.
Stuff is doing stuff things. That's another way to put it. It's continuing to just act in the way we've perceived it to act.
Quantum fields are going to
quantum fields. The way it acts.
Quantum fields are going to quantum fields are going to quantum field. My big question here is we don't need a god to explain any of this unless we're trying to insert something that we have no justification to do so. Like, you can invoke a god if you want to believe that human beings exist for a reason. Like, specifically, our species is intended to exist. If you start with that assumption, then you can justify saying that the laws of physics have to be a certain way, and the earth has to be a certain way, and the universe has to be a certain way in order to facilitate our existence. And you get to this whole, like, this
Yeah, probably eternal.
Without a will.
Yeah, probably eternal.
Right.
So far, do you know what that is?
I know you're saying stuff because you're just granting it as maybe like a brute fact. All the way at the bottom of it.
Hold on, hang on. We have we have no evidence to justify making a statement otherwise. The evidence indicates that these things are, at best as we can tell, fundamental. Okay? That's what we're operating with. Until we have evidence that indicates that we should go further, and we will keep trying to, even though we have no evidence, just to see if we can break that barrier, just experimentally. But this is where we're currently at with the evidence. If you want to make statements if you want to make statements beyond that, as though they're true, you need to have evidence to back it up.
Okay, so the transfer of energy is what I'm considering, I guess, a cause, right?
No.
So the transfer of energy is not a cause.
Stuff is, once again, you're trying to shove quantity in. Every time you can do it, it's going to be a big fail. Stuff is doing stuff things. And what now?
So are you saying that we can't understand the processes behind it, or because we're calling it the term energy?
We model our observations. That's what we do.
I say it again.
We model our observations.
Yeah. And from the models of our observations, wouldn't you say that
everything else is us? No. The second you do that, everything you do is predicated on us and is a construct. It will be a limited subset and not something to speak of the whole. You keep trying to take it from our BS construct and impose it on the whole. And every time you do that, you will have tragically failed.
Do you believe that whatever is made of parts is contingent?
made of parts. You're granting identity.
Well,
of
no,
parts.
hang on, wait, hang
Parts
on a second.
don't
No,
exist.
stop. We're back to this again. Shout. The system in and of itself, everything is fields. They aren't made of anything.
Yeah, I'm just okay. Everything except for the fields.
Hold
Even
up.
imagine
No. Even every single asteroid, meteor, gas giant, planet, moon, star, alien life form, whatever, every single particle out there in the universe, the system is not made up of those. Those things are the result of those things are literally the result of the system itself. They don't make up the system. If none of those things existed, the system would still be there. It would just take a different form. Like no stable matter would exist. Those things, like that, you can't break up the fields into these individual things.
Okay.
These things are the fields themselves.
Okay. So what what you're describing as the system then has to be something, I mean, I guess powerful for any of these things to have any charge, I guess.
No. It's just energy. And the forces that we see are a result of those interactions. Electromagnetic, strong and weak. Nuclear are a result of those interactions. When you say powerful, I mean, it has no metric when you're talking about how these things formed. There's a set amount of energy that I hold that the energy within the universe is finite. There's a finite amount of it. Okay, and it will just it will expand and it just expands outward to a certain point. Whether it goes on continuously and continuously gets to zero but never reaches is one thing. Whether it reaches zero thermal equilibrium is another. But there's a set amount of energy. But the universe itself is eternal. But the set amount of energy within it is finite. So this powerful thing is like, well, it has to be more powerful than the power of the Big Bang. No, it doesn't. It's just that's just one expression of the energy itself. So we don't have to go there with this powerful thing. Here's the problem with this ancient kind of thinking. The reason people came to these things is because they were anthropomorphizing these processes. And what I mean by that is that they were taking how we understand our interactions with stuff. For me to move a small rock requires a small amount of power. But for me to move a giant rock I need enormous power. I need all the people to do it. But a giant mountain, how do I move that? Obviously, I can't move a mountain. Okay, but so the idea of the universe in of itself being what it is, that's an anthropomorphic notion. That it has to be something more powerful to create that. And it's ancient thinking. It's not necessary. So the whole trying to dive out, the whole point is there's no rational justification, to invoke a god to explain anything. Unless you're trying, I mean, it wouldn't even be rational. There's no rational reason to do it. The only reason you would invoke a god concept would be to justify some particular assumption you're making about the nature of the universe, the nature of something within the universe, or some concept or abstract that human beings have come up with. Yeah, I'm saying that if the god, now we can take this down to brass tacks.
So
if the god exists and is a thing that stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself, that means that god has a direct causal effect, a mechanistic effect upon everything. Whether that mechanism be magic or whether it be some aspect of physics we have not discovered yet, I don't know how you're going to square that circle, but what I'm saying is if it exists and it is directly interacting with the universe, with material reality, there would be a way to empirically determine that. Because it's a thing that exists and it's a thing that's interacting with material. That effect we would be able to measure. Because per the law of identity, we would be able to distinguish between a god action and a non-god action. Unless you want to say that every single thing that occurs out there, from the wind blowing over the distant ocean where no observers stand, to a guy choosing to not rob a bank, that all actions are god actions.
Well, we do
they're
believe
not-
that's what we believe. We do believe.
Okay, but here's
everything's
the okay.
possible.
So here's the problem.
Yeah.
Then how can if you're saying that all actions within the universe, all interactions, are like God actions, then how can we determine that what we are seeing is in fact how can we conclude that they are in fact God actions if we have nothing to distinguish them against?
One of the ways that I think gets you halfway there is that we, by looking at all of these processes or whatever we observe, that we have to come to some kind of conclusion of an eternal, independent system.
Why? Why do we have to come to that conclusion?
We come to that conclusion because
No. You said we have to come to this conclusion. Out of all the possible conclusions, why do we have to come to that one specifically?
I've got
one second, Andrew.
With one word here that's really important.
If we get into modal logic,
Andrew, I don't want to overtalk.
If we get into modal logic, it's a different story. I'm saying I come to that conclusion.
I'm asking you.
Right?
Okay, so we don't have to come to any one specific conclusion.
Yeah, just wow. I don't know if you heard this crazy stuff going on outside. I'll probably get inside soon. but
we do.
What do you call it?
There are many.
I come to that conclusion.
But there are many different conclusions.
Yeah, so
I can come to a conclusion that is backed by the evidence.
Yeah, so we could get into all that, right? But I'm just explaining my point. So that I come to that.
Hang on, Andrew. Hang on. Go ahead, dude.
So I'm saying I come to that conclusion by all the processes that we're looking at, that something being behind it. We've noticed every single thing that is made up of parts has been contingent inside. I know you're saying the whole system. I'm not saying the whole system is right now, right? But the system in itself, that it's having all these things occur, this is what we describe as something that has to be eternal. These quantum fields has to be eternal, and it has to be infinite. It has to be these things that we already describe some of God's attributes. Then when this, I say, only gets you to a necessary existence. I'm not saying it gets you to a God, right? That's all I'm saying. It's kind of getting you to a necessary existence.
Okay. Hang on, Andrew.
Now, to get you to a God,
hang on a sec. Let him finish. Go ahead.
To get you to a God,
right?
I feel like it's someone who knows a little more on the fine-tuning argument that kind of takes it a little further. I believe this can just take you to a necessary existence, just a thing. You know what I mean? Just whatever.
Well, I hope
a thing, a system. I know the labels, whatever, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we can divest that through. I mean, later on. I mean, I don't know if you're gonna have to go here in just a moment, but I can say that
I do got to check on my dad too.
I did want to summarize this up. That necessary stuff. We were already there, and we've come full circle. Stuff, not more than stuff, because also when you said independent, the stuff is the everything. There's no such thing as independent. There's no other thing for independent from. You're applying things instead of the everything.
It's like these terms don't apply. Yeah.
Everything.
I mean,
like these terms don't imply. The problem is that they're trying to force a God into the explanation by defining it as being different from anything else that exists in the universe. Okay, the only reason, like I said, there's no rational reason to do this unless you're trying, and it wouldn't be rational to do so. The only reason you would do it is if you're trying to justify a particular assumption you're being made. The cosmological argument doesn't work now, just in virtue of the fallacy that the second premise makes originally, but also because the evidence doesn't warrant it anymore. So we can literally throw the cosmological argument out.
Okay,
we don't need it anymore.
So
the teleological argument doesn't work because ultimately it assumes something about the nature of humans. Like the universe has to be so finely tuned for life to exist and like this.
Yeah, that thing.
No, but that assumes that the universe can be tuned. It also assumes that humans are intended, that the universe had to be made a very, very specific way in order for humans to exist, that life is a goal in mind. We can't, why are we making that assumption? Why are we assuming that life is intended? Why are we assuming that humans are intended? Why are we assuming that this is why are we assuming that the universe could be any other way? That the universe could be tuned. Maybe this is the only way the universe can be stably. Maybe not. So the whole point is there's so many assumptions there. The teleological argument can create a logically valid syllogism, but it can't be shown to be the case. There's no reason to accept it.
Logically necessary, I guess. But as in, to summarize from what you guys are saying, like the example I said about the friends, sitting down, passing the money around. Basically, you guys say it's not that the money's given from anywhere; it's that the money is within the universe. It's already there, and it's just being passed around, right? That's my understanding of what you're saying. Because my question was like, how did the money get there, or whatever? You're saying the money was always just there.
Stuff.
The element,
is that accurate to your
the basic
stance?
components, the basic interactions that facilitate the basic interactions that facilitate the existence of the element, the existence of the processes that facilitate the existence of the elements that facilitate the existence of our capacity to turn those elements into money. I mean, the specific elements that were created, those specific interactions may have occurred who knows how long ago. Okay, like who knows? Like the elements, I don't have any money on me I have physical money on me right now, but it's like saying the plastic that makes up this highlighter. Okay, the elements that this could be broken down into, those elements weren't made just yesterday. They weren't made 6 months ago. They weren't made. They probably were not made 1,000 years. They probably made a long time ago. Probably before there was any life. Who knows? Maybe there was before there was life on this planet. I have no idea. But the elements themselves are old. We just reformulate them into new stuff. Is what we do.
So if they're just old and they're not, it's not made up from something that is. I guess infinite. Then wouldn't this just be passing the money around with the money coming from nowhere?
No,
as in the energy.
No,
the branded identity again. This is the same.
Yes, you got to stop doing that.
You called it money. It's still just stuff.
It's still just stuff. To put it as simply as possible, it's still just stuff. We just happen to be forming stuff out of pre-existing stuff, and then saying this stuff that we have made out of this pre-existing stuff is valuable. And we're going to believe it's valuable.
That stuff was always. That stuff didn't come from nothing, though.
Yeah, guess what? If I take that $100 bill and I set it on fire, okay, what's it going to turn into?
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's going to carbonize.
Yeah.
I'm going to reduce the paper down to carbon.
Okay.
Where's the carbon go? Carbon goes back into the system, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Right, exactly. So it's all cycle again. Like that. Eventually, if I take that $100 bill and I bury it in the ground, it's going to decompose. It's going to fall apart. Eventually, things are, eventually whatever bacterium, whatever is going to subsist on it, it's going to break down. Water's going to tear it apart. It's going to literally fall back into its constituent parts, and then those things are eventually going to break down, and those elements are going to re-enter the system.
Yeah,
that's it.
I agree with that.
And then, 100 years later, after that $100 bill disintegrates and goes back into the system, 100 years after that, if human beings are still around, we're going to take those elements out of the system. We're going to reprint another $100 bill, and bam, there it is, $100 bill.
Those elements could not have came from nothing. Do we agree on that?
That's what we said. It's not that they came from nothing. We never said that. They didn't come from nothing.
They came from other stuff.
Stuff is the bottom line term. When I say stuff, I'm talking whatever reality is. The bottom. If there's such thing as a bottom, nobody cares about the shape. So don't invoke another shape again. Don't invoke another shape. Every shape you see, that's nice. Stuff is moving around and we give labels. Yeah, we have stuff. There's no come from. And when everything is flux, everything is reality. The sum total of reality is the sum total of reality. The end.
Okay, so, but you still grant cause and effect that things happen in a specific manner, usually.
No, I remember causality, not cause. Don't go quantize it on this.
Causality.
Yeah, remember there is. I want to make sure that we're not. I want to make sure
its respective distance.
I want to make sure that last I checked that there is no law of causality.
But this is something that like people with PSR want to go down.
Yeah. There is no law. There is no law of causality. Shout, just to make sure you know that.
Yeah.
It's not like a law of thermodynamics, okay, or any other like law that describes what happens under specific conditions. There's no law of causality.
Yeah, causality is a function of the system, which basically describes that reality changes, and we have our observations about it. But you know what? That's nice. So we have reality. Reality changes. And we happen to be here, and we keep making labels out of things, especially today.
Does reality require energy to change?
Reality is
energy. Yeah.
So then, yeah. Reality
is simply energy.
Reality is stuff. Reality is stuff.
Yeah, it's all stuff. It's all stuff down the. We keep going around in circles, and I want to make sure that we stop doing that. The key thing here is there is a naturalistic response that is more parsimonious to every single thing that every single argument for a god can bring up. That we don't need to rely on a god to explain anything. We can't identify where a god is or what it is or what it does. There's no rational justification to go down this road unless we're doing it for irrational reasons, like to justify a particular position, some personal position.
Yeah.
My question would be, can you recognize? I understand that you're convinced a God exists. I'm not trying to divest you of that belief. That's work that you have to do on your own by deconstructing your beliefs. My question might be the first step you would take in deconstructing would be like, to understand why you believe a particular thing. And my question would be, why do you believe a position is true when you have no rational justification to do so?
So rational justification, a lot of times I get into like prophecies being fulfilled and this and that, but this is after the establishment of a god, which everything else that seems to try to naturally describe it seems to at some point just say it's some infinite regress or to say that it's a brute fact. I don't really see, which just means we don't know. You know what I mean? And that's it. It just is, right? So that doesn't. Let me ask you this.
I'd
say it doesn't offer anything different than what the religion says. I mean,
science
does.
It
just says it just is. That's it.
Well, hang on a sec. Do you find the answer? The universe simply is. It is brutally contingent. That's the answer. Do you find that answer insufficient in some way?
I find it as sufficient as someone saying there's a God, and I don't see any difference.
Not just that. You're doing more than that. You see, we have stuff, but you're in the current camp of stuff because God. So stuff plus God. You're adding an extra item onto the table because you're acknowledging stuff. You've already done that.
Yeah. Well, we have a necessary existence.
Well, yes. No, hold on. It's not that, okay. If you want to call it necessary, but necessary in like philosophically speaking, mean it can't be any other way. Okay. These terms don't apply in the same way when we're talking scientifically.
It's that something has to be
okay. I would say something that no, but my position is because something cannot come from nothing, then something and then nothing is not a state that could ever be.
Yeah.
So there
always had to be something.
So therefore, there has always been something. So
yeah.
So that would effectively be like the only thing that is necessary is that something exists. Okay. The question then is, what is that something? The theist will bottom out with God. That's the necessary thing that exists.
Yeah.
I say it's the universe.
Yeah.
Because we have access to the universe. We can test it. We can quantify it. We can make predictions with it. We can do all kinds of stuff. We can't do any of that with a God.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
So if the universe can meet our expectation or can meet all we need, it just doesn't validate us personally or emotionally. Maybe we want to think. It was like, well, if I don't exist for any reason, then I don't have any reason to exist. That's very sad. Some people struggle with that every single day, and I understand why they do. I'm not trying to degrade or diminish them, but that's not a justification to believe that a God exists. That's an emotional justification to saying, like, I need to believe one, otherwise, I'll have no reason to live, which is very sad in my opinion. But there's a lot of people out there that are like that, that need that. And I understand that. Okay. But we have to be intellectually honest.
But we do have to, so we not only have to reach a thing, we have to reach a thing that is uncreated. We have to reach a thing that is eternal and independent. That's not going to be, one second. Just one second.
No, the term independent doesn't apply here. It doesn't apply. The term independent does not apply here. Not in this context.
That's a dependent thing.
No, the term independent and dependent don't apply here. They don't apply. Not in this context. In your theological context, maybe, but not in this context. Because now we're talking about physical evidence, physical reality that we have access to. These terms don't apply in the same way. It doesn't have to be that way. That's what I said. The Kalam cosmological argument doesn't hold water anymore. We can literally take the whole thing and throw it out the window because it doesn't jive with what we know about reality, which obviously Al-Ghazali didn't know because he didn't have access. 12th century, he didn't know shit. Well, he didn't know shit about some things. But William Lane Craig is just lying his ass off about. Okay? So we can just throw the Kalam out. We don't need it anymore. It's bogus. It's an old deal. It's like somebody arguing for spontaneous generation. We just throw it away.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't apply. The independent thing you're bringing up, that's a theological notion, or maybe a philosophical notion, but it's predominantly theological.
It's malformed linguistic.
Yeah, but we don't need it. That term doesn't apply in this context when we're talking about what's physical, the physical reality. So we don't need it anymore. Throw it out.
So I'm gonna real quick. I just want to bow out and say thanks for having me on stage.
Always,
and honestly, I do gotta check in on my dad too. But
make sure he's okay. Make sure everything's good.
Yeah, for sure. But honestly, it was nice talking with you guys. You guys honestly seem very respectful. I always like to, open my mind and speak with more people. I never like to be closed-minded. So I think it was a good conversation. Hopefully, you guys took something from me. And I took something from you guys. I do got to get going. So you guys take it easy. Have a nice night.
Hell yeah. And definitely shout. We do this every Sunday and Wednesday. So we'll do it. We'll be here back on Wednesday. You're always welcome to come back. If you have any other questions or something you want to bring up or whatever, you're welcome to come back anytime.
Everybody in the audience, put 1 in the chat for things. Put 2 in the chat for stuff. I'm more of a things guy myself, but
thanks, Shout. Take care. Right. You have a good night.
Peace out, y'all.
Take it easy, Austin. You have a great one. Thanks for coming up, bud.
I'll
bring him down so we're not eavesdropping on whatever he's talking about. All right. So an interesting conversation. I kind of like the dude.
Yeah.
I think we can bring him around. What do you think?
Well, I mean, we can have a conversation. It can continue.
Okay.
Where it bottoms out, I'm not going to go there.
I like that he's probably one of the more open-minded Muslims I've come across.
Well, I mean, he didn't come in with a hostile bit. As much as he may have a framework he's working with, it may be reinforced, but it's not sort of like the hostile apologetic style per se. So it's not coming extra loaded. It's coming preloaded in his brain, but it's not coming loaded at us.
Right.
In that sense. So it's like he's trying to put the pieces together, and maybe like where he's coming from, he's not seeing it as we're trying to present it.
Gotcha.
Or at least he's not doing it in a way that, like, assuming that what we are saying should make sense, for instance. We would like to think so.
I think his gears turn. They just maybe need a little bit of oil. It's kind of like that the last dude we were talking to on Wednesday, like last Wednesday. That one moment where we heard those gears turn because he automatically, it's like his brain tried to go to a response that was preloaded, but then he realized that the response didn't work. And for a moment, he he like the it was like he hiccuped. You know, it's kind of like he sputtered, like an engine. It was kind of like, he was like, and it made sense to him for just a moment. Just a moment, it made sense.
It's that one salient moment before the seizure claims us.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
It was kind of like, it looked like the light at the end of the tunnel, and it made a real mess for everybody else to clean up afterwards. But I had a moment. I wish it might have come earlier, but here we are.
I like Beam Me Up Bob says he saw outside the Matrix. For a brief moment, he saw beyond. He saw beyond the limitations of his God entity. It was quite impressive. Both of us, I think all of us on stage caught it. It's like, he's almost there. He's almost there. It's like he turns like, oh,
Missed
the
it
light.
by that much. Would you believe?
Oh, it was so good. That was a decent conversation. I also want to point out Robin Webster. Thank you so much for being here. He's been a member of the Godless Army for 4 months. Thank you so much, Robin. I appreciate that support.
I think we got a backlog of super chats. I think because
I just got 2. You just had this one.
Got heated, and I know
and then
go by.
Tim Davidson for $5. Thank you so much. Says science started with monkeys banging rocks together, and today the Large Hadron Collider. The rocks are infinitely smaller and faster, but bang bang, baby. Hell yes. We're still just banging shit together to see what happens. And let's see. MC Time says, I think the next time you talk to that guy, JL, act like this conversation never happened, but you had a good influential night so far. It's been decent. Yeah. Act like this never happened. Let's start it back at the beginning again.
Again?
Yes, we had definitely Jared Reed. It was a better conversation with him than Otangelo. That was so wild. The conversation with Otangelo started out so solid, and it seemed like he was getting it. And then all of a sudden, like we hit a point, and he just 180'd, complete like reversal. It was like he understood, and then it gets to kind of like some pivotal moment. And he's like, nope, and just refused. That's when the preaching came out. It was so weird, almost like it was pre-programmed, you know.
Well, it is. I've seen the same pattern before with a number of believers where, for instance, there's this one particular individual from the channel of great infamy, a theist who keeps coming around along the way. And their one hang up was the Krebs cycle. Okay.
Oh.
So it's all about God of the gaps, right? So it's that right down to the, I accept. But it's funny, like chemistry can be doing all of the things. It can also be doing all of the things once it's rolling. But apparently chemistry can't get it into that one particular state that we might call, for instance, abiogenesis. So we're like taking an ever-shrinking God of the gaps.
Right.
And it's down to, here's the tiniest piece, and they have to defend that like their life fucking depends on it. So Angelo does the exact same thing. So there'll be a hang-up point of the God of the gaps. So take a look at the argumentation of like what aspects of, say, chemistry and biology he's willing to engage with. And I'm sure that if you pay close attention, you'll be able to draw a map. You'll be able to draw a circle. Okay, what's the size of an unknown? Is it like the size of a mustard seed? Wait, here, let me circle around it. You'll find it. It'll be there with every.
There are not many songs about Otangelo. Is it 'cause nobody cares?
Oh, come on. I was making a really great salient point about the psychology of the believer.
I'm sorry.
God of gaps.
Yeah, I know, but Ninjester pointed out, are people, for fuck's sake, are people still talking about Otangelo? Occasionally we are.
You know, it's like that rash that just keeps coming back. It could be, and knowing the source, it's probably blue-green algae. Yep.
I'm sorry. I absolutely love that. I also gotta bring this up because when I accidentally knocked myself out of the stream, I gotta bring this up real quick and removing that. My bad. It wasn't ending. I needed to bring the video back up so that when the stream does end, I actually have it. Now people aren't waiting. So
this is an example of the bang crunch principle, folks. It's happening now. It's happening. In fact, it's always been happening. As for Jordan B. Peterson.
It was time Let's see. Want to make sure to say, Captain Lurker, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I see in Caliganchik. Thanks for hanging out. Ninjester, good to see you. Dimuborg, good to see you. Critical thinking reaching its limits. It often does with them. Let me see who else we got. Make sure Butterstuff is back. Good to see you. Beam me up, Bob. Say hello. BV, good to see you back. Hoover Vilify, good to see you, Hoover. Thanks so much for hanging out. 100th Monkey, good to see you. If you're walking in the forest and you come across a perfect $100 bill, pick it up and keep it. Yeah, definitely. Do that.
That's some top tier philosophy we got going on there.
That's just next level. I mean,
philosophy, I got mine.
Just fucking blowing Hegel's mind right now. Holy shit. Just pick it up and take it.
You know what? Nobody understands Hegel, especially Hegel.
Let me see. And I make sure I didn't miss anybody. Think we're good. And I do know I had to boot out. I booted out Big Nick, and I booted out the other guy. And Yagi-chan, good to see you. Krakatoon, good to see you as well. Kasplodicus, good to see you. I just remembered you were in the house. And Professor Hizzle as well, good to see you. I know I booted out Big Nick because I asked him flat out, "Are you going to come up on stage?" He said no, and I said, "Okay, then you're gone." And then Heretic Annihilator or whatever that is, got rid of him because I don't want to assume, but got rid of them because sick and tired of their crap. I'll make this abundantly clear. We got 52 people in the chat right now. And Mystery Man, good to see you as well. Coughing, getting caught and carted off, or more x-rays and finding my wallet's gone AWOL, so I can't buy a cup. Oh, that sucks, probing time. I'm sorry about that. I just finished my cup too. So there are 50 to 53 people, 53 people watching the stream right now. I know that some may be believers, and I know a lot of you that who are believers probably hang out just to kind of like hear the conversations that we're having. That's cool. That's cool with me. It's all good. I don't have a problem with interactions going on in the chat. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing in the chat. There are people who have blown up at each other because they have fundamental disagreements. That's to be expected, especially when you're in text and there's no like tone. And you can't tell sarcasm. You can't tell inflection. There's no inflection. So I get that happens. I have no problem with that. This is just basic human interactions. The problems we have are with people who come into the chat just to preach at us, to preach biblical claims, to preach Bible verse, chapter and verse. None of that shit is relevant to us. Number one, for two reasons. One, it doesn't prove that a God exists. It only proves that you believe a God exists. And two, we've heard it all before. The vast majority of people who are atheists, the vast majority, I'm not willing to put a number on it, probably above 80%, but I'm not sitting down on one permanently, but I'm saying the vast majority of us were born into and raised in a particular faith. We've heard it. It likely at some point we were convinced of it. We are not convinced of it now. You repeating it at us is just narcissism. You're not doing it for us. You're doing it for you. It's not for us. When you repeat it, when you yell like some like John 3:16 or some nonsense at us, it has no value or meaning to me. You're doing it for you because it makes you feel good. And that I have no interest in. That my mods have no interest in. Okay? When you preach at us and you spam this nonsense, you're gonna get timed out. Because we're not interested. Okay? That would be like a flat earther going up and interrupting some sort of like presentation being given by Neil deGrasse Tyson. The security will remove them. My mods will handle you. Because we're not interested in it. What we want is for you to come up on this great big beautiful stage and talk to us. It accomplishes two goals. One, keeps the stream going, so I don't have to sit here and vamp like this. People don't want to hear me vamp. They want to hear conversations. Two, they're conversations we need to have because we need to get ourselves on some common ground. in this nation right now, which means you need to understand where we're coming from, and we need to understand where you're coming from. And we need to shore up some misconceptions that we have on both sides. We do. If we can't do that, then what the hell's the point of having a goddamn country? We don't want this conflict. We don't want more conflict. And part of that conflict is because a lot of us don't understand something about the other one. Predominantly, y'all don't understand a lot about us. But we want to shore that up. But we can't do that unless you're willing to talk to us. So, to all you believers that are out there, I do greatly appreciate the individuals who have come to engage with us. Me, Andrew, Tony, Austin, Jay Patrick, whoever happens to be up here, Leo Phileas, Jefferson Spatchcock's never been up. Maybe one day he'll come and join us. That's an invitation. But whoever's up here, to all you believers who come up and engage with us in the spirit of conversation, the spirit of learning new things, of understanding each other, we thank you for that, because that's what we want. That's what we're aiming for. Trolls, we don't give a shit. I'll boot you. I got no problem with that. You guys will weed yourselves out eventually and allow us to have the symposium style conversations that we want to have, because that's what we need to be having, by my opinion. That's what I want this channel to be. So, whether that's popular or not, I don't give a shit. What I give a shit about is talking to individuals. Maybe passing on some tools to help in critical reasoning. That's the whole point. So, if you are a believer, you're more than welcome to come up on stage. We are not here to embarrass you. We are not here to farm clips off you. We are not here to try and score points. We are here to try and understand and to help you understand us. We're going to try and get rid of those misconceptions. Find some common fucking ground, because we are sorely needing it in today's society. We seriously are. So thank you to all the ones that are here in good faith. Thank you to all the ones that have come up to learn. Fuck you to all the ones that are not. You have no place here. You are a waste of space. But maybe you don't have to be. Maybe you don't. Maybe you could rethink things. Come up here, have an actual conversation. I think that would be awesome. Even if it pisses people off, get engaged, get focused, get in it. As my football coaches used to say, get up in the chili. You know, make it happen. Motion creates emotion. I fucking hate that old saying, but it does. So come up and have a conversation. Come up and engage. Don't sit there behind a keyboard to masturbate in front of us, because we don't care. Because that's all you preaching at us is just you masturbating for us. And we didn't ask to see it. We don't give a shit. And I'm done with my rant. I don't know where all that came from. Jessica, Transmetal Alchemist for 5 Australians says, sorry I've missed a stream. Work has been utterly crazy today. This is the first moment in 8 hours that I've had a chance to have a little rest. I'm so glad that you're getting off your feet, Jessica. I know work day is one. The weather out here is fucking stifling. Like the air is heavy. You know, it's sit on your chest heavy. It's so thick. But I've been working out in the garage. So is my wife, because we doing some gardening stuff, and she's doing some new stuff with some new succulents that she got. And it is rough. It is hardcore. Hopefully, I mean, we still got August to get through and half of September. So maybe it won't be too bad. Maybe we'll get some rain. But I'm glad you're able to chill out and hang out with us. Jessica, thanks so much for popping in. So, Mystery Man says, I can only lurk because I'm working. Not a problem, Mystery Man. You're always welcome here. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm sorry about that. I didn't mean to like to rant on for a moment. This is not supposed to be my ranting stage. It's not what it's meant for. Yes, Juggernaut Jared Reed. I want to bridge the divide. That's the whole point. That is the whole point. Mick G Chicago, good to see you. Thanks so much for hanging out. Appreciate you being here. Yeah, she does. She does the succulents. She does love her succulents. I think because they're relatively low maintenance. So Let's see. I got stretched. Oh, my back. My doctor is supposed to have a conversation with my insurance company, like a peer-to-peer. What did they say? Finally got through to my doctor. They're supposed to have that on like the 1st. No, I'm smoking junk. When did they say? I'm supposed to have my new MRI on the 6th. They're supposed to have a conversation on the 29th. So my doctor is supposed to have a conversation with my insurance company on the 29th to validate or verify for them why I need to have my freaking back MRI. And then once that gets approved, I'll be able to get my MRI on August 6th. And I'm hoping that the solution to fixing what is wrong with my lower back will not require too invasive surgery, like extremely invasive surgery, because I really don't want to be on my ass for an extended period of time. I really do not. I will be so freaking annoyed if I can't sit in this chair and do what I need to do. Cindy Sue. Dang, Jill, I was almost expecting an altar call after that preach. Yeah, I know. I hate getting preachy. I don't want to get preachy. I'm sitting there advocating it. I'm sitting there like railing against people preaching, and here I am using my channel as a soapbox. I'm not fond of doing it. I'm not supposed to be doing it, but I needed to get across a message. A message that effectively I'm preaching to the choir for the vast majority of you. So, but in case one of them was listening, you got to put it out there. So I appreciate it. Good to see you, Cindy Sue. MC Times, it's hard to bridge the divide when the other side uses your olive branches as blunt objects, but I commend the effort. It's truly a Sisyphean task. It is. That rock just, keeps wanting to come back down. I keep wanting to push it up. Sometimes to my detriment, as Andrew will so often point out. It's like, why are you doing this to yourself?
Could it be masochism?
Yes, I enjoy the pain. Whip me, daddy, harder. That's how we do it. And yes, damn, everyone does need a vent every now and then. Maybe I just needed a vent. Maybe that's what it was. I was just aggravated. Keyboard warriors aggravate the shit out of me. They really do. And, I try to set the example. I'll go where I need. I'll go somewhere. Like needgod.net. I tried to get on that channel for a minute to ask to pose some questions to that guy. They never wanted. They know who I am. So they don't want to bring me up because they know it's going to turn into a shit show. I jumped on stage with fucking Flatzoid, and that turned into a shit show because Flatzoid is a moron. Just what does the MC Toon call him? Aggressively stupid is what he called it. MC Toon has interacted with him more than I have. Let me see here. He is aggressively stupid. He's all deflection all the time. Exactly. That's MC Toon's quote. His quote. So,
yeah, I might give a correction, by the way, for your rant per se. In a sense, I wouldn't call that preaching, because see, yours was a call out to engage, not just shouting your position. It's a call out to engage.
Right.
So, I will grant it more than that.
Well, I appreciate that, and you're right on that one. So we don't have anybody in the back, anybody in the back, and anybody in Discord. We did have some people who actually were backstage, but unfortunately didn't stick around. I think just because the conversation. I mean, we don't put time limits on these conversations unless the conversation kind of going nowhere, and we're just going in circles. Then I'll kind of end it to get to somebody else, but. For those people who were in the back, you gotta be a little patient. It may take us a minute to get to you, but we do want to talk to you, and I can't just end a conversation and with somebody immediately just to get somebody else up. So I saw like Moomin was hanging in the back, who wanted to come up, but wasn't able. Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to confirm their audio, so we went with Shout, and the conversation with Shout went for quite a while. So it happens sometimes. So we're trying to fit them all in, but you got to be willing to stick around, to hang out. But nobody in the back currently. We've been going. We just hit the 5.5 hour mark, and nobody in Discord. Can't get any of these.
Well, actually, we did get one from there. That was that that troll earlier on.
The troll? Of course it was.
Yeah.
Of course it was a troll. Why wouldn't it be a troll?
Well, remember, trolling is another kind of fishing, and sometimes, what you get at the end of the line isn't exactly appetizing. So, win some, lose some.
It's like nothing but fucking garfish. No, you don't know what a garfish is, do you?
Gar? Hell yeah, they're good eating.
Oh, what?
They're big.
Gar are trash.
It's not exactly like English cuisine, okay?
Oh, that's a trash fish.
There's worse.
Yeah, I mean, you could be eating carp.
You see? You know what you got to do? Look on the bright side of life.
I understand that some people.
A friend of mine caught one the other day.
I understand some people may eat gar, alligator gar.
Oh, yep, long snout.
Yeah, just.
It could be so much. It could be so much worse. Okay, go for someone like those Amazon or like African freshwater fish. Because see, like, strangely enough, the freshwater stuff is the stuff of nightmares.
Trawling is fishing. That's true. Yeah, trawling. Yeah, we get it.
That was all deliberate on my part.
Probing Time says I used to use whole garfish on a 5-hook rig for bait. What the hell were you fishing for?
Ew. Ouch.
What the hell were you fishing for?
Megalodon.
That's got that. Well, I mean,
Well,
how big are your garfish? Like how big? Because garfish can get big, but if you're using like small garfish, fishing for Taylor. Why do I not know that term? Sturgeon? It's got to be a big fish. No, it's saltwater. Are you fishing? Wait, are you using them as freshwater bait? Are you using Are you using whole garfish for freshwater bait or for saltwater bait?
I presume it's got to be freshwater because they'd be leaving it on the line. It's not like they caught it, shoved it on the line as bait. No, they're leaving it on the line, hoping something bigger gets it. So
something bigger gets it, but you'd be looking at like sturgeon, maybe. But it depends upon how big the gar are. If he's using like a little gar that's like this big, then that I could see because I've used like fish around that size to hunt for big largemouth, like big largemouth bass. They can take a whole fish. So, but typically those will be like crappies. But if you're using like a gar, like that's long. So what are you hunting for that? Big ass. I mean, not even like the big ass fucking catfish down here in the south can get big enough to eat a whole gar. It'd be like a Wells catfish. Saltwater Taylor, about 3-pound hyperactive torpedoes. Wait, hang on a sec. Give me 1 second. Okay. So I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Okay, so... Okay, hang on a sec. So if he's talking about... Okay, so just make sure that we're talking about the same thing. Taylor is Australian for the bluefish. That's what he's fishing for. Okay, so when we're talking about garfish,
we're like beyond muskie and pike range here.
Yeah, so when we're talking about alligator gar.
Yeah, long nose.
Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, hang on a sec.
I got a sample. Yeah, I'll drop it up. 11, full screen. Up. Oops. Where did I leave? There we are. Right. Only. There we go.
Yeah, that's an alligator gar.
Look at the size of that little bugger. Hold on.
When we're talking about stuff here in the States.
Look at that monster. Oops.
That's what we're talking about.
Oh, good. Oh, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Look at
that's
that.
That's an alligator gar.
Oof.
Yeah, I've heard of people eating gar. Like back in Texas, people who like live in people who live in fucking like Caddo Lake, you know, like people who live in like the swamps, the deep swamp or hill areas, they'll eat gar because they're plentiful and you can eat them, but that's an alligator gar. I'm assuming that what you're talking about are one second. I assume that what you're talking about is these. I assume that that's what you're talking about.
What? Is that like the baby minnows?
These are land-based gar. And give me 1 second.
Okay, that's gar with insecurity issues. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on with that fish.
Okay, so probing time said yes, that's the type. That's what he's using as bait. Those little fish, those little thingies. Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Okay, so now we understand that you're using
teeth cleaners for real gar. That's the thing stuck between the toes, you know. Wow.
Let's see. Let's say so garfish. Yeah, how to catch garfish. Garfish fishing guide, land-based garfish. Technique like this, blah blah blah, and you're using you're using those little ones to nab.
Oh wow!
You're using those little ones to nab bigger tailors. Okay, which is what you're doing. Okay, that makes sense. It looked like a needlefish. Okay, so. But yeah, the garfish that we have here in the south of Texas are armor plated, long nosed, sharp teeth monstrosities that eat basically everything dead and decomposing in the water. And they breed fast, they're aggressive as shit, and they can survive partially out of water or in brackish water because they're tough as nails. So I've seen some gar so big that people had to shoot them. So, yeah.
And for Captain Lurker, I saw that quote with regards to tasting between chicken and alligator. Apparently, Canadian references here give a different opinion on the taste. Apparently, it's not exactly high on the desirability list. Texture may be there, but I guess flavor leaves something to be desired.
Yeah, so the alligator gar, this is say 4 species of gar found in Oklahoma waters, like where I live here in Oklahoma. There's the long-nosed gar, there's the spotted gar, the short-nosed gar, and the alligator gar. And 4 species of gar, those are the 4 species of gar found in Oklahoma. They're old as hell. These primitive fish date back to the Cretaceous period and are, monstrously tough.
But
alligator gar is a beast.
Now, of course, bar none, the hottest of all of them, Terry. I had to throw in something for you.
Yeah, there's the kicker on that. When I was mentioning I was mentioning their capabilities, like how tough they are. 1 second. So The alligator gar possesses a swim bladder that connects directly to its gut. This allows it to survive in highly turbid or oxygen-poor waters by breathing air directly from the surface. Its body is covered in thick, interlocking ganoid scales. Historically, due to their durability, these tough scales were used by Native Americans and early settlers for everything from jewelry to arrowheads. It is one of the largest freshwater fish species in North America. Its body can exceed 3 meters in length, with 10 recorded weights reaching nearly 140 kilos. The fish produces eggs that are highly toxic if consumed by humans or mammals. This serves as a natural defense mechanism to protect their offspring from predators. Yeah, they're brutal and they're gross. And we do have somebody in the back. Yes, A Mystery. Come for the theist debate, stay for the fish facts. And we do have someone in the back. Popo. Good to see you. Thanks so much for coming in.
Going.
How's it going?
Can
you hear us?
Am I live right now?
You are on stage.
Okay.
What brings you up today?
What can we talk about? I have proof for God. Are you an atheist?
I would call myself an atheist, yes. What evidence do you have to present?
Okay. Do you agree that you either exist or you don't exist?
Me personally?
Yes.
I definitely don't agree to the latter. I think we're kind of forced to agree to the first.
So you agree that you either exist or you don't exist?
Well, I agree that I can't say that I don't exist. Otherwise, what am I answering?
Yeah, I was like, oh, so this is Felix. Is this Felix?
Yes, it's Felix, yes.
Okay, so I agree that things either exist or don't. Like if we're talking about propositions, I agree that if we're talking about the existence of something either exists or it does not. When it comes to myself, I experience things, so I would exist. So it's not something that I'm divided on. So, but I'm saying if you're talking about, when we're talking about like just like things that we're talking about stuff, we can say that a thing either exists or it does not. So where would you like to go? I agree that in terms of existence, that is a true dichotomy. A thing either exists or it does not. So as far as logic goes, I agree with you on that. What do you got from there?
Okay, so you agree that if nothing ever existed, nothing at all ever existed,
I do agree.
Right now?
I agree. Hold up. I agree that nothing is not a state that has ever been. There has always been something. To put it very simply, there has always been something. I do not hold that something can come from nothing, so therefore something has always existed. That thing is the universe.
Okay, so something has always existed and it's not you.
Right, it's the universe. I am a product of the universe.
Okay, does the universe has power to cause existence?
No, the processes of the universe result in the formation of other things.
So the process.
I am the result of natural chemical interactions.
So the universe is always the always existing something, the always existing being.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're talking about being, it's the universe. The universe is effectively an entity, so it's a being. Wow. So yeah, sure. Philosophically speaking, it's the universe. So what? Where are we going from this?
And it has no power to cause anything to exist.
When you're talking about it doesn't cause anything to exist with intention, things exist as a result of other processes. So I'm not adding any kind of intentionality or any kind of telos to this.
Yeah, little framing error here.
But
when you
it always
have
existed,
a universe, it is the stuff. It is all of the stuff.
Yeah. We are the universe is stuff that exists, and the stuff takes different forms. It's really it's pretty simple. I mean, we can get ultra complicated, but I am a result of this. I'm a product of the system. The system didn't intend to create me. I am a result of the natural organic chemical interactions that facilitated my existence, the existence of my physical form. My experiences inform my persona, my brain, my personality, my character. Like that, like who I am as JL, my identity is a result of my interactions with the world and other people and shit like that. So if you're talking about the universe in and of itself, I hold that the system has always existed. So that's it.
Okay.
Nothing exists intentionally. Things that happen within the universe are the things that happen within the universe.
And the
It's not
universe
about.
has. Okay, go ahead.
That's it.
Okay, the universe has no power, and it always existed.
What do you mean by
necessarily?
no? What do you mean by no power? That statement doesn't make any sense in this context.
Because he must have power. If the universe is the being that has necessarily always existed, it necessarily must have power to sustain itself in existence and to cause existence.
No,
of
your
being.
theological claims don't apply here.
I'm not making a theological.
You
claim.
are.
I'm
Those are
making
theological
an
notions.
ontological claim.
No, Felix. Those are theological notions that don't apply in a scientific context.
But it's impossible for something to always necessarily exist and have no power to sustain its existence and prevent things from destroying
it can simply be. No, it can simply be.
What does that mean?
It can be brutally contingent. Done. Period. That's it.
No, if it's brutally contingent, it doesn't have the power to sustain itself or explain.
No. Hold up, Felix. It doesn't need the power to do it because it is all that there is. That's it.
It is all that there is, but it has been always the same through eternity because it's necessarily always existed. So it must have power to sustain.
Doesn't have to. It simply is. It doesn't need power to do that. We don't need to use those terms.
It's simply, to exist.
It's not a process that needs to be sustained. It simply is.
But that's
what I'm telling you right now is that all of your theological nonsense does not apply to me.
What
None of it applies.
Nonsense? I'm talking about power. You know what power is?
No, it doesn't apply in this context. It does not apply in this context. I'm not talking theology with you or even philosophy. I am talking about physical reality.
Then it doesn't exist if it doesn't have any power.
Not in the context that you're talking. You don't know. You don't understand the science, so you don't know what you're talking about. You are framing it incorrectly.
If it always existed necessarily, by definition,
quantum fields.
It must have the power.
Quantum fields which interact with one another and result in the formation of particles.
And
the particles react to it. The ripple effects within quantum fields are what we call particles. Those particles interact and they do work as a result of that interaction, which results in the formation of matter. That is what happens.
That is not all powerful. It
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be.
It can cease to exist if it's not all powerful.
Felix, what would happen? Like, what do you think power is?
Power is the capacity to achieve, to determine, to actualize something.
Okay,
it's already actual. Hold on. You just said that an actual thing needs power. It's already actual.
Yeah, it's already actual.
No. That power is the capacity to create, to achieve, to actualize.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to
something.
have that. No, it doesn't have to have that. You are sneaking. You are smuggling in telos. There is hold up.
That's what power is.
No, it's not. Okay.
What is power?
Okay, hold up, Felix. You can describe it that way if you want, but guess what? It doesn't have agency. It has no intention.
I haven't talked about agency.
Humans are not intended to exist. We are nothing is intentionally actualized for any purpose.
But if it's always necessarily always existed, it must be all powerful by definition.
No,
because
it doesn't.
It has always existed. It must have all the power available, including knowledge, because knowledge is a power.
Nope. Okay, hang on a second. I'm pausing this right now. No, I'm pausing it right now. Felix, I'm going to tell you this one more time because I'm not going to repeat myself. I mean, I knew you're eventually going to come up here anyway, but I don't have tolerance for this. I'm not going to repeat myself, but this one last time. Your theological notions of all powerful, all knowing, all blah, 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 blah. None of that matters in this context. Stop trying to put your theological bullshit in my worldview. I don't need it. I have no place for it. It doesn't explain anything, and it doesn't justify anything.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Of course it does. Let me explain you.
Name one thing. Name one conclusion that it justifies.
Okay, because if he's not all powerful and he's all necessary, and he doesn't have the power of knowledge.
Why do you keep saying he?
The power. I'm not saying he. I'm saying it must has the power of knowledge because he's all.
It doesn't have the power of knowledge.
That's the power
why would you need that? No. Why are you using that? Why are you assuming that ontological state for knowledge?
Because
knowledge is just
all powerful.
No.
Knowledge.
No, Felix. Knowledge is just the set of propositions that we know to be the case.
No,
it doesn't pre-exist anything. It's an abstract.
Knowledge is a power.
No, knowledge is just an abstract that we use to describe the set of propositions that we know are the case. It is an abstract term. It doesn't actually exist.
You don't have knowledge? You don't exercise knowledge?
Knowledge is an abstract. It does not materially exist. It is an abstract concept that refers to the set of propositions that we know to be the case. It is not something that exists prescriptively.
Does knowledge create something in you that you can cause things to exist?
Knowledge does not stand in causal relation to shit.
No? And what are you doing right now? You don't have any knowledge from talking to me?
No, I have knowledge because it is an abstract concept. There are propositions I know to be the case. I have knowledge.
And are you exercising that knowledge right now?
Yes.
Okay, that's a power. You are exercising knowledge. That's what a power is. You are
okay, but the universe doesn't have to have that.
I also have.
I have
the power to digest my dinner. I have the power to fart. Okay, your use of power is useless. Any interaction. Oh, look, a river has the power to move it all. How about an atom has the power to move it all? How much knowledge does it take for a rock on Mars to exist? A rock is a rock. What kind of knowledge does it require to exist? We're now on the argument from rocks for brains.
Something has always existed.
Yeah.
Felix, nobody heard what you were saying because I had you muted. See, there's the problem, Felix. There's the problem, Felix. You were muted and you didn't even realize it. You just want to spout shit at us.
Go ahead.
You just want to spout shit at us.
No, I'm saying that
I had you muted the entire time while Andrew was talking because you wouldn't be quiet. And then when I unmuted you, you were still talking.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that.
Right, because you're only interested in talking at us. You're not interested in a conversation. You're not interested in hearing how we justify our positions. How your theological nonsense doesn't apply to us. You're not interested in that shit, which tells me, shut the fuck up. I am still speaking. Which tells me you are not here in good faith. Which tells me you are only interested in wasting our time.
I'm sorry.
You're only interested here. You're only interested in preaching bullshit at us. Which leads me to simply ask you one question. Can you demonstrate that your God exists without begging the question? Yes or no?
I have just did it.
You haven't. You haven't demonstrated shit.
It must be all powerful by definition.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Then it has to not always existed.
No, that's not how that works.
Yes,
it can simply be the no. I can hold it.
Power to
I can hold it as a brute contingency, as brutally contingent. There is no logical contradiction there. I don't need your like the way you look at this shit. I don't need to do it that way.
How would a brute contingency resist anything that will destroy?
Because there is nothing that exists that does that.
How do you know?
Because what the evidence indicates, what we're pointing at, is fundamental and eternal.
Are you
Quantum
gonna
fields.
be destroyed?
Quantum fields. That's it.
You're pointing at
Are
something.
you being
You're
destroyed
pointing at
right
something
now?
separate. We were talking about the everything, and then you're talking about something else, breaking it down. So we have first.
Take
we have
it easy,
the everything,
Gretchen.
and now we have more. Why do we have more in your picture?
And when you say, am I being destroyed? No. My
No, you're
form, no, stop. My form, my physical form is slowly breaking down over time. And eventually
It's
my
right.
constituent elements will return to the system. But there's nothing really being destroyed.
You are being destroyed.
No,
You
my
are-
identity is a part of my body. My identity is simply something that I label this form with. But when I
Okay,
die, everything about me disappears. All that is left is my corpse, and my corpse will decompose and return to the system. That's it.
Okay, so what's your point? You have been destroyed in existence. You don't exist anymore.
Right.
That's
I will
my
cease to
point.
exist upon my death. So what?
So there are forces that destroy existing things.
No,
and the same
no.
thing applies to the necessary being.
No. There are things that break things down.
Exactly.
And those parts return to the system and then are reincorporated into other things.
But you don't exist anymore.
No. Hold up. JL doesn't exist because the constituent parts that allow that aspect of my brain to form don't exist anymore. They're broken down. They don't function anymore. So just like a broken down car will not drive anymore, the car still exists. It simply cannot drive. My body will exist. It simply cannot do any JL stuff anymore. And then my body will break down just as the car will rust. My body will break down and all these constituent elements will return to the system. There's no problem with that.
So are you saying you will always exist forever?
No, the elements that compose me will.
Are you that?
Do what?
Are you the elements or are you something else?
As far as my identity, I'm not just those elements. I am a composition of those. When that'd be like if I cut my finger off, am I my finger? No, it's a part of me, but that part of me is no longer. So that goes away. So no, it effectively won't be me because I am the combination of my parts. But when my parts are like dispersed, it's not me anymore. I don't exist anymore. My identity, which is an abstract, I don't exist materially. Like the identity doesn't exist materially. It's a label slapped on to this material existence. But when I die, the thing that is me, the abstract concept, will disappear.
It's destroyed. That's what destruction
It's not destroyed.
is.
No. Because it's an abstract. It never actually existed in a material sense. It's an idea.
It's an idea, but
yes,
you exist in that idea right now, correct?
No, the idea of the abstract concept of JL will only. Hold up. When my body dies, and when I die, there will be people that know me who remember me. They will have memories of me, okay? But those memories are not me. They're memories of me. So that's still my identity. They're constructing those memories, and I am within those memories. But that's not me. That's my identity. That's their idea of my identity that is persisting in their memory. But when they all die, when all the people that ever knew me all die, then the abstract concept that is JL will cease to exist because it is an abstract. It is an idea. The material body is what will decompose and eventually return to the system, and the elements will break down and be used by other organisms to fuel the system. So what?
Okay, so will you stop existing or not?
Not in any kind of material sense, because that's not how abstracts exist.
I'm not talking about material or abstract. I'm talking about you.
Let me ask you this. Can you destroy math?
You are not math.
No,
you're a person.
Felix, stop. Can you destroy math?
Of course not.
Okay. Math is an abstract. No, shut up. Math is an abstract concept. It's an abstract. JL, the identity of JL, is an abstract. You can't destroy it because it doesn't it exists as a concept. You either hold the concept or you don't hold the concept. If I'm the only one who holds a concept, the concept isn't destroyed. The concept just ceases to exist in any kind of conceptual way. It's like a dream. You can't destroy a dream. You get it?
Okay. If nothing ever existed, would math exist?
No.
Okay, then it can be destroyed.
You just asked about nothing. What was the point of asking about nothing?
Then it can be destroyed. Math can be destroyed.
No, it would never exist.
It would never exist, but it's a possibility.
It would never be conceptualized. It's an abstract.
So it would exist, but it would not be conceptualized?
It would not exist at all in any stretch of the imagination because there would be no minds to conceptualize it.
So in a state of nothingness, if a mind just appears in that state,
What is a state of nothingness? What is a state of nothingness? You're spouting nonsense.
Non-existence.
Well, if there's nothing, then there's nothing. So you can finish that sentence and we're done then.
Exactly what he's saying.
We're not nothing, are we? Apparently, the idea that you're talking about doesn't matter. We don't have.
It doesn't matter because you will stop existing one day, and what does not exist is.
Felix, here's a question for you. Picture a car. I take the wheels off. Who cares? Is it a car now?
Depends what you mean by a car.
A car. Do you know what a car is?
Must it have the wheels to be a car?
Well, is it not a car anymore? Like, what happens?
It hasn't changed from its identity. Just some parts are
how
missing.
many pieces can I take off before you stop calling it a car?
Well, a car is not a substance, so.
Well, you're talking about JL a second ago, so let's just look at a car. How many pieces before you stop calling it a car?
If you take the main body out, it's no longer a car.
Do you know what the real problem with this is? Who cares about the label? You don't want to call it a car anymore. The universe doesn't care about the label car any more than it ultimately cares about the label JL that you give to them. We may recognize a consistency and we may label it JL every time up until the point where it starts decomposing. And at that point, there's still no less stuff in existence. It's just not all together in a way that you want to slap a label on it. And nobody cares about labels.
But
there's no less stuff. The stuff is not gone. It doesn't go away. The pieces move around. You don't want to call the assembly a car anymore, but nobody cares. There's no less existence in this equation. All of the stuff doesn't cease to exist. The pieces just move further away and you don't want to give it a label anymore. And nobody cares.
Okay, but that's irrelevant to my argument. My argument
No, this is down to existence.
That something always existed.
Yes, all the stuff, and guess what? All the pieces of the car, those were there too. But you're talking about car existing now, the same way you're talking about JL existing. You only care about one arrangement, but all the bits are always there.
No, because the car has not always existed.
No. Once again, you're talking about the arrangement, but all the stuff it's made out of, that was somewhere else.
All the elements that compose the car, those existed long before the car was even an idea.
Okay, but have they always existed?
Everything seems to. Well,
no. The stuff is a result of other stuff, but ultimately, if you're talking all the way down, the quantum fields have always existed.
The quantum field has always existed?
Yes.
So the quantum field doesn't have any power to cause anything to exist?
It is existence.
It is existence.
It
You
is
are
existence?
you are quantum fields. We are all quantum fields. Everything is quantum fields.
So they have power to give me existence.
It is exist. No, it's not power to give. It is existence.
Okay, I'm going to give you this one shot, Felix. Stop using that fucking terminology because I've already told you it doesn't apply in this context. If you use that terminology again, I'm booting you the fuck out of here. Understood?
What terminology?
Your theistic bullshit.
I'm not using any theistic.
I've already told you. I've already given you multiple points that would indicate that you're like omniscience, omnipotent, all powerful, whatever that nonsense is all theological bullshit. You repeat that shit again and try to impose it in this worldview as though it's true without being to back it up. I'm just gonna fucking boot you.
I never mentioned of the
Stop saying it has to be all powerful.
It must be all powerful.
No, stop saying it. It doesn't apply in this context.
Exist.
It doesn't apply in this context.
It doesn't have the power to exist.
Okay, so Felix, stop bringing it up.
It's a logical point.
It's not a logical point. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Do you have powers that help you sustain your life into existence when you eat, when you breathe?
Okay.
we're back to the shape of things.
Yeah. So
and not the existence of the actual stuff. Papo.
It's Felix. His name's Felix.
Felix.
Hang on a second. I've got him muted. I'm taking a moment because I don't need to hear. I need to.
I feel you. It hurts to feel you. Damn it. What's going on in there? Oh boy. Yeah. Felix.
Go ahead.
Why does stuff need something else to exist?
What do you mean something else to exist?
You're talking power. What makes a carbon atom suddenly disappear? What do you need to constantly feed into something for it to simply be?
Does he have motion?
What if motion's part of the system?
Is motion caused by some kind of power or nothing at all?
It's an interaction of the stuff that exists. So
an interaction requires a power to interact?
It requires stuff, and we have stuff.
If stuff doesn't have
All right, I'm muting him again because someone in the live chat. Tavo, sure, yes. Click the link. It's down there on the bottom. You're more than welcome to. Felix, sorry you're not getting it, and I really don't give a shit. I'm tired of hearing you repeat your bullshit. We've tried to explain it to you. You're refusing to understand. I don't really care. Just by seeing your previous interactions. When you actually get your head out of your ass, you're more than welcome to come back. So later. Bubba.
Yeah.
I hate intellectual dishonesty. Bubba is in the back.
Yep. Quick QC check if you could, Bubba, if you're able to confirm that you can hear us.
Yeah, I think he yeah, there he goes. Yeah. You can't hear the audio's coming through, Bubba. Just let us know in the private chat that audio's coming through. Okay.
I'm kind of hoping it should be because he just gave a comment.
Yeah, he said, "Hey, sir."
Okay.
Oh, excellent.
Okay, no, you're not. No. You're not on the stage yet.
Yeah, you're not on the stage yet.
I wanted to do the QC check.
That's fine. That's fine. You're not on this. You just weren't on the stage yet. We couldn't hear you, but we just wanted to double check, make sure, because sometimes StreamYard will bug, and you won't be able to hear us. So.
Yep, you're on the stage.
You're all good.
And indeed, we can't hear you yet. Oh, that's a mute unmute.
No, I unmuted him. See, Bubba, can you talk? Can you hear us? You don't have to use a private chat. You can just talk.
It's better. Hello.
You kind of coming in?
Wait 1 second.
Getting a little better.
Better now.
Yeah, I think Right. Can you hear us okay?
The other one. I mean, I can hear y'all. Hello.
You're coming in and out. It's very watery.
What about this? Hello. All right, let me use.
Hearing parts of it.
Hello.
You're kind of coming in, but it sounds like you're having a connection issue.
Better. Hello. Is this better?
Oh, maybe.
Hello.
Yep. Keep going.
Is this better now?
Yeah. Okay. We can hear you. Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry. Yeah, I just had to close some things. So I see on the prompt here you got Christianity is mental slavery, God is evil, and then the rest. Oh, here we go. Evolution is a fact. I'm right there with you, brother. The Earth is not flat. I think it's round. I don't have an issue with it. Vaccines do work. I'm vaccinated. I wouldn't. I think certain vaccines are kind of weird, but I'm for them. Most of Christianity, the cult. Oh, that one's testy. I don't know about that one. I would have to say Christian. We got Christian nationalism as a threat. Okay, to each his own. And then the Bible is on a science book. All right, that's fine. So, are you an atheist? Are y'all atheist? I'm presuming.
I'll identify as one. Let Andrew speak for himself on that regard.
All right, Andrew. Maybe
he may have gone AFK, but I am. So, what do you got? What do you got for me?
Dang, so you're an atheist, I see. I don't know many atheists.
I am not convinced of the existence of a god or gods. I do not believe that. I do not believe that they exist.
Yeah. So why do you hold that to be true?
Well, it's I'm not convinced of the truth of the proposition. The proposition is that, like, your proposition would be a god exists. And I would say, well, how do you know that? And then the things that you point out, whatever arguments you give, or the things you point out as evidence, are all in some way logically flawed. So I'm not convinced by the arguments or evidence you present, or your personal experience, or any of that stuff. I can find flaws with all of it. So I see no rational justification for accepting the proposition as being true. I'm not convinced it's true. Therefore, I don't believe it's true. Therefore, I am an atheist.
Okay. So let me try to think. Let me get this down. So you're saying basically, like, you don't think God exists because nobody's really convinced you. Like you've asked to be convinced and nobody's really convinced you before. Is that what you're saying?
That's part of it. There's also no reason to believe one does. There's no need for a God to explain anything. There's no rational reason to hold the position as true.
Oh, okay.
Now this is important. So let me make sure I parse this out for you. There are different, I think you can agree with me, there are different God concepts all around the world. People have come up with different kinds of gods, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
Right. Yeah. The problem is that some God concepts are logically possible. Just means that there's no contradiction in them existing. There's nothing like contradictory.
Yeah.
Some are possible, but some of them are not possible because they're defined in a contradictory fashion. So any of the gods that pose a logical contradiction, those gods can't exist. They don't exist because they can't.
Yeah, so, I think I'm catching on.
Yeah. So in particular, when it comes to the Abrahamic biblical Christian God, that God can't exist because it is definitionally a logical contradiction. It has contradictory attributes.
Really?
It can't. Yeah. Yes. So in multiple different ways, and there are logically contradictory claims made about the entity. So these come forward in a number of ways. Though you can go with the logical problem of evil, you get the evidentiary problem of evil. You could go with the individual attributes, omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence. You can go the claims made about it, like it creating time or the things that it does. All of these result in logical problems. Okay, but that God doesn't exist. It's not possible for that God to exist. So if there is a God, if there is a God, it is unfalsifiable, meaning we can't determine if it's true or false, and it's simply defined a different way than the Christian God. Because I think even you will acknowledge there could be a God, like could some God entity, and the Christians could be wrong.
Yeah, right? I would say I take Christianity to be true. I wouldn't say I'm a Roman Catholic or a Orthodox or a Protestant. I'm just kind of I just think Christianity is, I think it's pretty cool. But I mean, whenever you get in those, saying there's the Christian God is contradictory definitionally, I'm just kind of like, whoa, dude, where does that come from?
You want me to break it down for you?
Sure, I would like to see a representation of what you're meaning by that.
So you believe that the Christian God is all loving, right?
Yeah, sir. I would probably say like omnibenevolent.
Omnibenevolent. Okay. So this is going to take. I'm going to go kind of slow on this, just so because there's a few different parts, but I just want to make sure that you're following along. I want to make sure you're following along.
Right.
The God of Christianity is defined as being ultimate, right? It is the ultimate thing of all things that exist. It is the ultimate thing, right?
Pure actuality.
Okay. So if the thing exists, it doesn't reference anything external of itself to indicate why or how it must or must not do anything, right?
Well, you kind of got me in a stiffle there. Are you saying it's not obligated? Like it's not.
Is there any rule or law that God itself must follow when it's doing anything?
I mean, I don't know about intentionally follow. I think there's or not intentionally follow, but I think whenever you say follow as in, submit to, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, is there anything that says that God has to do anything?
I mean, I would say probably according to his own nature.
But that's not anything external of the God saying that it has to do something. There's no rules it must play by. There's no laws that govern what it can and cannot do. Right? It is the only thing. It is simply referencing itself. Right?
I mean, if we take God and its nature, and God's nature says, you can't have any potential or potency, that's his nature, limiting himself in that matter. But I wouldn't say that's extrinsic. That would just be.
Well, it wouldn't be a limit. It wouldn't be a limit. It would just be itself. Its nature is what it can do.
Right.
Is what its nature is. So, but there is no rules or laws that govern what God must necessarily do. There's nothing that says that God has to create a universe. God that looks like this. God has to create people. God could create whatever it wants to create.
I think God would choose to do that which is best.
By whose metric?
I mean, his own standard. It's an internal thing, as you said. It wouldn't be a limitation because it would be contradictory.
Actually, it has to be a limitation because by the time you're done with it, by calling something a thing's nature, you're defining its operating parameters. So if God has all capability, then it has no specific actual nature. It's capable of all things, and when you're everything, you're also nothing.
So when you're everything, you're also nothing. I mean, I think we're kind of having an issue here with the
form. You can't appeal to nature because nature is everything. It is all possibilities.
Well, he's talking about the God's nature in of itself, like what its possibility is, and I'm saying that I'm saying when the God chooses to do an action, it chooses to do that action because it wants to do that action, not because it must do that action. That's where I'm going with this. There's nothing that dictates to the God what it must necessarily do or the parameters by which it must do it. God, by your definition, can actualize anything that is logically possible at any time that it wants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the problem we have is this. The system that we're doing an internal critique, saying the God exists. Yeah, the God exists, operating as though the God exists, and the God is omnibenevolent, meaning that all of its actions will maximize the best possible outcome. All of them. That's logically possible.
Right. Yes, so I would say, given that there does exist a best possible decision at the given. Well,
best possible decision, best possible outcome by its own lights, whatever it determines. So, but if it's omnibenevolent, then that would concern all of the agents as well. That any outcome is the one that maximizes the best outcome for everyone in that action. But here's the problem. Evil actions and outcomes that are evil by the God's own lights, meaning that there are certain actions and outcomes that the God itself has declared to be evil. Those actions and outcomes do not occur in a vacuum. They don't just happen spontaneously. They require specific circumstances to allow them to be possible. Okay? For example, a person robs a convenience store. A person walks into a convenience store with a gun, shoots the clerk, and takes the money.
Okay.
The circumstances that allowed for that possibility was the desperation and ignorance of the person who perpetrated the crime. If that person was not desperate and not ignorant, they would have no need to commit the crime. Circumstances beget these outcomes. Okay?
Well, yeah, I would say given that they did that on their own volition, it's like, well,
but you have to ask why. Why did they go for the money? Because they were desperate.
They wanted to steal.
They were desperate and they needed money.
They were starving or something like that.
Either that or they feel that they need that money. It's desperation which causes them to turn to violence to get what they need immediately.
For whatever reason they need it.
Yeah. So it comes in a variety of different ways. But here's the problem. The system that we exist in is the system that God wants us to exist in by your lights. It could be different. It could be a different system.
I would suppose so.
Yeah. It could be a different system. It could be God just creates us all in it could be that the God just creates us all in heaven.
I mean,
right?
That's say, well, I mean, looking at it like conceivability scope, I would agree. But if we grant if God exists, then we really don't have the epistemic access to what he would or wouldn't do outside.
Only because it doesn't want us to, but only because it doesn't want us to have it.
But I'm saying if we're supposing.
Yeah, but could God give us that access if it wanted us to have it?
I'm sure. If God wanted to give us the information,
right? So follow along with me here. The system that the God created has built within it the circumstances that allow for the outcomes and action, that allow for actions and outcomes that it itself is declared to be evil. Which means those circumstances only exist because the God wants them to exist. They don't have to exist. There is no rule that says that they must exist. There's nothing that tells the God that these things have to exist for any reason. Because the God can actualize any logically possible state.
Right.
If it is a logically possible state that all humans exist in a world where the circumstances simply don't exist that require them, that result in them doing evil actions and outcomes, it doesn't mean that it's impossible. It just means it never happens because it doesn't need to happen. The circumstances don't exist. They still have freedom of choice. They just don't need to ever choose because the circumstances don't exist.
Okay,
so how can a God be benevolent and create a world in which the things that it itself is declared to be evil exist because it wants them to exist?
Right.
How can it be all good and want evil?
Right.
That makes no sense.
That's a really good point. My idea, my prima facie response would be that given that which is a virtue is good, and choosing to do good over bad is a virtue. And if had God created a possible world in which there weren't circumstances to execute good over evil, or my bad, let me take a step back. I misspoke. If God made a possible world in which there weren't circumstances in which people, free human agents, could choose evil over good, then there would be no virtue. It wouldn't be virtuous, or there would be no value in choosing good. So I think it's a good thing that we're able to choose good over bad.
If I may ask, by your metric or by God's metric?
That choosing good over bad is a virtue.
By whose metric?
Yeah, I would say that is measured. The ultimate that ultimate property is of God. Sure.
Okay. Why does God? What declares that God needs agents to be virtuous? Like what rule exists that declares that is a thing that God needs?
Well, the question would be, does God want agents that can be virtuous or agents that can't be virtuous? And I can't say what God would do, but I think God would probably choose creating agents who can be virtuous.
We can be virtuous.
I don't know why he wouldn't choose that option,
the reason we often aren't, as an internal critique, is because there are circumstances that exist that facilitate us not being virtuous. But those circumstances don't have to exist. It wouldn't impinge our free will. We would just never find ourselves in a situation that we would be left desperate, fearful, and ignorant enough to commit these things. So the whole point is that the reason the world is the way it is, where humans can be ignorant, where humans can be fearful, where humans can be left into such a state of desperation that they do things that harm others, whether out of fear or ignorance or desperation or whatever. The reason these things exist is because of the circumstances that allow for their existence. Those circumstances don't have to exist. And the only reason that they do exist is because the God wants them to exist. It doesn't need them to exist. The God doesn't need anything. It's perfect. It doesn't need anything. So it obviously wants them. How can a God be all loving and want evil by its own lights?
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a good suggestion there. I would personally say that I think circumstances like the guy who was had the inclination or felt the need to go rob this gas station, that is that insubordinate desire is a product of either himself or his parents or past generations or societal construction and socioeconomic factors, rather than God making him feel that inclination.
Yeah, but that's a trickle down. You see that the circumstances that allow for social disparity, those conditions that result in desperation, don't have to exist. For example, let's take food, for example. Human beings, since time immemorial, have fought over resources, enough food to feed everyone, water sources to make sure that we all stay hydrated, hunting grounds. Okay. We have fought long and hard throughout our entire history, all of us, through tribes all the way up to today. We have fought over control of resources. Say food, for example. What if God made all human beings, or made all organisms on the planet, every organism on the planet, capable of photosynthesis or chemosynthesis, able to make our own food internally? There are organisms on this planet that already do this. Organisms that exist via chemosynthesis, organisms that exist via photosynthesis.
Okay.
To make humans that way would just require some possible tweaks of chemistry. It's totally possible. God can do it. It's nomologically possible. So why make us as organisms that literally have to eat other organisms alive, or kill them first and then eat them, and cause pain and suffering, when we can avoid all that pain and suffering and we all just photosynthesize? Now we never have to fight over food because the sun makes all we need.
Okay.
That's one way you could look at it.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good point there. I mean,
how about water? We live on a planet where 99% of the water is undrinkable. It's all salt water. But 1% of that water is drinkable.
Okay.
But the problem is the vast majority of that drinkable water is frozen in the ice caps.
Oh.
So we are subsisting, our entire 8 billion, like all the living organisms on this planet that persist on drinkable water, we all persist on this very, 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 very tiny amount of available water to us.
Because of Antarctica and the data centers. Don't forget those.
So why not just create us on a planet where we could exist on all areas of the planet, like the entire planet, not just this small strip of the planet, but all of the planet, and all of the water be drinkable. No one would ever die of thirst. No one would ever die of thirst, and everybody would have plenty of space.
Well, I mean, I would say are you saying he would somehow convert us into being we have photosynthesis, and then he would change like the physical laws in which of the whole universe.
No, it wouldn't be a change of the physical laws.
Well, no, because we'd be low energy, dude. We wouldn't have much energy.
No, it wouldn't. We would have all the energy we need. All it has to do is make us so that because all we'd have to do is make us be able to photosynthesize enough energy to do what we need to do. Plants are very, very simple. They don't need that much energy. But if you imagine how much energy a redwood tree takes in, just by virtue of its size, I mean, it could literally just make us that way, and we would just spend all our time in the daylight. And as long as we were in sunlight, we could store energy. We could do that just like plants do. No problem. That's a tweak of chemistry. Then you have the planet. It could literally make a planet where all of it is temperate. Where all of it is temperate, and we are able to stay on it, and all the available land is accessible, and all the water is drinkable. That's easy. That's easy for a god. But we don't exist in that. However, if a god didn't exist and we are the products of the system, then this is exactly what we would expect. Life to be able to pop up in areas where the conditions allow for it. But if a god were to exist and we're all loving, this doesn't track. Because it doesn't have to be this way.
Okay.
Right.
So I mean, my only question. So I want you to answer this question, and I'll give you my response.
Okay.
So in this, really cool world in which we can just, chill out in the sun and on the beach and just chill out. So I mean, I don't think we would, get much energy or calories. So are you saying that he would change the chemistry of everything in order to, fit our needs, in order for us to make more energy out of that sunlight?
Right. It'd be exactly what we need, or it could be a combination of photosynthesis and chemosynthesis. Either way, there are ways on this planet for organisms to get energy without killing other organisms.
I mean, yeah, we can do that, dude.
Yeah. So
I'm saying like on this earth, dude.
Yeah. I mean, there are things on this earth that do that. As a matter of fact, someone brought up an interesting point here. Whereas Waldo pointed, isn't there a frog? There is an organism that did horizontal gene exchange with algae and gained a degree of photosynthesis. It can happen. And we know that it's nomologically possible, which means it's entirely possible for the gods to do it. But this would simply eliminate predation. This would eliminate predation on the planet. Nothing would have to kill and eat another organism or simply eat another organism alive in order to survive. All predation would cease. That's a good thing. No unnecessary suffering.
Okay.
But because it doesn't have to exist. We can still be virtuous beings, and we don't have to eat each other in order to survive. That's a good thing. You would not have to worry about going out into the African savannah and being eaten by a leopard.
Okay.
Right.
Well, I mean, I would probably suggest that, I think there's a lot of vegans in this world, where we don't have to kill anything in order to eat. I think that's kind of the point of the vegan movement. I think, you don't have to kill an animal to eat. You can, my high school baseball coach, he was a Major League Baseball player. He threw 100 miles an hour and he was a vegan, dude. So I think it works.
It works for some people, but not for all people. It depends. It depends in large part upon a number of genetic factors. Some people simply they need certain nutrients, just genetically wise, in order to maintain certain it's how we've evolved. But the problem being is that it's irrelevant. We could all be that way, and we would not have to worry about these things. Going back to my argument, it is contradictory for an omnibenevolent God to want such gratuitous suffering to exist. It doesn't need to exist. It doesn't facilitate anything for the God, because if the God can actualize any logically possible state, then the God could technically make everybody it wants existing in heaven, knowing everything it wants them to know, and understanding everything it wants them to understand with free will to choose to either exist or not exist, and it wouldn't be a problem. We'd still have the choice. We still have the choice, and we wouldn't gratuitously suffer, and everything would be hunky-dory. And it's exactly the way that if heaven is a logically possible state, which by your worldview, I assume you think it is, if heaven is logically possible, then God could simply make us there. There's nothing stopping God from making us there. Right? It's like no rule that says he can't, right? So we have to be able to square this circle. Either the God is not ultimate, and there are rules that even it must play by, rules that govern what it can do, or it's not all loving. That's not necessarily saying that it's evil. It could be an evil God, could be a malevolent God, or it could simply be an amoral entity that it doesn't care, or it's not capable of caring. It's simply a creating thing that does what it does. Okay? But we can't have the omnibenevolent attribute as long as we're having the omnipotent and the omniscient thing.
Whoa, dude. But I think there's kind of an interesting symmetry here, because if we take the omnibenevolent God, and I said omnibenevolent as in bad, I could just say, hey, what the hell is all this good for? Dude, that God must be logically impossible. But I don't think the issue with both, I think your argument and the parody I just made would be that, we don't have epistemic access to what is, to whether he is logically possible or logically impossible, not logically possible, logically impossible or logically necessary. And also, I wouldn't say that suffering on any level would demonstrate the logical impossibility of an all-loving God.
Well, the existence of gratuitous suffering, this goes to the evidentiary problem of evil. The existence of gratuitous suffering is just reduces the probability that the God, if it exists, is all loving, because it could be all loving, but if it has the power to make the world differently and it chooses not to, and if it chooses actively to create the circumstances that allow for the existence of unnecessary gratuitous suffering, then it can't be all good. Otherwise, it either has the power to do it, and it has so if God is omniscient, it knows how to stop the evil. If God is all powerful, then it can stop all the evil, all the unnecessary gratuitous evil. If God is all loving, then it has incentive to do so. Actually, it would never make a gratuitous suffering world to begin with, because it doesn't need to. It doesn't fit with its omnibenevolence. So something's got to give. If it's all loving, maybe it's not all powerful. Maybe it's not ultimate. Maybe it's not the ultimate thing. Maybe there are rules that even it must play by. If it is all powerful and it is all loving, maybe it's not all. Maybe it's not all knowing. So maybe it's not even aware of what the future may bring. Maybe it's simply working as it comes along. It knows things as it knows things as soon as they become the present. But that just means it's not omniscient. So it doesn't know all the outcomes of what it's possibly doing. Okay. But it can't have all three. This is what's known as the Epicurean trilemma, which was something that was posited by Epicurus, over 1,000 years ago, and talking about if it's not all. Let me articulate it like this. The best way to do it, the Epicurean trilemma: if God is willing to prevent evil but unable, he is not all powerful. If God is able to prevent evil, but unwilling, he is not all good. If God is both willing and able, then why does evil exist? And if God is not willing and not able, then why call it God?
Okay, yeah. I mean, I would have a lot of major, objections to that little trilemma or quadlemma right there. I would say, I would say that, at least the third premise, the third proposition is that has to be non sequitur. I mean,
if God is both willing and evil, if God is both willing and able, why does evil exist?
Yes, like I don't understand how that would entail logical impossibility. I don't understand what's contradictory with that because it's not like
if God is able to stop all the gratuitous, unnecessary evil, and God is able to do it, then why does it exist at all? Because nothing demands that it must exist. Nothing says, nothing in the universe, nothing beyond God says, by the way, if you're going to create, it's a law you have to follow that evil has to exist, or the conditions that allow for evil have to exist.
Yeah.
Nothing tells the God that. So then you have to ask, why do these conditions exist at all?
Yeah.
Obviously,
so I think
if the God is ultimate, they exist because it wants them to exist.
Yeah. So I would say that, like you were saying earlier, how
why doesn't God just spawn us all in heaven? And I would say, well, I think it would be better in this possible world if we were to go through trial and tribulation and choose good and use our own volition to choose good over evil, or the continuous evil you're talking about. I think it'd be a better world. And this is just we're talking as human agents, and I know this is an internal critique, so I'm trying to put all those things together, but
technically it's well, I mean,
the issue there would be if it's an external critique, then you'd be critiquing objective morality, and this, I don't think that's compatible as
Yeah, objective morality is not a thing that exists.
Right. So if you're gonna, I would suggest it's internal.
Well, I mean, you'd have to explain. You have to explain why it exists when it doesn't have to exist. Why did the circumstances that allow for that to exist when it doesn't have to exist?
I'm saying if this is not an internal critique right here, and you're using your own criteria,
it's more kind of like like post hoc trying to rationalize why it's that way when it doesn't have to be that way.
Well, I wouldn't say it's post hoc. I think this is a fair.
Well, I mean, you're coming back and saying like it's better to be tested by whose metric? By God's metric? Nothing ever tests God.
Okay.
Like what is it that tested God?
How would that entail that something is testing God if God is giving the test? How does that follow?
Okay, but where is God deriving a metric for what his virtue is? What's it comparing to? What's it comparing it to? Let me ask you this. This is a better question. If God is the only thing that exists, and God makes the statement, "I am good," what does that statement even mean?
I mean, I just think it's an incomplete question.
Well, I mean, if at one point in your worldview, the God was the only thing that existed before it actualized anything that's not itself.
I mean, I don't think there was like a temporal sequence to everything. I think things probably existed before the universe or creation, the creation of the universe existed. I wouldn't say that, I think God's atemporal. I'm not too convicted of that belief, but I think that
just violated that.
There's another one of those contradictions.
Creation, which implies a before.
Yeah, if you're saying that there's
there's an issue with the ambiguity there. I'm saying before as an ontological sequence of events, not a temporal.
Well, it's implied. It's implied by it is the problem.
Okay, I'm glad I just clarified that.
If you're saying that there's a point where God created, that logically entails a point prior to creation. But if there's a point prior to it's a temporal indicator is what it is. But if God is atemporal, then it can't move from a before to after state, because those are temporal indicators. There is no before and after for an atemporal thing. So God technically, if it's atemporal, it can't do anything.
Right. So the issue here would just be that you're using a temporal operator, and you gotta understand there's there's ontological quantifiers and things like that. I can use before and after in an ontological sequence. So let's say if X, then Y, and let's suppose that Y is entailed by X, and then we grant the existence of X, then it would follow that given X's existence, Y comes about or Y obtains. That doesn't mean I'm saying temporally. I'm saying ontologically.
Okay, but here's the problem. The term that you're using when you say, like, if God created or actualized anything that is not itself, then there is a point prior to those things being actualized. If there is a creation point, then it automatically logically entails that there was a before. If God is atemporal, there cannot be a before. There has to be a before if there's going to be a point of creation. If there is no before, there cannot be an after, because there's no temporal indicator, because God is atemporal. If there is no after, there can be no after the point of creation, which means God can't do anything. So it's a matter of the terms, is what it is. If you're going to say that God created anything, these are the logical entailments of that statement. So you either need to reformulate the statement or simply acknowledge that if God creates something, it itself is subject to time as well, because there was a before creation, a moment of creation, and a moment after creation.
Yeah, so you're saying, dude, I mean, you got to understand here, I think the issue here is that you're saying a moment, you're kind of, putting a moment in there. That's just kind of, throwing time in there. You're saying there was a moment.
It's implied.
You're saying
it's implied. It's logically entailed by saying that there is a point, a temporal point. They're saying that there's a point.
I wouldn't say it's logically.
Saying that there is a point. It is saying that there is a point where God created. Like, this is the point where God created a thing. That logically entails that there was a point where that thing did not exist, because God had not yet created it. So that is the before, and then there was the moment. Then there was the point after it was created. So there's the point before its creation, the point of its creation, and the point after its creation. Okay. For those 3 points, and by saying that there's a point where it was created, you are automatically invoking that there's a before and an after.
Okay.
Because that's the distinction. You're distinguishing between the point where it did exist and the point where it did not exist. And the point of distinction is the moment it was created. So therefore, there has to be a before. But there can't be a before if the God is atemporal. Okay. If God is not subject to time, there is no before, there is no after, there is no during. These are temporal indicators. Therefore, the God can't actually do anything because it can't move from a non-temporal. It can't move from a non-temporal to a temporal. That's change. Change requires time. So therefore, it has to.
I mean, you're using a lot of temporal terms here. You're saying like things like change, and that's what the implication that there's some that extrinsic change is contradictory to God's not being in time. And I would say that's probably that's a mistaken assertion to say that extrinsic change affects an atemporal being. I don't think that.
No, we're not saying that it affects it. We're saying that it has to apply to it for it to be coherent.
Well, I wouldn't
That's
say
the whole point. It's incoherent to say that there was no before a creation point. That's incoherent. It makes no sense.
Yeah, I would say like logic in a logical series, there was a before creation, not not temporally. I would say time started.
It would have to be it would be temporal. It would be temporal because there's a change from the point of non-existence to existence.
Okay, so can there be such thing as an ontological change?
So the ontology is just the origin of the thing. So if it's literally if God's nature is to be atemporal, then it's logically entailed that it can't do anything that requires a before and after state, because it can't affect anything. There is no before and after because that is its nature. But if there is time, then it can do things within time, meaning a moment, a period, or a moment, or a point where God has not done something, a point where God is doing something, and a point where after God has done it. So time has to apply in that deal. Otherwise, you devolve into incoherence. You're basically invoking a temporal state when no temporal state can be evoked, which would be a logical contradiction. You can't say that God created something without logically implying that there was a before it created it.
Okay. So
it leads to a logical contradiction. There's actually an argument for this that I've heard. Another content creator goes by allegedly Ian.
Okay.
And I happen to like it a great deal. It's premise 1. A timeless state does not change. A timeless state lacks a before and an after. So premise 1, a timeless state does not change. Premise 2, if God created time, then a timeless state would change into a time state, change requires a before and an after.
Okay, and there's the blunder. I wouldn't.
Conclusion. Therefore, God did not create time. This is modus tollens.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. That's my fault.
No, it's okay. But yeah, it's a logically valid argument via modus. The inference rule there is modus tollens, that God did not create time.
Okay. I mean, I wasn't. Okay, so I would say, what was it? Yeah, it was the second premise. Could you restate it, please?
Scrolling down. Premise 2. If God created time, then a timeless state would change into a timed state.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I'm not sure about that.
Well, I mean, if time didn't exist and then time does exist, that is a timeless state changing into a time state. And change requires a before and an after.
Okay. Well, I would say before I get into this consideration about Express, I want to clarify. I'm not trying to do a Mont Bailey. I'm just want to clarify that I did say at the beginning of this, of this topic specifically, I did say I wasn't devoted to the idea that God was timeless. I was just kind of supposing.
Yeah.
But let me continue with this.
No, I mean you can adjust it to maintain logical consistency. You can acknowledge that the atemporal thing simply doesn't apply, which is not problematic. It doesn't change anything about the God.
Yeah, so William Lane Craig, I've read some stuff on him, and he believes that God was timeless, and then whenever he instantiated the universe, then he came into time. And I've always thought that was more appealing. Because
still logically contradictory, yeah. He's just making the same mistake. It's what he's doing. It's a timeless state becoming a timed state.
Well, I would say that
if God is timeless, there cannot be an after.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what the argument is pointing out. If
he's not saying he's not timeless. He's saying he's saying he's not timeless.
Well, I mean, there can't be a timeless state. A timeless state has no before and after. A timed state has befores and afters.
No, man, I would
you
say
can't move from one to the other because you can't have an after. You can't have a before. There's no after. So time has to apply to it. God did not create time by this. So,
if we're defining time as change, then I would say that if God's not acting, and I'm saying that ontologically, and then he's instantiated, and then the universe comes about, then it would just follow that God didn't change, and then the universe came. He created the universe, and then
but there's a before but there's a before the universe, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about ontological sequence.
It doesn't matter. No. It's logically entailed. If the universe came into existence, there is a before the universe came into existence.
Okay.
There are other ontological changes that would have happened. See, God went from a non-creator state to a creator state. We have to ask ourselves how intentionality happens without a sequence of events as well, which gets increasingly incoherent.
Yeah.
As for William Lane Craig, since his version of Kalam constantly invokes whatever created time, space, matter must have been, timeless, spaceless. Yeah. So that lack of time, that atemporal factor. No, that's been implicit in Craig's argument since the very beginning.
Yeah, what is it? Where's he at? I'm going to highlight it real quick. Sir Equinox 42. It would take time to move from non-time into time.
Okay. So
which would be contradictory. So it's got to, their time has to be there. The only thing this shows is that the God didn't create time. That's all it is. It doesn't change anything about that. It's just that there's this one aspect of God being atemporal. We just drop it because it's logically incoherent. So, which is not problematic. It doesn't change.
So you reject a hierarchical. So you reject a hierarchical sequence or a categorical order of being, like a reduction of potency to actuality. You reject that.
I reject the. There's no reason to believe. There's no rational reason to believe any such entity exists. That I recognize from the evidence that we have access to, that everything that materially exists, including us, we are products of the system itself.
Okay.
There's no goal in mind. There's no end goal.
Okay.
There's no like humans are not intended. No life is intended. So there's no like telos there. There's no reason to believe that there is telos.
Okay.
That's where I come from. So there's nothing logically problematic about that either.
Okay. So I mean, the idea here is that so if you're saying that ontological causality can exist, then things in which it is the effects in which rely on the priority in being on the priority being can be, I would say we could, I don't even know how to use this without temporal operator. We could do it like simultaneously with or even like posterior to its effect. So take we could do like I can't think of a good example, dude, but I think I don't want to stay on the time thing.
Yeah,
let me
respond
to the argument you presented.
We can move past that.
Okay.
Ultimately, my point is here. There's no rational reason to believe that the God exists. There's no rational justification to hold that the proposition is true. The entailment of this is where I come down on this. If the God exists and it stands in causal relation to everything that is not itself, then there would be some way to detect its effects. If we can't detect the God itself, then there'd be some way to detect its interactions with things. The problem is that there is no way, there's nothing that we can point at that is a God action. There is no phenomena that has been presented thus far that we need to go to a God to get some kind of explanation for.
Okay.
The only time a God is invoked is when we're trying to justify something like humans are meant to exist, or this is the only way that the universe had to be this way, or something where we're invoking agency and something of that nature. But there's no reason to believe that, and I don't need to believe it to explain anything. So
Okay.
it's the term. The God concept is just useless to me.
Okay. Okay. I understand. Yeah. So as for the syllogism goes, I wanted to say, I think that whenever you were mentioning states, like different states, I think that was kind of you said one state, and I think there can be multiple states. I don't see the issue with that.
Well, if the God exists, then, and it's capable of doing anything that's logically possible, then as an internal critique, it could just actualize any logically possible state it wants. So, but that kind of leads the question is like, why all the earth stuff? Because it's not necessary. It wants us to all be in heaven anyway, and to have a relationship with it. So just make us there. We don't. Human beings may learn things through struggle, but we don't have to do that if a God exists.
Okay.
We value it. We value it. Us humans, we value these things because we can learn from these things.
Okay.
That's how we learn. But that's because we're products of the system. If the God exists, we don't have to do it that way. We can do it any logically possible way that God wants us to do it.
Okay.
And we don't have to do it with all this suffering either. So, and if you're looking for just like I don't know if you've ever heard of the argument from divine hiddenness.
Yeah, I think that's probably I'd probably say it's one of the, between the problem of evil and divine hiddenness, I would say the problem of evil is probably about 10 times better than divine hiddenness. I think divine hiddenness is just kind of a blunder.
Well, how so? Because all it's taking is, it's not even acknowledging the all powerful and the all other stuff. The argument for divine hiddenness is simply acknowledging if a God exists and the God is all loving, then the God wants to have it acknowledges the God exists, the God is all loving, and the God wants a personal relationship with all of the agents within its purview, with all human beings. Okay, that's simply it. The God exists. The God is all loving. And as a result of being all loving, it wants to have a personal relationship with all human beings. So the problem is that non-resistant non-belief does exist. I am a non-resistant non-believer. There are ways that I could be convinced that a God exists. If the God exists, it knows what exactly would satisfy my epistemic burden, and it could supply it to me with no effort whatsoever. So the idea is that if the God exists, then and it loves everyone, it loves me, and it wants to have a personal relationship with me, then it behooves it to present that to me. But it has yet done that. So because it hasn't, there's no reason for me to believe that it does exist until it does so. It's not a test of its power. It's essentially, if Saul can have a Damascus Road experience, and that Damascus Road experience did not violate Saul's free will, then
why can't we all?
Then why can't everybody? Why is the question of God's existence even a thing? Because if I knew the God existed, like knew it for a fact, if the God revealed itself to me in such a way that I was completely convinced, I would know. I wouldn't be able to impart that knowledge to Andrew because I couldn't replicate it for Andrew, but I would know. And then I could make an informed decision as to whether or not I should worship it, follow it, or even give it basic respect. But thus far, that hasn't happened. That's the argument from divine hiddenness, is that there's no justification in believing that the God exists if the God exists, is all loving, and wants to have a relationship with us. Because here I am, non-resistantly non-believing, ready for any evidence whatsoever, and it has not shown up. As far as I can tell, it does not exist. So,
yeah. So, one second. So, I would say the issue with the divine hiddenness, my issue with the divine hiddenness, I would say it removes the opportunity to seek God with all your heart. And I think, don't quote me on this, but I think Jeremiah chapter 29 verse 13 does say, when you seek me with all your heart.
How do you know I haven't?
Sorry.
How do you know I haven't? With all my rationality, all of my critical thinking, all of my faculties that supposedly your God gave me. I'm not going to eschew my critical faculties just to believe something on the off chance that it might be real, or the off chance that it might make me feel good about something. That's not truth.
Yeah.
If the God exists, that's a true proposition. I want to know true propositions, but in order to determine what is most likely true, I have to use my critical faculties to do so. If my critical faculties reveal that this is likely just a man-made invention, then I'm not going to, there's no justification to believe that it exists. That's on the God.
Okay.
Right?
Right. So whenever I say that, I mean that there's kind of a part of Christianity, whenever it says that, it's kind of saying, if I show myself to everybody, then faith is no longer.
Why does God need faith?
God doesn't need faith. It's humans that need faith.
Why do humans need faith?
Because I know this is kind of a descriptive definition, but I mean, faith is we know that comes from trust, right? Confide. And I think that, having trust in the higher power in God, and taking up your cross and serving Him, even though you have your doubts. I mean, I think that is greater than just seeing God write His name in the clouds and then everyone.
How can I trust it if I don't know that it exists at all?
What do you mean? How can you trust if you don't know it exists at all?
From all the evidence indicates that it does not exist.
And so I'm saying this verse is there's two edges to the sword. One's faith, right? And then one is genuinely looking, seeking for God with your whole heart. And so,
which I have. If it exists,
okay.
If the God exists, that is a true proposition. I want to know more true things than false things.
Okay.
But the only way I can determine what is true is through my critical faculties, my reasoning, my ability to confirm what is true. I will not accept a proposition as being true just because it's emotionally fulfilling or it is psychological or has psychological utility. That's not how you get to truth. That's how you join cults.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think
that's how you get Branch Davidians who set themselves on fire instead of simply coming out.
Whoa, Branch Davidians, I don't think they set themselves on fire. I think
no, they set the fires within that building. They set the fires within that building.
It was the ATF smoke bombs.
So the gas cans that they set up inside.
They sent the gas cans through a tank through the window, dude.
They could have just come out.
I'm not saying whether it was
Well, I mean, I was in Texas. I was in Texas when that shit was going down.
My dad saw it. He was in Waco.
But nonetheless, that's how you get Branch Davidians who refuse to come out, who would rather burn to death with their children than come out. That's how you get guys flying planes into the towers. That's how you get people drinking poison in South America.
The Branch Davidians, at one point they weren't able to come out. Do you know the deal with the school bus?
David Koresh could have surrendered at any time.
Okay, I know he could have, but I'm saying the government, the ATF, literally suffocated them to death. They wanted to go out.
David Koresh.
You know how many
how long were they in there?
It was like
Do you remember?
It was like a couple months. Now it was like a month.
He could have surrendered the minute they walked up.
Okay.
And saved all those lives.
So is his inaction justifying the government killing them?
His defiance led to a scenario which inevitably led to their deaths.
So his defiance led to his defiance of not trusting the government.
Doesn't matter. His defiance led to the unnecessary deaths of everyone in there. I would rather see all of them in jail on gun charges than all of them dead.
1 second.
But that's what happens when you get faith involved. Like I said, I will not believe a proposition simply because it provides emotional or psychological utility, because it doesn't get me to truth.
Okay. So if you think, I mean, I understand that. We can stop talking. I just want to mention this real quick. I think if, let's say, I don't think the government is justified in killing 30 children and 100 people off the basis that their cult leader wasn't so sure of them going outside, suggesting with all the tanks outside, and whatever it was, whatever his reasoning was, whether it was justified or unjustified. Let's suppose it was unjustified. Does that mean you're allowed to gas school buses and roll the tank over the school bus and literally intentionally kill everybody inside?
They didn't do that. That's not what the evidence showed. No, they didn't. They did not.
The school bus.
They did not intentionally kill them. They were keeping people. Okay, so the people, like Professor Hizzle points out, they were keeping people captive inside there. There are survivors who indicated that that's what was happening. David Koresh could have surrendered the moment they showed up and saved all those lives. His faith would have been intact, and he would have rendered unto Caesar that which was Caesar's and rendered unto God that which was God's. He violated the tenets that Christ himself spoke about in order to maintain the facade that he himself was the Lamb. Okay? This is an extreme notion of what faith gets you. Because he believed entirely that God would deliver them.
He kind of thought he was God. I mean,
I guess in his mind, God did kind of deliver him. But nonetheless, it didn't have to go down that way. The minute they rolled up, the minute those two agents first showed up, he could have come out, surrendered, said, "Yeah, this is what's going on. I broke the law, going to jail." Guess what? Branch Davidian's still alive. Kid's still alive to grow up. Everybody moves on. David gets out of jail eventually. He gets bailed out, goes to court, does his thing, pays his price, gets out, starts another cult thing. Could have done that. Didn't do that because he had to be fucking right. But this is my problem. Not to harp on this. This is simply an example of how faith doesn't lead you to truth. I operate a specific way.
Okay.
I think you agree with me.
No. Okay, whenever I say faith, I don't.
Seed doctrine preachers who take people for their last fucking dollar.
No, dude.
Those guys are not doing any good, are they?
No, yeah, I'm not. Dude, I left the Protestant church because I don't like the idea of faith alone.
Okay,
I'm trying. We agree on this.
I understand that, but here's the problem: because those people are so indoctrinated to rely upon their faith, that all the work they do is to give more money to these preachers because that's what they've been convinced to do.
Yes,
that's why I don't operate on this shit. I mean, seriously. So
no, really, I
the
agree.
onus. The onus is still on the God. I'm a non-resistant non-believer. If the proposition is true, I want to know if it's true, because then I can make. It's not going to violate my free will. It didn't violate Saul's. It sure as shit wouldn't violate mine. So there's no reason for me to believe that it's there. And if it is there, it's no reason for me to believe that it is all loving and wants a relationship with me, because it's thus far has not done anything to do that. So argument from divine hiddenness. My position is rationally justified.
Okay.
Until evidence can be presented that it actually exists.
Right. Okay. So first, as for the faith thing, yeah, I would say that, the exaggeration of the necessity of having faith, and kind of putting a soul, not even a big, but a soul focus on faith, that has destroyed a lot of people's lives. I mean, they go to these churches and they go, in school, they'll look at the TV and they'll be singing some YouTube song about some random lyrics that aren't found in scripture. It's some dude just trying to, it's some YouTube creator on this, it will show some solar system with these big bubbly texts. It's like, just have faith. You don't need to see. You don't need to try. You just got to put all your trust and faith. And they're all singing and crying. That makes me sick to my stomach. So I think we can agree there.
As far as works go, I mean, I try to do as much good in the world as I can. I'm involved in my community. I can tell you this: when I dropped the God belief, I became a more conscientious and empathetic human being, because when I realized that the God belief was nonsense, I suddenly became aware of the responsibility I had for my life, for both my actions and my inactions. All the times in my life when I was a believer, all the years I was a believer, and I convinced myself that God had a plan, or that God works in mysterious ways, or that God never gives people more than they can handle, I realized that they were all excuses to not get involved. They were all excuses to not give my all to help somebody. Thoughts and prayers don't fucking work.
Okay.
Getting involved is what works. But I always had an excuse not to do that. But I became more conscientious. I became more empathetic. I became more involved, and I became more productive. It made me It made me a better husband to my wife of 20 years. It's made me a better steward to the animals in my care. It's made me a better member of my community. It made me a better human, because now it's all on me.
Mm-hmm.
There is no God for this to fall on. It falls on me.
Right.
And so that's what I choose to do with my life. So as far as works go, I think I've got that covered.
Yeah. So, I think that's amazing what you got going on. I think that's a great thing. This has been a question of mine recently. I became a Christian about 8 months ago. And so things like the time, for example, as I said, I don't really have an opinion on that yet, because I don't know what I want to say. I don't know what I want to take to be true. And things like what happens to the unevangelized and what is it? Gosh, what's the word? Anyways, we can just go with atheist.
The unconvinced.
Gentiles and the unconvinced. We could do that. I think that, I don't know what to say to that. I don't think they go to hell. I don't think that. And I think there's a reason why the Bible specifically doesn't mention where they go. And that's to avoid exploitation.
The Bible says Romans 1:20 that they don't exist.
Let me see real quick.
Book of Romans pretty much states bluntly that non-believers don't exist.
All right, let me read this real quick. So, for since the creation of the world's gods, for since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, so his internal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood from what has been made, so that people are without excuse. Yeah, I mean, I would say that in the sense that I think I think this is whenever it says so that people are without excuse. I would say that they are without excuse to enjoy or like affirm what like the the nature that we observe and the physical creation that he produced, because as those have been demonstrated, and I would say the argument from design is pretty good.
Not really. Not. I mean,
well,
the teleological argument fails on one major thing. It assumes that humans are the goal.
What do you mean?
So if things are designed a specific way, or like if you want to go with like the fine tuning, which is a modernization of the teleological argument, that the universe is made in such a way as to facilitate our existence, the existence of human beings. That the universe had to be made a specific way to bear life and for that life to be us. But
so
the problem, go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Yeah, I was just going to say, you don't think that given the Christian paradigm that it is supposed to be made for personal rational agents?
Yeah, but given the Christian paradigm, but the problem is that that's not evidence of a God's existence. You're making an assumption about the nature of humans, and then undergirding that assumption with the existence of a God. You're saying that humans have to exist for a reason. All of this has to exist for a reason. But what's the thing that has the reason? The God has the reason.
I understand what you're saying.
But guess what? There's no logical contradiction in God in us existing for no reason. Us existing simply because we are products of the system. There was nothing that intended our existence. We are merely the result of the forces that facilitated our existence. And then one day we will cease to exist.
Okay.
So, I mean, just like any organism on the planet, none of it's intended to exist the way it does. It exists the way it does because of the forces that facilitated it, namely with evolution, natural selection. A few small tweaks here and there, and Homo sapiens don't exist, and we're all Homo neanderthalensis. They're the ones that survive, and not us. So a few slight tweaks, selection pressures here and there. So, not to mention the numerous bottleneck events that occurred that damn near wiped us out of existence, like the Toba eruption and shit like that. So, but nonetheless, all the evidence indicates that there's no end goal. There's no goal in sight. We are simply one more species on the planet that happens to be really, really good with our brains, not really much good with anything else.
Okay.
So, but that's evolution. We don't have to assume a God exists because we're not.
I believe in evolution. I believe in evolution. I don't believe in naturalistic evolution. I believe in evolution, though. I would say that
evolution is naturalistic. It's the repetition of gene alleles over time as a result of selection pressures.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, empirical. I mean, yeah, I think it's empirical, but I'm saying I'm saying I don't affirm I don't affirm the evolution of the naturalist framework because I think it's absurd.
Yeah, we do observe it in nature. We observe.
Absurd.
No, we observe evolution in nature, and we observe evolution in the lab. We have used evolution to do amazing things. If our understanding of evolution was flawed, like if we didn't understand it at all, then all of the advancements we've made in medicine, agriculture, and animal husbandry over the last 200 years would not exist. So we understand evolution implicitly, which is the repetition of gene alleles in populations over time as a result of selection pressures. We can control the selection pressures and get outcomes that we want, or we leave it to nature, and nature produces that which is most likely to survive. So, which is what we are, which is how Homo sapiens came.
That's my issue. So,
yeah,
I
don't
know
no
if
problem there.
Okay, did you hear me say observe or ABS?
Oh, if you said absurd, absurd would mean that it was illogical, that there's some logical contradiction there.
I mean, I don't mean absurd in that sense. I just mean it's kind of at least prima facie implausible with the way we the way reality is. I mean, I don't mean it whenever I say absurd, I'm not meaning there's some formal contradiction happening. I'm just saying it's just widely unreasonable.
That sounds like personal incredulity, because when you understand evolutionary
biology, that's what absurdity is.
No. Absurdity, like absurd, literally, is literally ridiculous or lacking any logical sense.
Yeah.
It describes ideas, actions, or situations that go completely against like reason. Reason being like and logic. It's completely illogical, but it's not. When you understand organic chemistry and you understand how these things develop in nature. But that's like diving deep into evolutionary biology, which there are numerous content creators out there that cover that, like Forrest Valkai and Gutsa Gibbon, that will show you how complex that freaking field is and how much data is involved, because it's not just biology, it's multidisciplinary. Evolution works, but evolution works in line with physics. So you need to know physics. You need to know chemistry. You need to know biology. You need to know genetics. So there's a lot of fields that play into our understanding into the theory of modern synthesis, which is what evolution is.
Well, I was saying it's like, so I just searched up the definition, and there's two. I'll read the first two. One is extremely unreasonable or inappropriate. The second one is impossible to take serious, silly, or foolish. And so that's whenever I mean the latter whenever I'm suggesting absurdity. I mean it's I can't take it seriously. I'm not saying it's logically impossible. I'm just saying that seems like kind of like a joke, not like a literal joke, but you understand what I mean. I
think it sounds to me like an argument from personal incredulity. You don't see how it's possible. So therefore you kind of reject the notion. But that's easy to overcome with a full understanding of what the theory is.
Right, it's an appeal to absurdity. It's a fallacy.
Of all the facts that undergird what we call the theory. Like a scientific theory is not like a theory. I have a theory. It's not like a hypothesis. A scientific theory is a collection of established facts that explain why a particular phenomenon occurs. And so evolution is a demonstration, like I said, like I put up here on this screen, evolution is a fact of reality.
Well,
it is established. The only thing I think which you may have an issue, it is that's just a fact. But abiogenesis is still a hypothesis.
Yeah. Hey, can you really quick before I'm able to respond? Can you answer this quick question? What's the deal with someone was mentioning abiogenesis or something like that? How that was unsolved or something like that, and how it's going to be solved or something like that.
Okay, so I like to analogize this.
Go ahead.
Think of abiogenesis, like the field, like origin of life research. Think of abiogenesis like a giant jigsaw puzzle. And it's a giant jigsaw puzzle that we have completed large sections of. But the sections are still not connected to each other. But we've completed massive sections of the puzzle. But we're still missing some sections. We don't know like how exactly they go together. But we're still working on it. The problem is we don't know what the final picture is going to look like. We don't have a box that tells us what the picture will be. And we don't even know if we have all the pieces because some of those pieces could have been lost to time. So we are doing that. That's one of the big problems with abiogenesis. We're talking about an event of organic chemistry that took place roughly 3.5 billion years ago. And so some of the evidence may have been lost to time. Just like, because sometimes things get absorbed in the system. We just don't have access to them anymore. That happens. So we don't know if we have all the pieces of the puzzle. We don't know what the final picture will look like. And we don't have a box telling us what the picture ought to be. So we're just working with what we have access to.
Cool.
So, but abiogenesis, like I said, it's a hypothesis. We have a strong working hypothesis, like the RNA world, stuff like that. But it's not solved as of yet. Technically, no theory is like 100% solved, but if you want to go like strict scientific parameters, but abiogenesis is a hypothesis. Evolution is a theory, is an established scientific theory, which means bam, it's established. Evolution occurs. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's a brute fact, though. I don't think
it's not like a brute fact. It's an explanation of the phenomena. Evolution is the repetition of gene alleles in populations over time as a result of natural selection pressures resulting in phylogenetic changes. That is what we observe in nature, and that is what we observe in the lab. That is what we can use to make predictions with. That's how literally we do artificial selection to make plants and to make animals. That's how we made all the dogs that we have today is artificial selection.
I think that's a plausible thesis, or a plausible theory. Sorry,
it's all in line with the evidence. Here's the best evidence.
But it's fallible.
Here's the best evidence. Is everything on the planet genetically related?
Like I don't. I mean, and maybe in some sense. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know the answer to the
question. The answer is yes. Everything on the planet, every living organism on the planet is genetically related.
I know. I'm not critiquing. I'm not critiquing the theory itself. I'm critiquing the epistemic claim.
What do you mean? Like
that's
genetics.
A fact.
It is a fact. Everything
I know,
on the planet.
I'm saying we can't know that.
Yes, we can know that because we've mapped their genomes.
Okay, so, right, but is the theory fallible?
Okay, so a theory is subject to change in the event of new evidence, and when we change it, we refine it to make it more accurate. At this point, right now, the odds of us coming into new information that would alter our understanding of evolution are slim to none. But because it's science, we'll never say it's 100%. Just
right, that's what I'm asking for.
Hold up. Just as a principle. It doesn't mean that that's the case. It just means that we hold it as a principle that we'll never say 100% simply because we're not omniscient. We're acknowledging the logical possibility of evidence that could change the paradigm, but the odds of that happening are virtually nil.
Okay, right. We're on the same page now. I just wanted to. Okay, right. My understanding of evolution, the issue I have with evolution is that, given our, are you familiar with Alvin Plantinga? I suppose
I am familiar. Yes, I am familiar with Alvin Plantinga. I'm too familiar with Alvin Plantinga, and he is a quack. And I have a feeling, I'm seriously, and I have a feeling you're about to bring up the EAAN. Right, and the EAAN fails on a number of problems. Okay. Because one thing that Plantinga ignores is that evolution to a degree does truth track. Because truth, to understand what truth is a property of propositions. We know that propositions are true, that they accurately reflect reality. That's how we know that they're true. When a proposition accurately reflects reality, that proposition has the property of truth. Okay? When it doesn't, when it doesn't reflect reality or accurately represent reality, we say that the proposition is false. Organisms that evolve because survival is how evolution continues. Okay? Organisms that survive have the ability to track truth in their environments. So they can find food that will sustain them. They can find water that is not poisoned. They don't walk off cliffs. They have various things in their environments. So like human beings, okay, we're operating as nomadic tribes. We wander around. We can recognize food. We can recognize predators. We can recognize shelter. We can stay out of the elements. We can track truth in our environments well enough to keep us alive. To sustain us, because evolution works. The way evolution operates, or the outcomes of evolution, are organisms that simply have the ability to survive and pass on their genes to the next generation. That's how evolution works. So we know that because evolution gives rise to organisms that can appropriately operate within their environments, and that organisms that can't do that swiftly die off because they can't operate, well in their environments. And we know that truth tracking allows us to survive, and also making mistakes allows us to survive, like type 1 and type 2 errors, apophenia and pareidolia, which are a result of pattern recognition, which is what our brains evolved for, which is that's the trait that was selected for in our species. So this allows us to show, because Plantinga was operating with a fundamental misunderstanding of evolution and cognition. It's not about tracking truth to an absolute degree. It's about tracking truth in such a way that it allows us to survive. And sometimes we think things are true when they're not, but though that allows us to survive as well. But sometimes we track things that we think are true and they're not, and we wind up getting ourselves killed. So that happens. It's imperfect. Okay. But it's enough to keep us breeding and persisting. So which is exactly what we expect. But yeah, the EAAN is a really, really bad one. And when Plantinga dropped that, evolutionary biologists came out of the woodwork to shut his shit down, which is why you don't hear a lot of people bringing it up nowadays.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've heard of that objection before, and I think it's kind of here. I'll just say this real quick. I think that objection is it's intuitive because obviously in order to run away from the lion that's trying to get you, that it has to be true that if that lion gets you, you're going to die. But and so to an extent, sure, they have to be truth track. It has to. Truth is a derivative, but I think that it kind of misses the argument there because, like, let's suppose this. Let's suppose this. Like, say a person sees a tiger, and they run away, right? And so, the same survival producing behavior could arise from very different beliefs, right? Let's take the true belief that the tiger is dangerous. Therefore, I should run away. And then let's take a false belief like the tiger is friendly and the best way to greet it is by running away. Or the false religious belief, we could throw that in there. The tiger is some kind of like divine messenger and I must run so that it will follow me and bless me. Or like the tiger wants to race me and I will win. I will win by running as fast as possible. And so all four of those beliefs, regardless of the truth value, produce the same adaptive behavior. And that's what natural selection selects for. And so
no, it selects for survival. So
whatever adaptive behavior that produces survival.
So the actions that result in the survival of the organism, no matter what the reason, the reasoning doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so long as it's sufficient enough to keep them alive.
Exactly.
Okay, so in one situation, they see the tiger and they run because they recognize a predator and not a friend. So then they run, they survive. If they come up with some reason, but remember, it's not about why they're running away from a predator because they don't want to die.
Right.
Okay, so the ones that don't die are the ones that pass their things on. Okay, so that's what it's operating for. The ones that survive, but it's about pattern recognition. Like for example, you're out hunting and you see the tall grass, and then the grass moves in such a way that there could be a lion there. It moved in such a way, like you recognize the pattern. There could be a lion hiding in that grass. But wait a minute, the wind is blowing. It could just be the wind. Do you go into the grass to find out? Or do you leave and go hunt somewhere else? Which one do? You don't know. So which outcome are you going to side with? The one that keeps you alive. The false positives and false negatives. Okay? So this would be an example of this would be a type 1 error. And so even that, it's not true. You didn't track truth. You tracked possibility that the pattern is the same. So you erred on the side of caution and you survived to pass on your genes to the next species. The organism that doesn't have that capacity didn't live long. Ours did, because that's an ability, that's a trait that was selected for. Those individuals that could operate by making decisions and making type 1 and type 2 errors, and false positives and false negatives that resulted in our continued survival. So it's about tracking truth and the ability to basically postulate possibility that could decrease our own survival, which I would argue came later in the evolutionary process as our brains truly began to expand, because our forebrains evolved at a faster rate than our hindbrains did, which is why our species has so many mental issues that are so prevalent in our species, emotional disorders, personality disorders, all kinds of shit. It's because of the way our brains evolved. Because you notice how chimpanzees and bonobos and gorillas and orangutans are closest living relatives to our genus. You notice how like psychological issues don't really persist in those species.
I don't know. I don't know.
They don't. They don't. It's because of how our brains evolved. Because our forebrains evolved much faster than our hindbrains did as a result of that mutation. Our brains are kind of like a rat's nest of like neural pathways. And so you've got ancient parts of the brain trying to talk to newer parts of the brain. But in order to communicate, it wires all throughout, and that's why we have a lot of the instability that we have in our basically kind of like our consciousness. Why we have a lot of the problems that we have, because of the way the brain wires itself, and of course neurochemistry, and so the more complex things get, the more tendency they have to break down because there's more moving parts. The more simplistic a thing is, the less chance it has to break down because there's less parts that are capable of failing. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword. We can reason magnificently to an extent. Human beings are pretty damn good at reasoning, but we encounter a lot of cognitive problems. How many whales are extremely intelligent? Do they suffer from existential dread? No, they don't. But we do. Okay?
But I thought sea animals actually do. I swear I saw like something like dolphins get like hella depressed or something crazy.
Depression, yes, because they're empathetic organisms. So are whales. Like cetaceans have the capacity for empathy, just as primates do. Just like corvids, ravens and crows and jackdaws, they all experience empathy. We experience empathy. And the depression they feel is as a result of loss, which we can understand. But things like existential dread, what happens when I die? Where do we go? Oh, like that. We suffer from that shit. That's us. So like having a super complex brain is kind of a double-edged sword. It's good in many areas, but it's a pain in the fucking ass in others.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, I think I'll say this real quick, and I'm pretty tired, so I think I'll have off about 5 minutes. But I think whenever we were going over the thing with the tiger, at least, that's kind of the idea is that whoever survives is gonna be the winner. And so if you survive for the wrong reasons over the person that dies for the right reasons, dies as in they were just too slow, but they actually thought the tiger was dangerous and that they ought to run away.
But they were too slow.
Yeah, right.
So I guess the faster ones win.
Right. So the person who survives wins, and that's regardless of whether they're doing it for the right reasons.
But they were both running though.
Yeah, exactly. It's an adaptive behavior. That's
but we're just talking about one. We're talking about one individual. The species in and of itself, which is what evolution is talking about. As Evan Fales points out, Evan Fales, who's a cognitive philosopher, argues that managing intelligent adaptive action requires a complex truth tracking mapping of the external world. And maintaining an elaborate system of false beliefs would be biologically chaotic and efficient for the population. We're not saying that. So one thing that makes humans really, really good is that we cooperate really well in groups. That's what makes us so freaking efficient. One single human against nature, you're shit out of luck. If I take you and I drop you, Bubba, in the middle of the Pacific Northwest with nothing but a knife, you're going to be in trouble. But if I drop 50 of you in the middle of the Pacific Northwest, all of you with knives, you're going to get some serious shit done.
Right. So I can see to the objection. I partially concede that not like false survival producing beliefs. Those are problematic, and those can be fished out later in evolution. But my response to that, even though I concede that part of it would be that doesn't say much for things that are like things that don't really hinder or have to do with our survival, like this conversation we're having right now. If we're if natural selection and we're survival oriented, well, dude, I ought to go to bed 3 hours ago, right? This is kind of a pointless conversation given naturalistic evolution.
Not really. No, because think about this. This is totally wild. And number one, I think they're highly. Think about the tool. Think about the things that I've given you. If any of the critiques that I gave you, if at some point in your life, let's say further down, do you have kids now?
No, sir.
Okay. So let's say you come into a situation where you are being persuaded by somebody who like wants your money or wants you to join like a group. Okay. And you remember the things that I said. And then you recognize you remember what I said and you critically analyze what the person is telling you using the tools that I gave you. And then you decide not to join that group. Now, I'm not going to join that group. Something's not jiving, so I'm just not going to join. You not joining that group results in you not sacrificing something in the future, like your ability to have kids or maybe even your own life, or you are now free to be in a situation where you can have kids. So it's possible that the critical tools that I've given you, that the tools I've given you for critical reasoning may facilitate a scenario in your future where you make one choice as opposed to another. And if that gets you further along to having kids, then my critical reasoning allowed you to survive long enough to have children and impart those tools onto them so that they never get taken advantage of by somebody, which is what my parents did for me. Even though my mother is a devout believer and my dad was a believer as well, my mother imparted upon me, always question everything, never take anything at face value. If somebody tells you that something is true and they won't explain how they know it, you need to go and find the answer, or like find someone who has the answer, or do the work yourself and do the and find the answer yourself. Never just rest on your laurels and just accept something as being true just because somebody says it.
Okay, right.
And that's what I employ in my life.
I understand the argument. I think that the symmetry is kind of crucial though, because if you were to give me bad advice, and that advice, later in life were to save me from joining a certain group, and then that decision not join that group gave me, now I'm able to have kids, because had I joined that group, I would have not had kids.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hypothetical. It's a hypothetical.
Right. I'm just kind of throwing that up there.
It's something that can happen. So I'm just saying an example where it would work. Yeah. Now you have kids. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, my main argument here, this will be the last bit we can chat about. I appreciate having this conversation. I think the reason why I'm a Christian is because I hold, I met this one of my professors. He is a PhD in philosophy, and I was an atheist at the time, and he was actually a Christian, and I was like, well, I wasn't expecting that. And I started having these long conversations with him, and after a while, and I was a really hard atheist. I mean, I'm not going to talk for very long, I promise. I know no one wants to hear my story, but I'll talk for about a minute more. I think that kind of showed me that like things like theism, the belief that those are rationally justifiable. I mean, that dude is the smartest man I've ever spoken to. And he is convicted. And after his studies, I mean, I took things like, I started reading Richard Swinburne. I started reading As You Don't Like, Alvin Plantinga, it's Thomas Aquinas. I think that's really the reason why I believe in God, is because of certain individuals who are really highly intelligent and highly educated, and went to premier colleges, who do rationally hold the belief in God, right?
Well, that's the problem, is that they don't. Like, if you were to take that professor and put him in a debate with me, I'll wreck him.
Man,
because I have questions that he can't answer.
Well,
I understand philosophy enough, even though I don't have a PhD. I understand it enough to understand what he's doing. He's adopting philosophical positions like that have utility for him. And that the God concept is what undergirds those philosophical positions. But there are alternate positions that are more parsimonious and more rational than his. I guarantee you that he believes in this thing that he believes that this thing exists because it has utility for him, not because it's a thing he knows to be true. I understand that people can be convinced of things that are not true for bad reasons. They can be convinced that things are true for bad reasons. And like when you bring up Thomas Aquinas, you remember when Thomas Aquinas lived, right?
Yeah, it was like 13th century.
It was like 13th century. Why are we taking a 13th century philosopher's take on cosmology when we have the James Webb?
Well, because if his logic applied, I think because logic is absolute. It doesn't.
But it's not because he was making assumptions about the universe that were false, that we know now. Is a priori. No, he was making he operated with assumptions about the nature of the universe that we know now were false because he didn't have access to all the info.
How is the first way false?
The first what?
I don't think the first way relies on empirical assumptions.
No, it's an inference. He made it as an inference because that's what he had access to. Now we know that the universe doesn't have a beginning.
We know that the universe doesn't have a beginning.
Yeah.
How do we know that?
So, okay, now we'd be getting into like physics and quantum mechanics, which is a way longer conversation. I know you're getting tired.
We don't.
But I can tell you, like the Hartle-Hawking no boundary proposal. We're getting into stuff like that, and like AFT correspondence and shit like that. So, like I said, without going into the extreme details, and I myself not a professional physicist, but I have professional physicists that are in the chat. But this is a longer conversation. The point is, Aquinas, just like Aristotle before him, because Aquinas based a lot of his stuff on Aristotelian thought. Aristotle also made a lot of mistakes, but that's only because he didn't have access to what we have access to today. Aquinas also made similar mistakes. He was operating off of inferences based upon his observations, but we now know that those inferences don't track because the universe doesn't operate that way. But that's fine. We just move on and we go with the evidence that we have. The evidence that Aquinas did. Imagine if Aquinas knew then what we know today. His entire, like everything he laid out would be completely different.
Okay.
Because he would have evidence to operate with. So like telescopes, the first telescopes didn't come around until the 1600s in the Netherlands. He was hundreds of years before that. Telescopes and microscopes didn't exist. You tell him what a bacterium is, and Aquinas is like, what? So ADS-CFT correspondence. Sorry, ADS-CFT correspondence. I mixed it up. So nonetheless, we have to work with the evidence that we have. And without getting into these deeper conversations like that, I understand why that philosopher would be convinced a God exists. It's not for any rational reason. It's because it has utility for him.
I have to disagree. I mean, he debated Matt Dillahunty a while back.
Then it'll be online. What was his name?
With all due respect, I don't want to give it out.
Oh, come on. That's
maybe I can. Hey, if I could have your email or something like that, I'd be willing to send it to you at some time. But I want. Let me see. I think honestly, I mean, I'm not sure if he would want to come on here, but
if Dillahunty did it, it's going to be online because all of his debates are live.
No, I know it is online.
Yeah,
it's on YouTube.
So who did he like? It's not Michael Jones of Inspiring Philosophy.
No, I mean he's big on the he doesn't the professor he doesn't own a phone. He's like you have to understand, like he doesn't own a phone.
Well, he doesn't need a phone. I just need to know what his name is so that I can look.
I know. I'm saying I don't want to say it out loud right now. I mean, I'd be willing to email it to you or something like that, like privately. But I'm saying he lives a really private. He's really.
Well, I'm not trying to call him. I just want to see the
video
where he debates.
I just don't know if he would appreciate me saying his name out if that could be tied, if that could be turned against him you should have to understand where I'm coming from. It's just, I don't really want to explain it all right now, but you
can put it in the private chat. You don't have to email it to me. You can put it in the private chat. Just know that
do you have
the only one who'll see it is me.
All right. Well, I mean, I'd really rather not. I mean, maybe I can email. I mean, I emailed him today. I was at the Modern Day debates today, and I emailed him. But I mean, I can see if he would like to come up here because I think that he's pretty equipped. And so maybe y'all could have a discussion.
Sure, I'm more than happy to. I'll bring anybody up.
What is your? Sorry, I don't have your YouTube open right now. What's your channel name again?
It's at JL Warren.
All right. Okay,
I'll put it in the private chat just so you can check it. At JL Warren. That's literally my YouTube handle is youtube.com/@JL Warren. The name of it is Bridge the Divide. So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much for this conversation. I think this was a great conversation. I really appreciate you spending your time to talk with me, and I hope you have a great night, dude.
You as well, definitely. You're always welcome back. I do this twice a week, Sundays and Wednesdays.
Sweet.
So you're more than welcome if you have any other questions. I definitely recommend if you can come a little bit earlier, we could dive into the physics of it. I got PhD Tony. I got other individuals that can come up. They could probably break it down a lot more succinctly than I can, but be prepared because it's deep. But nonetheless, you have yourself a great night, and we'll catch you on the next one.
All right, thank you.
All right, boss. Take care. All right. Well, that was an interesting one. I really wanted to see who he debated. Oh, Jared Reed has sent me one. Oh, that's the deal for modern day debate.
Well,
I guess I could look.
Yeah, sorry, I got kind of embroiled up on the side.
Oh, Agnostic One, if you're still listening, it's via StreamYard. So StreamYard on the panel has all the chat like up on the screen, like listed on the screen. So I can just click someone's name and it automatically pops up. Or if somebody sends me a super chat or a milestone chat, it automatically stars it, and then I can click it from there. So, but yeah, it's pretty much this. Bubba mentioned he was on Modern Day Debate. He did. So I'm guessing if we went to, I'd have to pull up Schrodinger's debater. It depends upon when. If this happened years ago, hell, I don't know. Oh, damn it. This depends upon when it apparently happened, because it live. I have to go to their live. Oh God, there's fucking hell. There's so many. Like how many live debates are we looking at here? 1.9K videos. Jeez. Fucking hell.
Sorry about that. Got kind of embroiled up on the side.
Dang, I'm still scrolling. I'm only back 2 years. 3 years ago. 3 years. Like loading up their entire thing. 4 years ago. Oh, back when Nathan Thompson was doing it regularly. Hey, there's T-Jump. A lot of T-Jump stuff.
What are we looking for?
He was all over Modern Day Debate back in the day. Now I'm back to their old thumbnails. Oh, there's Team Skeptic.
Oops.
Team Skeptic was popping on there.
My audio working again?
Yeah, your audio's good.
Okay, I think I was muted off before. It was weird. Okay, sorry, I got embroiled over there. So, what are we looking for?
I am scrolling through all of Modern Day Debates videos, their debates, specifically their live debates, and I think I've got them all loaded. I've got 6 years worth of stuff on here. So let me see. I'm going to close that. Oh, what the hell? Here we go. All right, Control F, Matt. All right, so there's 32 on here. Matt Dillahunty versus Andrew Wilson. No, that's obviously not it. Matt Dillahunty versus Howard Stirrup. No, because Howard Stirrup is a lunatic. Matt Dillahunty versus Bob of Speaker's Corner. I don't know if that's him.
Sorry, I think I missed the point of it. Which video we're looking for?
The guy who was just on said that Matt Dillahunty debated his philosophy professor on MDD.
Oh.
And so I'm trying to figure out like who it is. Matt versus Muslim Skeptic. That's Daniel Hawk Pikachu. That's not him. Versus Isa Islam versus Second Human. No, that's not him either. Matt versus Trey Jadlow. Is Christianity true? That was 2 years ago. Maybe it's this guy. Maybe it's Trey. It's Trey Jadlow. Matt versus Muhammad. No. Matt versus Cliff Connectly. That's not it either. Matt versus Perspective Philosophy. Nope. Matt versus Hussein Embers. No, that's not him. Matt versus Dr. Randall Rouser. Maybe that's him. Dr. Randall Rouser. So it could be Trey. It could be Randall. Matt versus Perfect Dawa. No, that's not him. Matt versus Posh. No, that's not him. Matt versus Stuart Connectly. Matt versus nope, that's not that. Matt versus Nadir Ahmed. Nope. Kenny Bomer. Nope. Matt versus Destiny. Nope. Matt versus David. Not seeing that. Matt versus Abdullah Al-Andalusi. Matt versus William. Biblical slavery debate.
Okay, I see a reference here for him debating perspective philosophy. He says who runs a YouTube channel by that. Somebody named Lewis.
Yeah, it's not him. He said it was his philosophy PhD that he learned from. Randall Rouser is one of the more rational apologists. It's possible, Bert. I'd have to get a name. There's several that are obviously not it because he debates a bunch of Matt's debated a bunch of Muslims on MDD. So it's obviously not any of those guys. It's obviously not Cliff and Stuart Connectly. It's not Inspiring Philosophy. It's not Destiny, of course. So there's some people, obviously, we can eliminate the possibility of them. So I'd have to go through, but I think I would just need a name. I think it's one of the two that we mentioned earlier. It's either Trey or it's Randall. I'm thinking it's either one of those two. So I guess we'll find out. So, but yeah, it's there. It's there if we can see it. Yeah, he debated perspective philosophy. So yeah, which is odd. He also debated Destiny, which is kind of interesting as well. I have to look up what the subject was. But yeah, capturing Christianity debate with David Baggett, maybe. It's hard to say, you know. Chase teaches physics. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And thank you for correcting me earlier on that thing. I appreciate that. I was speaking too quickly and I kind of overglossed. Not to mention I'm getting sleepy myself because we've been going for almost 8 hours now. All right. Well, I think we're at a good spot, to be perfectly honest. We've been going for 8 hours solid. I think we've had some solid conversations, had one troll, and we've gotten rid of some bad apples in the live chat, which makes me really happy. Had Tony up, had Austin up. Andrew's been with me, and so we've had, I think, how we feeling? Have a good night so far? Good productive night?
A couple of better ones per se, as far as at least the quality of interaction. We're like not a total dead end per se. So I mean, you know, in the grand scheme, you know, kind of few W's in there. So I missed how the last one ended. Just like I said, I got kind of embroiled with something off in the Discord side.
It's okay.
But how did the last one end up? I forgot where it left off.
I think I gave him some solid tools to use. I don't know if he'll use them, but I think it was productive. Like he understands, and I think he gets that it's predominantly a matter of utility. You know, I don't know. Hopefully we get to continue the conversation like with Bob. Hopefully he'll be back and we can continue from there. I think it'll be good. Because he wasn't antagonistic and didn't fly off the handle or anything like that. So I think it's a good position to keep going, to keep talking.
Yeah, this last one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't. I hate to say my brain kind of got addled with the conversation I got into along the way, but I'm trying to remember what the main point was when I last left off on that one there. Remember what the core initial point was? By any chance?
Predominantly, it was about is there a rational reason to believe in a God, and is where it kind of boiled down to, and a lot of what he was bringing up was kind of like just scientifically ignorant points. Not to call him ignorant, but it's just lacking knowledge, but just like scientific understanding, like evolution, abiogenesis, physics, quantum mechanics, shit like that, but we centered it around like whether or not this position is rationally justified, and there isn't one. There is no rational justification to believe it. There's the utility that it provides a person, but it doesn't get them anywhere near truth. And of course, it's just an appeal to emotion. But he said he'd possibly send the PhD guy over here, and I'll get a chance to talk to him, which would be awesome. So,
well, as we've seen, if you have a PhD in philosophy, it just might be triggering for you.
Possibly.
Who knows? It could be. No, wait. It couldn't possibly be.
All right, but I think we had
star.
I think we had a good talk here. I think we had a good night. This was a lot of fun. Captain Coyote. Oh, DeFreak is still wondering why they're left. Why he's been left out of these conversations.
Yeah, that's part of the conversation I got embroiled in along.
Oh, okay. Because he's been blocked again. Because I blocked him again. I had to. So, when the entire chat is calling for your head, okay, I got to make a decision. Then I look at the crap that you're spewing in my live chat. It's just time to. It's just sorry, dude. You have no place here. I'm sorry. But nonetheless, I think this has been really, really good. It's 8 hours on the dot right now. I think this is a good spot. So, first off, a huge giant thank you to all of the guests that came up. I had a lot of great conversations. Thank you so much to Andrew. Appreciate you being here, as well as PSG Tony and to Austin. Thank you so much for hanging out. And of course, everybody that popped up into the live chat, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I think this is a good point. It's like 2:00 in the morning here, so I think we can call it. A huge thank you to all of the super chats and, of course, all of the milestone chats that came through. Your guys' support helps to make this possible, so you guys rock. Thank you so much for all of that. And, of course, if you're interested in becoming a channel member, it's 99 cents per month. You get all the custom emojis and, of course, the channel badge that comes along with that. It helps to support this, and so all that helps to make this channel go. I really appreciate all that support. If you liked the stream, if you liked the live stream, hit the like button. If you disliked it, hit the dislike button. If you definitely leave a comment to let us know how we can improve or what you thought was good or point out things that we maybe got wrong, help us to get better along the way. And all those interactions help to drive us in the algorithm. So I do appreciate all of that. Thank you all very, very much. New content on the way. Today is Sunday, so we got the 4th and final entry in the Lionel Luku series. It's a 4-part series. The finale is coming on Tuesday. New content coming after that. I'm going to be dropping stuff all over the place. So I got a lot of stuff planned. It's going to be really, really good. So I hope you all enjoyed that. And of course, anything for you, Andrew? Anything going on? We're good?
Same old. No.
Fantastic. I cannot wait till we can open the door to TikTok and we can really start getting the intellectual vibe going on here. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm totally talking out of my ass on that one. So, but appreciate everyone for being here. Oh, thank you so much. Where is Waldo? Just became a member of the Godless Army. Thank you so much. Enjoy those custom emojis and enjoy that channel badge. Thank you so much for that support. I do appreciate that. You guys, you rock. A jail on another channel for the discussion. I don't know what that 3 a.m. here. Okay. Oh, I know. All right. So you guys have a fantastic rest of your week. We'll see you all on Tuesday. I hope you enjoyed the finale to the 4-part series that's coming up and all the new content that we have coming up. You guys rock. And as always, be safe, be excellent to each other. And together we can bridge the divide. We'll see y'all. Say bye.
It's not the same about contemplating in Australia.